like he was 8 feet away from the rim. Nothing but net.
Great call by Cause. DMac in for Brett. Well, Steve, do we have any? I should ask every day if we have any Brett news. I know
I mean, I haven't heard anything yet, but
Okay.
Brett likes to keep his private life private.
All right. Well, we'll oblige on that. But on Beale Street yesterday, the Nuggets beat the Grizzlies 125-115. So I'm in for this hour, and then Matt Smith will ride with Moser and Vic coming up. Moser's having a nice run, by the way. Moser's having a nice run with Paint My Reindeer. And Scott Hastings got in on the fun, too, yesterday during the Nuggets game. So it's quickly becoming a thing. Paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. The reviews, people are apparently enchanted with Moser's call. And Scott used it sort of in a different way too. We'll get to all that a little bit later. But in terms of the game itself, and yes, Monday Night Football, what you do and what you don't do during the handshake line or the group assemblage at midfield. I'm pretty sure you don't do what help me with the name here too, Steve. Trevon Moehrig?
I don't know what that guy's name is. I just know he was going after Jawan Jennings.
Jawan Jennings Jules, to be very specific.
Yes.
But again, we'll get to that in a second. Let's talk about the game last night with the Nuggets and the Grizz. And well, first of all, I thought the Nuggets were about to roll by 30 when they were up by 18, and like, oh, here we go. And the Grizz fought back, not literally, because Ja Morant wasn't actually playing. I don't know who he was looking to punch. I don't know if he's trying to go all Moehrig on Klay Thompson or whoever else. And then they lost Zach Edey, who really is a character out of a cartoon. I mean, let's be honest. 7'4", just you rang. I mean, okay. But they put in Jock Landale. Want to know, Mom? We should name him Jock. I have no idea what kind of impression that is right there.
That's pretty good. But by the way, on this program and Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, he is known as Lance Cockdale. Because when the Nuggets were playing the Suns in the playoffs and they faced him, that's when they faced him, right? When he was on the Suns.
You tell me. I don't know the origin story of Lance Cockdale.
Well, Moser couldn't remember his name, and he was like, "Who's that guy?
Who's that guy?
Lance Cockdale."
Lance Cockdale.
So I don't know who Jock Landale is, but I know who Lance Cockdale is.
Introducing somebody as Lance Cocktail seems to be the first scene as he delivers the pizza into certain types of movies that you only watch for about 30 to 45 seconds. But, who knows? Anyways, that guy, he actually had a really good game and kind of willed us. Thank you, Steve. Willed the Nuggets back into the Grizzlies back into the game. But this is another night that is defined by the brilliance of Nikola Jokic. And, yeah, it's a triple-double, snooze-a-rooney, right? Yeah, it's a half-court shot, which, all right, you know what, everybody? I want you to go to your gym or wherever, go to half-court, maybe a little bit inside, and just try to put up a jump shot. Not, not like 5 steps and, heave it and granny toss it underhand. No. I want you to go there. I just want you to sit there, maybe take a dribble, and just put up a jump shot. See how many feet from the rim the ball will actually get. I mean, will you even make it to the foul line? He puts up a half-court shot as if it's seriously nothing. You do forget sometimes how big and strong these guys actually are because you see them relative to, Sean Payton would say, each other. There was a video yesterday of Michael Porter Jr. with like a basketball rebounding and throwing machine. That'd be fun to have. And it shows MPJ hitting like 33 pointers in a row. And I would say that video would be remarkable, except for the fact I've actually seen him do it in person. And it's not just him. I've seen Aaron Gordon do that. I've seen a lot of NBA guys in practice at the end of practice when they're the most tired just jack up 3 after 3 after 3 as if they're never going to miss. These guys are just on a different level. But as great as that wasn't even the highlight of the entire night. It was the behind the back. I don't even know how to describe it. Go into the paint, because it's all with his left hand. Sort of fake to his right. Read that Payton Watson is under the basket. It was the Grizzlies. Peyton Manning, part owner. Well, his wife is. Could be. So move to your right. Take the ball with your left hand. Throw it behind your back on a bounce pass. And not just a bounce pass, like a hard bounce pass. So the ball comes up into Peyton Watson's upper torso for the easy layup. And this is viral and all over the place, and as it should be. And I don't know, man. The Nuggets are 13-4, so just shy of a quarter way through this season, right? Who's the MVP of this league right now? So if Nikola Jokic is playing like he's playing, and you know what? I think Nikola just getting a little ticked off. A little ticked off after that Sacramento loss. A little like, there was a little bit of a moment there when he goes 12-4. We're not really that good. I mean, that's essentially what he said. It's like, whoa, man, you're 12-4, dude. You're pretty good. You're in second place.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. But it's like, no, we're not that good. We're not playing that well. And I'm going to guess he might even be a little frustrated by last night when they were up by 18 or whatever, and they couldn't close it out. But, again, this was a game against a bad team with their star on the bench that you have to win. You got to win these sort of games. And they did. They took care of business, and they looked great. It's odd seeing Spencer Jones in the starting lineup. I think that's going to be a little bit nebulous. I mean, David Adelman after the game was talking about that. I don't know. Well, we'll see what happens here. You're without AG. You're without CB. It feels like now you have 14 games before January 1st. So it kind of feels like that might be the timeline. So in 14 games, how are you going to weather those 14 or so games? And frankly, I'm watching Chris Dempsey, our beloved Chris Dempsey, on the postgame show, and he's like, you know what? With AG, like, should we wait even longer? Like, should we just really, really wait to know that he's 100%? Because what's the point of rushing AG back when we know we're going to be in the playoffs? We know the effort he gave last year, which was Herculean. But he wasn't well, and MPJ wasn't well, and we're in the playoffs. But, I mean, and you take the Thunder to 7 games, despite having 2 starters seriously banged up. What's the point? And I thought it was fair by Chris to raise that. Like, what is the rush here? Now, with Christian, with an ankle sort of thing, I assume when that's better, it's just better. I'm guessing. But with AG, I don't know, man. That hamstring stuff seems to linger. So the question is, how can this Nuggets team, who obviously is incredibly talented, and it's so great to see Jamal Murray, who's in a good mood, who's in really good shape. And when you think about last year, man, at this time, the Nuggets were like a 500 team. Jamal wasn't in good shape. We're missing games to watch volleyball matches. We're just middling, to say the least. And yeah, okay, the Sacramento game, that stunk. That wasn't fun. That's not, you shouldn't be losing to, I don't care what the situation is, okay? Period. You can't be losing to teams who have 8-game losing streaks in your own barn. And I got it. You got in late at night and all that sort of stuff. But, this is the profession you chose.
It may be a turnover. It may be a missed shot, but it may be a steal, maybe a dunk, maybe a missed three, maybe a made three. It's going to be all of that.
Who knows? I'm Russell Westbrook. Here's the problem with that, Steve. Here's the problem with that. Sometimes it is actually great. The maybe it's going to be this and maybe it's going to be that. It's like maybe I'm actually awesome, which, sometimes he is.
Yeah, and maybe you could make a wide open layup in double overtime versus the Timberwolves, or maybe you're going to miss it. It's going to be all that.
Brother, it's going to be all that. But every now and then, it's going to be the upside of maybe. Listen, let me tell you, and they like Russell Westbrook, okay? Most of the guys, especially Payton Watson. I don't think Jamal Murray disliked Russell Westbrook. But there's only so much oxygen in the room, brother. You know what I'm saying? There's only so much fashionistas we can hang out here with. And Michael Porter Jr., hey, God bless you. I hope you're having a fun time scoring 30 and losing every game there with the Nets. And Westbrook, way to go, man. Sacramento's a banger town, maybe, somewhere. I don't know. It's where Moser was born.
Oh, yeah.
But Bruce Brown is right. Jonas Valanciunas is right. Tim Hardaway Jr. is right. The Nuggets shot 22 of 43 from three. The Nuggets shot the same percentage from three as they did from the field. The two teams last night jacked up 93 pointers. I got to admit, I'm not a gargantuan fan of the 3-point fest. I find it, kind of boring. But, I mean, if you can shoot 51% from three, bombs away. And that's what they did last night. So, Jamal Murray, 6 of 9 from three. Payton Watson, 5 of 12 from three. Cam Johnson, my man. Whoever had any doubts of Cam Johnson? Not me. 3 of 4 from three. And Zeke Najee, 2 of 3. Okay. And by the way, did you see they brought up all the gold? The Grand Rapids gold was all there. Curtis Jones was in the house. Tamar Bates put on Nuggets gear last night, not gold gear. There was a lot of speculation on the pregame show that Deron Holmes was actually going to play. He didn't, but, he was there. So they're bringing in the reinforcements. How did the gold do without those guys, by the way? When the Gold had to play the Sioux City Celtics, is that just an automatic win for the Sioux City Celtics?
Boy, we got piping hot G League takes here on the appetizer with DMac.
The Moorhead Falcons just run rapid over the Grand Rapids Gold?
No dumb questions. Did you actually know that those are G League teams, or are you Googling this right now?
Did the Fargo Ice Picks just take down the Gold?
Couldn't care less.
As if it was a settler back in the Gold Rush days, climbing up to the Yukon? No, I'm just making all that up. I don't know any of the teams that the Gold play. None whatsoever.
The only one I used to know is the 76ers had a G League team in Delaware. That was the Delaware 87ers.
There you go.
I don't know if they're still around, but that team didn't really roll off the tongue.
All right. We got to get into this Juwan Jennings, Trayvon Morig. This will be the biggest story of the day, by the way. This will be the biggest story of the day. and what's appropriate and what's not appropriate in sports. So get ready for some socked in the nether region talk coming up right here on the appetizer. I don't know. What should I call it? Should I call it 6 in the morning? It's
6 in the morning with Brett Kane with Darren McKee appetizer. You call it whatever you want, man.
right here on 92.5. All right. Brett is out with baby fever, and we wish him and his wife the best. So what will happen is, hey, it's DMac, and I'll be here some mornings at 6 a.m. Matt Smith will be filling in with Vic and Moj. It's going to be a big day again for Moj. And Scott Hastings is trying to carry the torch of Paint My Reindeer and Call Me a Goblin. So that's rolling on. We'll get to all of that in just a little bit. So that's how we're going to just sort of handle things while we wait for Brett. So if you're just tuning in, like, what's going on? We are thrilled for Brett and his wife for their second child to come along the way. Another girl, too, huh? 2 girls? Okay. Cool. And when Brett's all good and he'll be back, Brett will be back, and we'll look forward to that. In the meantime, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. So on Saturday, there's a couple of games. The Avs host Montreal, and then DU hosts Minnesota. Hockey smorgasbord. You can see both games. Excuse me. Your 620 keyword is Anderson. Text Anderson with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter for a pair of tickets to see the Avs, Canadiens, and the Pioneers and Gophers on Saturday. That's 303-504-0925. If you're looking for some Christmas gifts, the Avs host the Mammoth on the 23rd of December, and then the Kings and Blues on the 29th and 31st. So big holiday week of hockey. There you go. 620 keyword is Anderson. Text Anderson along with your first and last name. 303-504-0925 to be entered. We'll announce our first winner of the day at 9:55. And then I'll be back on with Tyler and Scott, and we'll have another keyword, as will the morning sprint, as will Nate and Andy. So it just rolls on all day today. So we appreciate you listening. On the text line, Shot Moz text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. This delicate question. Which is worse, spit in the face or hitting the balls? Now, this is a question as old as time. And we had the CSU quarterback, and forgive me if I forget the name of somebody that I don't care about, spit in the face of the Boise State dude the other day. That's pretty bad. But Trayvon Moehrig, am I getting that name right?
Sounds right, yeah.
Yeah. He's got like a cast on. Like he's all like wrapped up. Like he's got a broken, like Alex Singleton, I got a broken knuckle somewhere here, but you know, who knows what you got under that cast. And the game's over, and they had words, you know, a little shizzle talk throughout the game of the Niners win over the Panthers. Panthers pretty good team, man. They kind of fought hard, and I don't know. They did some dumb things too. They don't understand basic scoring and like just kick an extra point, but neither here nor there. They lost the game. Our guy Christian McCaffrey had a banger game. He was cool. And afterwards, Maury gives a shot to Juwan Jennings-Jules. And the camera, it's, you know, Troy is, Aikman and Buck, they're kind of wrapping things up. Well, it's good to be here. Scott Van Pelt coming up. Whoa, what's going on there? Because you see Jennings like freaking out. And then they then there's the close-up. And if you haven't seen the video, well, you will. And you may see like it 1,000 times today. Here is Kyle Shanahan afterwards.
Yeah, the guy took a cheap shot and hit him in the balls, and I was real proud of Juwan for not losing his mind out there and getting him to the sideline.
Thanks, Coach.
Yeah, the guy took a cheap shot and hit him in the balls, and I was real proud of Juwan for not losing his mind out there and getting him to the sideline.
Here's Juwan Jennings afterwards.
Man, TV gonna tell you what happened, man. I was just responding to me some childish behavior. That's all that was. Out of nowhere, I mean, I think it's probably just like I was saying, just the history of me playing ball. I play hard. You know, I'm physically stronger than a lot of DBs out there, and so a lot of things happen in between the whistle, with me at least.
Yeah, the guy took a cheap shot and hit him in the balls, and I was real proud of Juwan for not losing his mind out there and getting him to the sideline.
That's the question that, hey, text line. Would you rather get spit on or hit down there? I guess getting spit on is more insulting.
Yeah, it's more like, how dare you, sir? You're spit in my face like that?
Yeah, that's more like, but I think that's easier to get over.
Yeah. Hitting the balls, though, that might have some future ramifications that aren't easily apparent early.
I don't know. You could be right. So that was that game last night. By the way, Christian McCaffrey, man, I'm so happy that he's doing well, and he's playing great. And last night, let's see, 24 carries for 89 yards, so not great per, but it adds up. 7 catches for 53 yards, and he's feeling good. By the way, spitting image, check me on this. Christian McCaffrey and Matt Damon, maybe 5 years after Good Will Hunting. So sort of like Ocean's 11, Matt Damon and Christian McCaffrey right now. So I think it's like you could throw a little, maybe later Jesse Plemons Breaking Bad in there too. I mean, it's kind of like the same human being. So Christian did great, and the Niners win 20-9 over the Panthers, and there you go. And the highlight of the entire game is Juwan Jennings getting knocked in the nads. In terms of the Broncos, we heard from Sean Payton yesterday. Here's his message to the team after coming off the bye.
It's not like we're at the halfway point, but nonetheless, here we are in a position to compete for seeding. There are two things that stand out. The penalties stand out. If you said what's the low-hanging fruit that you have to clean up to improve your chances of getting the best possible seed, and then secondly is harping on the plus-minus turnover, giveaway, takeaway. We ended up one last week, and that meant a lot. We were close to being up 2, but in important games, that one possession can be the difference. So that was two of the main topics this morning.
You know what the big thing is, though, with the Broncos is just to be able to take a little bit of a breath. Realize that the dogfight is here to come, and probably, and I'm hoping that Sean Payton and Bo Nix just have enough time separate just to sort of chill out so they can get along well enough to get to the finish line here successfully. So the biggest that is just a hope. I mean, if these guys just really aren't getting along that great, then I don't know, maybe it doesn't make a difference, right? But I think the problems and frustrations that the offense is having they just add up, okay? Between the guy who's trying to make it happen, Bo Nix, and the guy who's planning it, Sean Payton. There's going to be natural sort of conflicts in those camps when there's struggles going on. Now, you always want to struggle while you win. That is the best way to handle things. But that doesn't mean you're not still struggling. But you saw with the win against Kansas City, and you just saw jubilation, and it was just a great feeling to get to that point in the season. And it's annoying right now that the Patriots are just winning game after game after game. But who in their right mind would want to come to Denver and face the Denver Broncos in the playoffs? I mean, nobody. And that's ultimately what they have. I was on with Mick Miller on Fox 31 last night. Thanks for having me on. And he wanted to ask me about the running game. For the record, at this point of the season, I don't give a crap about the running game. One of the most lazy ways to analyze football is just to say run the ball more. Not to date myself too much, but if you go back to the movie Mozart, or Amadeus rather, there's a scene where the king is like, there's too many notes. It's like, well, what notes would you like me to take out, your highness? It's probably not the most hip reference in the world. I'll grant you that. But when you say run the ball more, like, well, which plays? Which plays should we run the ball more? We just went through like a 3 and out. Did you want 2 runs, not 3 runs? 2 runs, not 1 run? I mean, what'd you want? It's not the answer. Could they run the ball more? Maybe. It all depends on whatever the defense is giving you. But here's what you can't be afraid of. And this goes to Bo Nix and Sean Payton. What you can't be afraid of is being aggressive. And I'll tell you this, the mindset going into that Chiefs game was be aggressive. Had the Broncos actually won the toss, they were going to take the ball. And it was only going to be the second time this year that now they lost the toss, but Kansas City deferred. So Sean got what he wanted. And this goes into Sean's mentality of being aggressive. Putting the ball in the quarterback's hands and let's go. And I really admire that. Sean Payton is a good damn coach. I think he can be difficult to be around, like yours truly. But he's really good at what he does. And I think for Bo, who is, got his own sense of independence and personality, that can probably feel a little suffocating. And I think at moments Bo has felt like that. But the truth of the matter is this defense is so good. You don't need to be a hero on offense until the fourth quarter, and maybe you do need to be a hero then. That being said, to just say, well, everybody is freaking out about J.K. Dobbins, and yeah, the Broncos put in a claim on Pierce. They tried to get Dameon Pierce here, and it didn't work out. He agreed to be on the Chiefs practice squad, but that's just going to be on the practice squad with an elevation to the 53. That's going to happen. I'm incredibly optimistic about the Broncos' chances. We'll dig in deeper to what the Commanders are all about, but they're a troubled team, which surprised me. Jane Daniels will not be back. It'll be Mariota, not Daniels. You play the Raiders after that. If you can't beat the Raiders on the road, that's a you problem, not a they problem. They are terrible. I mean, absolutely awful. And at what point is Chip Kelly going to be hired by Deion Sanders? But here's the about the rushing attempts and all that stuff.
The number of touches that we had, the number of runs we had was down. I think looking back at it, Jaleel had a handful of good runs, and I think with the flow of a normal game, he's going to be important for us in this stretch. Obviously, RJ as well, and then Prentice played probably one of his better games. He didn't just play at the fullback position, but he actually went in with some of the pressure stuff that we were getting from Kansas City on third down and was outstanding.
I mean, do you understand what he's talking about here? Just a heads up, okay? We'll run the ball when we need to run the ball, and that's going to be that. And that is going to be that. And a lot is going to ride on Bo and probably throwing more screens and being safe with the ball. And you got to be good with that. Because if you're not, you're just going to play into the other team's hands. I think Bo can be trusted. I do. I think Bo's a better Bo when he's being aggressive. I think that too. And I think Sean Payton realizes it as well. And I'm looking forward to what the Broncos can do here in the second half. In terms of injuries, the entire reason that Singleton and, not Singleton, but Adkins, Singleton too, I guess, and Surtain were not put on the IR was for this game. Because you could have put them on IR, they would have missed, this game against the Commanders too, and, you could have filled the roster spots and bring them off IR after that. So it's pretty natural to say, well, okay, how these guys doing? And it got to a little back and forth with Sean Payton and our guy Leggy.
Sean, I was just curious if you'd be able to say if if Pat and or Alex would practice this week.
Yeah, I would never get into that on a Monday. I appreciate the question, though.
Do you like their progress and their recovery?
Yeah, again, I wouldn't get into anything injury related, but I appreciate the question.
Fun times with
How
Sean
courteous.
Payton. Yeah, great. Thanks for having me over. Help us, Vitalant and the Colorado Avalanche fight cancer during the month of November. Schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates will be entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. Go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info and to schedule your blood donation today. And a reminder that our keyword right now for Avs Ticket Tuesday is Anderson. That's Anderson to 303-504-0925. And tomorrow, it's a special Nuggets Ticket Wednesday. So here we go. You got some Nuggets tickets. Tune in tomorrow for your chance to win tickets to the Mavs game on December 1st. It's a special Nuggets Ticket Wednesday tomorrow here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Rockies make one of the dumbest decisions in the franchise history. They'll be joyous to detail why this was so dumb and how so many of you out there are hoodwinked by the Rockies, which is remarkable. Details next. If you want to hear how the Paint My Reindeer is going viral, we will have a side-by-side comparison for you in just a little bit. Also, thank you, Steve Nelson, for the side-by-sides of Matt Damon, Goodwill Hunting, or not Goodwill Hunting, Ocean's 11, because he was a little bit too young and a little bit too skinny there, and Christian McCaffrey now. The side-by-side is spectacular. And if you just throw a pair of glasses on Christian, which he probably wears, not that he needs to, but, just to look smart, yeah, it's the same person. It's kind of insane. Appreciate that. Okay. I see the text line. Is the Rockies hiring Warren Schaefer more of a spit in the face or kicking the balls? That might be a theme here today. Yeah, it's both. And what's remarkable to me is how so many Rockies fans are so satisfied with the bar being lowered. It is remarkable. And a lot of those people are in the media. And here's why. And sometimes you don't know what's happening to you. Like, you don't realize you're in the cult until you have to drink the Kool-Aid, as it would be. You kind of deny that you're in a cult. And there is this insane acceptance of losing at 20th and Blake that is remarkable. And it goes from the players, it trickles out into the media, because there's so few media that are actually like day in and day out with this team. I mean, and I know a bunch of them. They're all good people. They're all really good people. And I guess on the Titanic, when the ship was sinking, like all of a sudden you probably felt a deep bond with the other person in your lifeboat. I mean, it's like that. And you don't realize the person more important to you would be like the Navy boat that would come along and pick you all up. Like, there was room on the door for Jack. Okay? You didn't have to cut him loose there, Rose. And by the way, Rose, that's, the diamond of the ocean, the heart of the ocean, the jewel of the ocean. That's like inheritance for future generations. You're just dropping it off the ship. So you cut Jack loose and you don't give a crap about your grandkids. Really? You made a movie about that person? And that's who you are, Rockies fans, that think it's okay. You know who you are? You're Jack from Titanic. That's who you are. You think it's okay that this woman you met, 3 days ago, and you got to scribble some nudies of her. You think that like, oh, okay, I love her forever. No. She's just going to do what's best for her. And that's what's going on. I was hoping there would be some sort of change. And on the surface, it looked like there was. And this isn't even anything necessarily personal against Warren Schaefer. But when you're going down on the Titanic, you're feeling closer with the people who are also on the Titanic. So, the captain, he's not such a bad guy. He ran you into the iceberg. He's a good dude. I had dinner with him last night. He hit the iceberg. And that's what's going on now. So I watched every single Rockies game last year. That is unbelievable when you think about it for a second. Because I just couldn't stand Bud Black as a manager. I knew Bud Black was costing them games, and he was. Warren Schaefer, by about 10 percentage points, had a better winning percentage than Bud Black. He was a better manager than Bud Black. But what I quickly realized watching him throughout the course of the season was, oh my God, he's too close with these guys. He was with these guys in AA and AAA and this, that, and there's just no accountability and there's no fear of failure. There's no fear of failure in that Rockies clubhouse. None. Zero. There is an acceptance of losing, a culture of the acceptance of losing that is just reinforced by bringing the same guy back. And this Paul DePodesta guy who didn't want his name to be used in Moneyball. Billy Bean had no problem with it because Billy Bean was being played by, Brad Pitt. They say, hey, Paul DePodesta, we have Fat Jonah Hill for you. What do you say? Take my name out of it. Oh, okay. That is a true story because DePodesta actually played baseball at Harvard. He wasn't like, just a fat dork at Yale. He actually was an athlete. But that being said, how in the world is this Paul DePodesta's decision? You haven't even hired a general manager yet. And I've seen other people. Here's the other thing. It doesn't matter who the man. This is the big Bud Black thing. It doesn't matter who the manager is because who could ever win with this team? This team is so terrible. And this guy's not even going to be around anyway. He's going to be gone. And they'll bring in the real manager in like 3 years. I can't tell you what a loser mentality that is. And that, my friends, is Jack on the door with Rose. You're Jack. There's room. There's room on the door with Rose. You just got to tell her, Rose, move. Oh, no, we're just going to sit here. We're going to accept losing. We're going to just accept whatever. We're going to make excuses why it's not that big of a deal. And we're going to lose another 100 games because, who could ever win with this team anyway? Oh, my God. Can you imagine? Greg Penner, to his credit, said, Russell Wilson, not a good idea. Sucks. What should we do? Well, we can split the cap hit, or we can just take a bigger hit 1 year and a lower hit. There were a lot of people out there, smart people, who, they won't cut Russell Wilson because of the money. Oh, and if they do cut him, they'll certainly spread the wealth. They won't take it. No. Greg Penner was like, screw it. Let's take it all and we'll deal with it. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off and we'll figure it out. And let's move on. And we'll hire a coach that matters. We're not just going to sit here and say, oh, all is lost and there's nothing we can do. Thank God. The Nuggets, as tricky as it was, fired Michael Malone with 3 games left to go in the regular season. Tough move. They let go of the brain trust that brought us a championship. Not easy. The Nuggets are 13-4 this year. Pretty good, right? The Avalanche. You know Georgiev is about to play hockey in the KHL? Did you see that? Georgiev, who was our starting goalie on this date last year at this time, is now going to be playing full-time in Russia. Got rid of both of our goalies. Where are the Avalanche now? But not the Rockies, and everybody's just going to accept it and be cool with it. You are Jack on the Titanic. You are a fool. You are a fool, and you get what you deserve by accepting this one, okay? And that is that. To end on a higher note, I don't know where this is going. I don't know who's making T-shirts. I don't know who can build a cottage industry. But I want to salute the creators of Paint My Reindeer and Call Me a Goblin.
Things opening up a little bit now. Yeah, back and forth. Nice little break, though, right off the glass like we've seen in Nashville. Goofy man. Turnover. Nielsen holds and looks and shoots. Saved by Knight. Shot by McCarr. He scores! Cale McCarr! What an incredible shot off the post and in. Well, Paint My Reindeer and Call Me a Goblin. The Avs have a 1-0 lead as McCarr cleans up after the save to rip home his 9th of the season.
We turned to the basketball game last night.
He's jumping into him a little bit. I don't think that's a foul. But Murray's going to get 2 free throws. Yeah, you're right, though. Every time when it happens to you, you'd be going nutty. I'd be going, Paint My Reindeer and Call Me a Goblin.
Okay. The challenge is for you to get this going. I don't know exactly how. We do have the voice of the people on our app. Do that. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. But now that it's been used on an Avalanche broadcast and artfully in a different form been used by Scott Hastings in a Nuggets broadcast, where else can paint my goblin or paint my reindeer and make me a goblin? Where else can that go in this world? That is in your hands. But I challenge you to make it happen. I think it'd be fun and festive for the holidays. Both things. Paint my reindeer and make me a goblin. I mean, you could use it to a boss. You could tell a teacher that. Perhaps when you get pulled over by a police officer later today, you could tell the popo, paint my reindeer and make me a goblin. And I don't know if it's going to work for you. I don't know if your boss, your teacher, or the police officer is going to accept it as a reason to let you off the hook. But if they really feel sorry for you, you could also say, I think the hiring of Warren Schaefer was a good idea. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith comes up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Good morning. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. And thanks for being here, Vic Lombardi, in studio, folks.
You know, I thought I had a nasty commute from where I live, but Matt Smith's commute tops mine, which means he is way more committed at his job than I am. You come in all the way from Boulder?
Boulder, yeah.
Give me the
done
time.
It for years.
Give me the door-to-door on that.
Coming here is way better than going home, I'll tell you that much. Coming here, it's over an hour, I'd say. You know, probably a little less with the light traffic in the morning.
And going home?
Anywhere from hour 15 to like hour 30 at least.
You ever thought about just ending it on the way home?
Yeah.
I mean,
many times.
Yeah.
Many times.
Just veering.
In fact, I used to have smelling salts in the car just in case. You know, just in case, to keep my wits about me.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. By the way, if you're unfamiliar with my voice, if you don't know, if you've been living under a rock, Brett is away welcoming new life into the world for the next couple of weeks.
Did that happen yet? Do we know if that happened?
Roger, the Eagles landed, Captain.
So we're good?
We're good.
You've kept – I should probably congratulate
No,
him.
I wouldn't worry. He's
don't
only
bother.
a partner. I
Don't
wouldn't
bother
worry about
yourself,
it. Yeah,
please.
don't worry about it. Just,
Probably.
he's on his own, flying by the tail of his pants or whatever you want to say.
I'm just going to say good job. That's what I'm gonna
Maybe
do.
Bo
words,
Val
huh?
is rocking.
That's the you might not even bother if it's going to be a good job.
Good job on the kid.
Yeah.
Here we
Well
go.
done.
That's what I just sent him.
Well done. Well, I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
What did he do? He didn't have a vital role in this.
Yeah, he did.
He was watching the other kid,
he
wasn't
did.
he? Somebody had to.
Good job. Enjoy your 12 weeks.
Live from the Backus and Shaker studios, their passion is justice. Well, gentlemen, this morning we got to start with the Nuggets game last night, 125-115 over the Grizzlies. And one of our topics of conversation yesterday, Vic, was relying on other guys to step up in the absence of Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon. And we're starting to see maybe some signs of that taking place. Payton Watson last night, 27-5-3. Cam Johnson, 18-6. Jamal Murray, 29-8-3. That was an impressive team performance last night that allowed Nikola Jokic to only take 9 shots.
When did Payton Watson turn into a volume shooter? Because he was a volume shooter last night. He attempted more shots than anybody. He and Jamal Murray both attempted 22 shots. Nikola Jokic attempted 9. But you know what? At the end of the day, that's the way Nikola wants it. If I asked you, would Nikola rather have 44 points or 16 assists? Which one would he take?
16 assists all day, every day.
He had 44 against Sacramento, L. He had 16 assists last night, win. That's just the way he operates. And if Payton Watson wants to shoot that many times, have at it. Who else is going to shoot?
But Jamal also talked about it last night. He talked about how well they moved the ball. I mean, both teams in this game had over 30 assists, which is pretty crazy if you think about it. And, you know, when you're moving the rock around that much, you're much tougher to guard. You're probably getting more open looks, which that happened last night. I mean, you bring up Payton Watson. How about this? In the last 6 games without Christian Brown, almost 17 points per game, almost 7 rebounds per game, shooting 56% from the floor and 50% from 3.
Yeah.
Payton Watson.
Payton Watson. He is developed. He is cultivating his game. He's making money every time he steps on the court. He's in a contract year because the Nuggets chose not to extend him. And if the Nuggets want to keep him around, I know we're thinking long-term now, they're going to have to make some maneuvering here. It's not going to be easy because he is cashing in every chance he gets. Now, I do want to ask you guys, Nuggets win by 10 over Memphis. Memphis is Memphis. They're not that good. The Nuggets, you beat the teams you're supposed to beat. That's what you do. That's how you win 6 in a row on the road, and which they've done. Do you guys like these bombs away games? Both teams combined for 93-point attempts. Now, the Nuggets made 51% of theirs. They made 22 threes. But do you like watching basketball where there are 90 bombs in a game?
Or
does it matter?
Well, it matters. I've much maligned teams that just hoist. And the Boston Celtics, when they're winning, they hoist and hoist and hoist and hoist. Fine.
Well, last night was a hoist game.
Yeah, I know it was a hoist game, and you're going to have some hoist games during the course of the season. As long as my team is making and winning, I don't really care.
It doesn't matter. Matt?
If my team is, listen, if they're getting hoisted upon and they're not defending the perimeter, then I'm pissed.
I actually like that answer because if you're making the threes, who really cares?
Yeah.
However, you're asking me from an aesthetic standpoint. I hate it.
Yeah.
In the second half, that was all Memphis was doing.
So listen, you called us boomers yesterday, which we're not.
Yeah. That's what he asked.
That's a boomer take.
Yeah,
but you know
we're newer
I
than boomers.
appreciate it.
I'm an old soul.
I hate it too. You know what? When I play basketball, I hoist. You know why?
You're a chucker?
You know why? Because I'm too lazy to put the ball on the ground. And what the hell am I going to do in the lane?
Exactly.
But these are NBA
You're
players.
going to get rejected. Matt, I'm the kind of guy, and Vic somewhat, I loved a baseline drop step on a guy. I loved an elbow jumper, mid-range stuff. I mean, I like it. Baseball, I like moving runners mechanically with bunts, hitting runs, and that sort of thing. And I get called a total reject nowadays. Oh, you're a friggin' loser. Friggin' game
because you're not playing the math game. Everybody wants to play.
Friggin' joke of a dude. I'm like, well, man, I like what I like. I'm not trying to,
Can't change your.
Hey, man, I love a good jumper at the elbow.
Well,
what is wrong with me?
There's nothing wrong with you, Matt. I'll tell you what everybody else tells me that the game's gone by. You have to play the math game, and the math game says you have to shoot more threes than ever. And 90 3-point attempts in a game. 90 times.
9 times?
I sat there and watched that game last night, and I'm happy that the Nuggets won. I just don't like that kind of basketball.
No, me neither.
I can't. It's not basketball to me. It's chuck ball. It's chuckathon.
Speaking of chuckathon.
It's heave ball.
Yeah, speaking of heave ball. I don't know that I've ever seen a guy make a shot from virtual half court
and make it look like just a little free throw.
Make it look like Mosey buckets trying to get buckets at 5:30 in the morning over at the rec center. And that's all I got, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a little. Phew. How does he get the inbound, step across the bear's face, and launch from like the bear's cheek? And swish it. How does that happen?
The power comes from your feet.
Lower
trying
half.
to convince my son that when you shoot a jump shot,
shoot it with your feet. It's your legs. That's why when guys' legs get tired, that's when they start to miss. When their legs get tired, not that their little arms get tired, it's their legs. It's one of the most effortless shots I've ever seen. Not one of these or woo. It was just like
it wasn't a heave. It was a shot.
It was a
shot.
But
the play of the game was Joker's behind the back pass to Payton Watson late.
Left hand, spinning left, no look, on the cut, anticipating where he's going to be. I mean, it just doesn't get more skilled than that, which is why Memphis' bench, they're all grabbing their heads and face palming. They couldn't believe it.
The whole arena. I thought when he initially did it that he lost the ball. I thought it was a turnover. And then upon further review, oh no. That was Joker being Joker.
Well, that's because that pass is never made.
Yeah.
No one makes that pass because no one sees that pass.
The audacity of that pass in the final couple minutes of a game. That's what. By the way, I did finally bring these in because I finally got them from the team shop. For those of you who are loyal listeners, and I know Flax on Twitch, you get one of these shirts. These are the shirts I promised. These are the shirts they delivered. The Denver Nuggets starting 5 animation shirt. 2 of these starters are now out on the bench. So I don't know if you want to replace 2 of the starters. So.
You could just put pieces of paper
exactly
over
right.
AG and CB for the next couple months.
We have them here for you. I will give these shirts to Nelly. And then Nelly, if you don't mind, you make sure that you get them to the people who won these shirts. A couple on Twitch, a couple callers. I delivered, so here they are.
All right, there's a couple other things from this game that were critical to this win. We talked about this yesterday. Since Christian Brown's been out and you've had to reshuffle the lineup and exhaust your depth a little bit, the non-Jokic minutes have been a problem again. And we know that that's the kryptonite for this team, or at least it has been over the last couple of years, or any year that wasn't 2023 for that matter. Well, Tim Hardaway Jr., Bruce Brown, 22 points off the bench, 8 of 18 combined shooting, and both were plus 15 each in the non-Jokic minutes.
Yeah.
You got to get that, man.
Yeah, you do. It's going to be harder to do that now that the bench is thin. Now that you took 2 starters basically off that bench, one of them being Payton Watson, and you're making them starters. To ask that of the bench every night is going to be difficult against the better teams. Yeah. It just is.
Right, because you're also talking about, I did mention 12, I think it was 12 rebounds between both Najee and Valanciunas combined, and Najee was efficient last night.
He was. If you get that game out of Zeke Najee, if that's the performance you get out of Zeke, you will take that to the bank. He played 15 minutes. He had 6 points. He was 2 of 3 from 3. He had 6 boards. What else do you want? Take it. Because it's a lot better than what they've gotten from him, right? Now, I will say this. Are you guys surprised, Mark Moser? Before the game started, Bill Hanslick on the pregame show said, and I didn't blame him at the time, this is a game where perhaps Deron Holmes sees some time, and they played Deron. He didn't see a minute. He has yet to play. What's going on there?
I don't know what to make of it, other than last year he was completely gone for the entire season. And it's really not that much of a surprise that when a team comes into the year, as deep as it's been in forever, maybe all time, that it would be tough for him to find minutes. I would think, though, when guys get injured and the bench becomes a little thinner, that is the opportunity for a guy. Not yet. Not yet. I mean, he's 23 years old. He's got plenty of real estate ahead of him. I don't know what it's going to be, but I'd like to see him get some playing time. You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see a game where they're up by 25 in the third quarter and then just play dudes and let them get some real active time. I'd love to see that, but until then, you got to win games, man. You got to win games.
And you can also throw Jalen Pickett into that conversation too, because one of the things that Vic brought up yesterday was his biggest concern with the Nuggets as far as their roster construction goes, and that's the lack of another trustworthy primary ball handler. Last night, Jamal Murray, was he great? Absolutely. 29, 8-3, 11-21 shooting, 6-9 from 3, but he puts in 37 minutes, and over his last 5 games, almost 38 minutes per game.
But Matt, I think that Jalen Pickett, and this is going to sound like a pejorative, and it shouldn't be, I think he is who he is right now. I don't think getting him more playing time is going to make him a better player. He's an NBA player, don't get me wrong.
Well, he became a better player with more playing time last year.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. Is Peyton Watson becoming a better player with more playing time?
Can I ask you a question then?
Yeah.
If you truly believe that. And I guess you do.
No, I'm not arguing against you. I'm just saying anybody that's afforded more playing time will become a better player.
You're the one yesterday who said they need to acquire a ball handler.
Yes, he doesn't.
So clearly, you don't think that there's one on the roster.
I don't think.
Then that means it's going to push him down even more.
Yeah, I don't know if he fits their profile. That's what I'm trying to say.
Then
I get you, but what other option do they have at this point? Which is why they put more on a guy like Jamal Murray's shoulders. And look, Murray, over his last 5 games, almost 26 points per game, almost 8 assists per game, almost 4 rebounds per game, shooting almost 47% from 3 on 52% from the field. I mean, those are good numbers, but that's a lot to ask from Jamal, and it's a lot to ask from Jokic night in and night out, which is, at least in my opinion, gentlemen, has been part of the problem for this team over the last couple of seasons in the regular season.
I agree. I totally agree with you, Matt, but I'm just saying that Jalen Pickett is affordable. He's on the roster. If he's not your kind of guy, if he's not a direct replacement for Jamal at times, then what are we doing? That's
exactly right, Moj.
That's all I'm saying. And so, Vic, I just think he is who he is. And he's where he's going to be. He's 26 years of age. So either, you play that guy or find somebody else if you really, truly, desperately need to do that.
I do have one more thing from this game. And this was a topic of conversation the first, 10 games of the year. Everybody saw the numbers MPJ was putting up in Brooklyn, and everybody saw the numbers that Cam Johnson was putting up. And, I don't know about this. This Cam Johnson guy. Well, over his last 5 games without Christian Brown, 16 points per game, nearly 5 rebounds per game, shooting 60% from 3 and 50% from the field.
When Brock Nelson got here last year in the trade, I thought he played good. I thought he played good. He's a different dude now. I mean, because it takes a while to get ingrained with your new teammates. Where do I fit? What do they want out of me? Where do I go? How do I work with this guy? So on. You see that coming for Cameron Johnson. That's what it looks like now that he's, here we are into the season. What are we, 17, 20, 17 to 20 game. What are the
12
13
plus
to 4?
5. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
13 plus 4 is
13 plus 4, 17.
17.
Okay, so now he's starting to feel himself and to feel where he fits. Would you say 12 plus 5?
Yeah, it's the same.
Oh, so you
Where'd
had
11 plus 6.
Where'd you go to high school?
11 plus 6. 10 plus 7.
Where'd you go to high school?
It's all the same. Boulder High.
Oh.
Did you go to CU?
I went to the school of Hard Knocks. I went to CU for a semester.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Got kicked out?
No. Yeah, actually. Yeah.
Good.
Biggest scandal in school history. You wouldn't even believe it. By the way.
There's nothing, amen. Nothing to hold your. A lot of people have been kicked out.
Oh,
my roommate.
Bing Crosby got kicked out of Gonzaga.
My roommate got kicked out. Robert Redford got kicked out of CU.
Yeah, he did.
What'd he do?
He said, I'm gonna
smoking weed.
Yeah, I'm gonna act.
In Boulder? Get kicked out of school for that?
They'll kick you out there.
Are you kidding?
They give you a degree.
Right.
That's what I was going to say.
Here's your 420 degree, and here's your 420 degree, and here's.
Yeah.
Remember when that was the thing? Remember at CU when everybody just go reefer out
on the quad, baby.
Quad on 420, like it was the biggest thing in the world. And
you're looking.
We're sticking it to the man, and now everybody's just smoking, and
I'm not
friggin' Burger King
in their car.
This is not being braggadocious, but you're looking at the rarest diamond in the world. I grew up in Colorado. I went to CU for a year.
You don't smoke
I've
weed.
never once smoked weed in my life.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me. Somehow it doesn't.
Why? I'm just curious. Because you see an elite athlete?
Yeah. I mean, I could see what this physical form is in front of me, and it's like, I mean, this is clearly a guy who's never dabbled.
Understood.
I mean, you've never dabbled.
That's the right
Moser,
answer.
on the other hand,
yeah.
You can smell him right now. Sunday Night Football for the Broncos this week. They travel to D.C. to take on Marcus Mariota or Jaden Daniels. We got an update yesterday. We'll deliver it next.
Shut up, Moser. I'm doing a commercial live on the radio right now. I am here to speak to you about Dan Kaplis Law. If you're in the service need for a lawyer, if you're involved in any serious case, Dan Kaplis Law is your only answer in town. 3 Front Range locations across Colorado. If you need someone for a serious case, this is a serious firm accepting all righteous injury cases whenever you have them available. Go to the website, check out what he's done. He's done a lot. There's a case in Glenwood Springs that involved a major jury verdict recently. That's Dan Kaplis Law at work. 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551. Dan Kaplis Law, a serious firm for serious cases. Hit dankaplis.law.com.
Welcome to it. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Happy Avs Ticket Tuesday. Get your ears up. We're giving away 2 pairs of tickets on every show with keywords all day on the 20s. Your 720 keyword is Stasny. Text Stasny. Do we know how to spell Stasny?
All right, let me see if I can get this one. Stasnty? No, where was that N? That second
Put the N behind the T.
Stan.
Stastny.
Okay.
One more time for us, Mo.
Stastny.
Text that with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter for a pair of tickets to, how about this, to see the Avs and Canadiens followed by DU and Minnesota on Saturday night. Both games at Ball Arena. Get ready for Black Friday and Cyber Monday deals by subscribing to Avs Alert. The latest offers land straight in your inbox. Sign up today at coloradoavalanche.com/Avs Alert. Again, your 720 keyword is Stasny. Moj, that's spelled?
Stastny.
So text Stasny along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered. We'll announce our first winner of the day at 9:55.
You know, this is boomerish as well. Don't get me wrong. The Big Ten, bunch of jerks.
Okay.
We used to have the best hockey conference on the planet, the WCHA. Minnesota and DU played a lot. And then the Big Ten said, you know what, we're going to do our own hockey conference. WCHA can get bent. And so this is a rare treat. Have the Gophers in town to play the Pios. It's good stuff.
Yeah, you don't see that often.
Well, no, maybe because, they used to be in the same conference. Same with Wisconsin. The Pios in Wisconsin. Now Big Ten has their own thing going. And I would argue to you, if you asked those true hockey peeps from those schools in the Big Ten, they wish they were still in the They wish the WCHA doesn't exist anymore, but they would wish that it still existed because it was way better than Hockey East. Screw that.
DU leaving the Summit League affects basketball, the soccers, and all that, but it doesn't affect hockey and
no, they do their own thing. Yeah.
Like football will do soon.
Yeah, they're in the NCHC.
Maybe not for DU. By the way, you ever been punched square in the
Colognes?
Yeah. Have you ever been tagged right in the
Well, if you've had kids
Johnson?
at some point, that's happened. Kids do that.
By a grown adult. Has a grown adult ever balled up a fist and taken it straight to your?
No.
Well, it's hard to get. I mean, I'm not a tall man.
That's right.
Yeah.
It'd have to be
the opposite. Yeah.
It would have to be at least a child.
You would have to punch down.
And you're normally so good at doing that. So it would be the other person in
Exactly.
this instance.
So no. The answer to that is no.
That's a random
Why do
question.
you raise such a question?
Well, last night at the end of the 49ers-Panthers game on Monday Night Football, and I know everybody was tuned into that just couldn't look away from the screen. You were glued to it. One of the Panthers defenders, okay, Trayvon Moehrig, went up, balled up his fist, and tagged Juwan Jennings right in the
man parts?
Yeah.
Is this after the game?
It was during some sort of scrum. I'm not going to lie to you. I may or may not have realized at 17-3, San Francisco was cruising and killed the broadcast. So I didn't see it live.
Well, I was doing the Nuggets game last night, so I didn't see it either.
Moj?
I was seeing Brian Adams at Ball Arena.
See, here's what you need to learn, Matt. Matt.
Summer of 69.
Matt,
yeah.
The longer you do this show, this man is not interested in sports. He's not. This is sort of like a side job. What he does on given weeknights is relives his glory days of the 80s. I went to a Brian Adams concert when I was 14 years old. He goes to Brian Adams concerts when he's 75. Big difference.
Got to relive those glory days.
I mean, he is trying to live the 80s all over again.
What's wrong with that?
Every night, you will find out. He went to a Brian Adams concert. He went to a Pat Benatar concert. He went to an REO Speedwagon concert. All he does is go to 80s concerts in his 70s.
All of that music sounds great, though. So what's the problem?
Am I wrong, Moj?
Moj, I don't blame you for trying to relive every day like it's the 80s. What wasn't better in the 80s?
So he sits there and he describes it like that, like it's some sort of badge of disgrace.
I mean,
it's not a badge of disgrace. It's just hilarious to me.
It was flipping awesome.
Was it a candlelight concert like you go to usually, or was this a...
It was a Ball Arena packed. It was great. He was great. I can't believe it. I've never seen him before. He was really, really, really good.
So when you say you accused me and Powder,
Was anybody else there last night? Was there anybody listening who was at the show last night? Because it was awesome, and I'm not afraid to say it.
I guarantee most of the people that are listening to this show were not there last night. Those people are listening to Mix 100 and whatever the hell that other radio station is here. They ain't listening to Sports Talk Radio. And that you always accuse us. Oh, how do you guys always find room to watch all these shows on television? Because you're at concerts following 80s bands. That's the difference between us.
Moj needs a friend, so please be his friend. Chime in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. Guys, yesterday, you can continue your lover's quarrel in the next segment.
He gets so mad.
Are you perturbed?
I'm not mad. No, I'm totally fine. I can't believe that I'm being shamed for liking Bryan Adams.
No, I'm not shaming you for that. I'm shaming you for every time you bring up, why didn't you watch something? Why didn't you do something?
You know what? This is my bad. You're right. Trayvon Morey punching Juwan Jennings in the junk. Boy, I'm sure glad. I'm sure bummed I missed that. I should have stayed home from Bryan Adams so I could watch him ball up a fist and punch him right in the nads.
9155 chimes in. Great show last night, Moj. I was there. My great granddad happened to get some tickets and he brought me along. Again, I was 14 years old when I first attended a Bryan Adams concert at Red Rocks.
Craig
True
says
story.
I was there. I'm 42. Went with my wife.
14.
I mean, it sounds like a good time to me. Sounds like a night well spent. You catch up on the Nuggets game. You can catch up on a guy punching another guy square in the junk. I mean, what else did you miss, really?
Once the Nuggets had a comfortable lead late, I turned it off, but I had it on my phone.
Look at that. You're slandering the man, and he's watching a game at a concert.
You know what I could have done?
What's
Watch
that?
the Nuggets with a Bryan Adams video on my phone, and it's all the same.
Or just listen to his music.
Exactly. Nothing's different.
All right, let's move on.
Can we talk some football, please?
Yeah, let's do it. Ian Rappaport yesterday. Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels was evaluated coming out of Washington's bye, and sources say this Sunday's game against the Broncos is a long shot. But Daniels will return to practice this week, progress from his dislocated elbow. So, sounds like it will be Marcus Mariota. Guys, are we surprised the NFL didn't flex this thing out of Sunday Night Football? Can I just ask that?
I am mildly surprised. If Washington had a little more to play for, perhaps. Maybe it's that facet of it. I don't know. Are there other games? What's the other games involved?
That's a good question. The Texans are at the Colts. 6-5, 8-3. Would we rather not watch that Sunday night?
I guess.
Not by a large
From a
margin,
national
though.
perspective, I mean, we in Denver are obviously skewed.
Right. Well, at least the Broncos will be showcased on Sunday night.
Yeah,
that'll be nice.
The Broncos have returned. They're a must-see team. I mean, did you guys see the numbers for Broncos Chiefs?
No, I missed it.
23.5 million people watched that game.
Wow.
I mean, I want you to consume that. 23.5 million people watch that game. The NFL continues to that's sick. That's more than any league's championship series in any other sport. No other sport can match that.
No, it's king. It's king. It always is, and it always will be. And anyone who argues otherwise just doesn't know what they're talking about. Okay? By the way, Sean Payton coming out of the bye week, how about 12-3 in his career, 2-0 with the Broncos?
Well, those bye weeks don't matter as much because we had Andy Reid's bye week record, and that shattered here in Denver. So as much as I expect the Broncos to finish strong, this much we know about Sean Payton. Start slow, gets better as the season goes on. But last year, remember, there were some rough patches toward the end of the season. Avoid those rough patches. Avoid them best you can.
Chris, what day of the week is this?
It's Tuesday.
Chris, do you speak?
I'll help him out.
Tuesday, isn't it?
Hey, Chris is working with Nelly back there on the board.
Howdy.
Hey, Chris, what are you all about?
I'm all about sports, the game of football, baby.
Okay.
Right. You know who,
it's officially Tuesday. Do you want me to make my proclamation on Tuesday?
Yeah.
Because I'll do it, Matt.
I dare you.
The Broncos are going to demolish Washington.
Oh, be careful walking so far out onto that ledge there, Mosh.
Yeah, but he does this every week, so it's not a ledge. It's a weekly
The Commanders have lost 6 in a row.
It's a bridge.
Mariota is way past his prime. He can't play anymore. Broncos coming off a bye week. Sean Payton is 12-3. They're going to kill him. What else do you want me to say?
What was Marcus Mariota's prime? The days in Eugene?
No.
There was a moment there you thought he was the next up and comer.
There was a time in Tennessee when he was pretty damn good, I think.
Okay.
I thought.
I mean, it's been a while.
Yeah. By the way, he was also a pillar of the community there. I mean,
sorry, I didn't realize. How many points does that count for?
Well, I tell you, maybe not a lot, but he was a pillar of the community. But listen, he's a placeholder until Jaden Daniels gets back. That's all he is at this point in his career, and that's fine. It's what a lot of backup quarterbacks are.
By the way,
and it's not a pejorative on him either.
By the way, Sean Payton spoke to the media yesterday, and he was asked about the Broncos' priorities coming in and out of the bye week. Here's what he said.
It's not like we're at the halfway point, but nonetheless, here we are in a position to compete for seeding. There are two things that stand out. The penalties stand out. If you said what's the low-hanging fruit that you have to clean up to improve your chances of getting the best possible seed. And then secondly is harping on the plus-minus turnover, giveaway, takeaway. We ended up 1 last week, and that meant a lot. We were close to being up 2, but in important games, that one possession can be the difference. So that was two of the main topics this morning.
By the way, the Broncos lead the NFL in penalties with 93 and penalty yardage, 883 yards.
Yeah.
You want to compare that to our family here, the Rams, the NFL's best overall team entering Week 13, who have committed a league-low 51 penalties for just 421 penalty yards.
You know what's interesting about that? Take the last game against Kansas City. What did Kansas City in that game? Dumb penalties, right? How many times did Kansas City drives? How many times did they foil themselves with dumb penalties? Those things add up, and he's exactly right. I just don't know how you change that. Sometimes you are what you are. And I think the complexity of the offense at times and all the personnel changes he throws onto the field, that lends itself to more penalties.
Well, I got another idea on how to fix that. Riley Moss got to play better.
Defensive penalties, different story. Yeah, you know what? His are the loudest penalties. His are penalties. His are like game-changing. There are penalties, and then they're like game-changers.
I hate to pick on one guy. It's a team sport, and he's getting picked on a lot this year. But, man, the Broncos defense has played well and picked him up in some big moments, but he's got to clean it up. Coming out of the bye week, it's about discipline. When we talk about penalties, it's about discipline. And you can have aggressive penalties that are born out of trying to make a play, or you can have procedural, penalties born out of dysfunction. I think most of the Broncos penalties are born out of trying to make a play.
Sure.
But you got to be better because that's what gets you beat. When we're talking about a 9-2 football team, when we're talking about playoffs, those are the things that get you beat, Moshe.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I think it's a testament, and I think Broncos fans, you should look at it like this. If you want to ask yourself on a daily basis, how good is this defense? Well, the offense has been wildly inconsistent. Special teams have been wildly inconsistent, sometimes downright putrid. The penalty factor has been a disaster. And yet you're still a 9-2 football team leading the division. And there's one reason and one reason only that you are. It's because your defense is ungodly good. And that's it. So Sean Payton is right on the money. Listen, you clean up the crap that you've been throwing out there at times. When you look at their penalty situation on any given week, and even the turnover situation on any given week, Matt, they should be losing. They should lose. But they don't. But they. And I'm not saying all the time, Vic. Good teams can overcome that. What I'm saying is that they should have more losses sprinkled in, and they don't.
I think the penalty that drives me bonkers the most, you always notice the DPIs. Those are easy to notice. The false starts drive me crazy.
Sure, those are the procedural ones.
Yeah. Those drive me crazy.
Yeah.
Because your offense is moving, right? You're like, okay, first down, let's go. And then false start, now you're first and 15 or second and 15. Those are the ones where, pay attention. If you ever played team sports, you ever have that teammate's like, hey, pay attention.
I have a question for you guys. Why in the world do teams ever have illegal formation penalties?
They don't look at their teammates where they're lined up.
But excuse me.
You got to get. Remember,
Shouldn't that just be rote at this point, though? I mean, when you're talking about all the snaps in practice, all the film, all the everything, I don't think you should ever have an illegal formation penalty ever. That's just brain damage, brain dead laziness. That's what that is.
Well, somebody messed up.
Yeah.
Somebody's not on the line.
But that's not a hold. It's not a PI. It's not a roughing the passer.
Yeah.
It's not any of this. It's not an illegal block in the back, which are plays that are happening as the game is being played.
Be honest,
you literally haven't snapped the ball at all, and you're lined up wrong.
Be honest, Matt. When you're watching a football game, and Romo does this. Tony Romo's go, "Oh, that's a illegal formation." Or how many times are you watching as a fan? Do you even notice it? I mean, you
don't really notice it.
You don't
because
even
the guy
notice
doesn't cover up a guy, or a guy does cover up a guy,
and you don't have the angle to see it all the time.
I think the more surprising number, and this is a big one too, Sean brings up the turnover margin. The Broncos are -3 this year with that defense.
I know, and they're 9-2 at -3.
Only 3 fumbles recovered this year?
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
That surprises me.
Therein lies the biggest difference between this defense and the 2015 defense. Because the one in 2015 was a turnover machine. Hell, that was an offense in itself, the way they produced turnovers. They not only turned teams over, they scored off those turnovers. And this team just...
You're talking about 2015?
Yeah.
They turned the ball over a lot.
Yeah,
on the
that's
opposition.
what
they were great.
That's how they won the Super Bowl. That's how they beat Carolina. I mean, if I were to tell you, how did the Broncos beat Carolina in the Super Bowl? What's the number one thing that comes to mind?
They forced turnovers.
They made Cam Newton turn it over.
Absolutely. And they're not doing that, but they're still awesome because they are getting to the quarterback like crazy.
So just for my own records here, your bold proclamation for the day was that the Broncos are going to smoke the Commanders on Sunday night.
Totally.
Well, your bold proclamation from yesterday came true. I'll tell you what it was next.
Guys, I want to talk to you about something. It's called erectile dysfunction. Does that sound awful to you? Well, maybe it does. It might if you're suffering from it, but don't be embarrassed. Don't worry about it. Get something done about it. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today because they treat ED and many other things involved with men's sexual health. Nothing wrong with it. Sometimes you get older. If you had a bad knee or a bad ankle, you'd get that fixed, wouldn't you? They've got success rates at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic well over 90%. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. What are you waiting for? Schedule an appointment. Your initial visit, only $99. You got the consult with the Colorado Licensed Medical Provider, TPSA test. And if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, your visit's going to be totally free. They've got an expert staff of pros, and you could be back in business before you know it. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So do yourself a favor, call today. 720-440-7900. There's no shame. There's no embarrassment. It's getting fixed. 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Brett is out. Baby number 2 has arrived. We're on the up and up there. We're all good.
Well, I
there?
think he's hammered probably, but other than that, I think everything's okay. Yeah.
I sent him a congratulatory text
and
an update.
And I was pretty succinct, and I just said to him, let's see, I just sent this recently. I said, hey, good job on the kid.
Can I, before you finish, can I let you know if I just had a kid and you were my everyday partner, how I would respond to good job on the kid? All you're doing is getting a thumbs up on that text.
He didn't give me a thumbs up. He said, I did a lot of work.
Okay. Yeah. That works.
Well, what are you supposed to? I mean, what am I supposed to say?
He hasn't done any work for quite a while. I'm sure back in the day he did a lot of work.
Yeah.
How are things?
None of
Is
my
everybody
business.
okay? Is everybody healthy?
That's a lot of detail.
Yeah, that's too much, Matt.
Sorry. Is that too personal?
Hey, Lewis.
How long
it's
have
a
you
lot.
been doing the show with Kane?
Almost 7 years.
That's getting too personal for you guys.
Oh,
I mean,
Boy.
I see.
I don't understand. You
don't know
want me
the
to
question?
run like a love letter here? What is this, like World War I, and I'm sending a letter to my loved one in the trenches? What?
Yeah, Chris, do you have any love letter music?
And jeez.
Nellie's
like, kid.
Nellie's like, that's my favorite. I love love letter music.
How often do you guys drop the love letter bed into the Moser, Lombardi, and Kane show?
We don't write too many letters anymore. We wrote what I thought was a very...
We're in trouble.
Did you write a letter after coming home from Bryan Adams?
No, but we wrote a letter one time to Adam Silver. And I thought it was a very... There you go. I thought it was a very coherent, respectful letter.
I would like to write
and
a letter.
we got in big time trouble. So we don't write too many letters anymore. But dear Brett,
dear Gary Bettman, can you schedule some games during nights where there's no other sports going on? What are you doing in hockey?
I'm sorry here, Matt. I'm sorry for him. Dear Brett, congrats on the kid.
Okay, great. Let Brett go. Let's go to Gary Bettman.
I'm glad you did a lot of work. I hope everybody's doing great. Would you like some whiskey?
Could I send you over anything? Could I drop by the house later?
That's
Bring you a bottle of wine.
Don't listen, dear Brett, don't listen to Matt. That's too much work for us.
Oh, sorry.
You're doing fine. There's a thing called DoorDash. You'll be great. Don't
Here's
sweat it.
my letter to Brett. What do you want me to do? Good job.
You can feel the love.
Good job, Brett.
Vic would like to help with Kid 3. Is that possible? Check this box.
Wow. Wow. All right, enough of the love letter. Remember, whether you're at home or on the go, we're always available streaming live on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm Injury Lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Call Big Lou. He's on number 3.
Hey, what?
By the way,
so what's this big
I was going to tell
proclamation?
you. I mean, I'm trying to give you credit, and you just won't let me get
I don't want it.
You sure?
Okay, go ahead.
So your bold proclamation of today was that the Broncos are going to hammer the Commanders on Sunday night.
That is correct.
Your bold proclamation of yesterday was there was no way in the world that Kevin Stefanski would go back to Dylan Gabriel after the Browns won in Vegas on Sunday.
Shador will start this week. Obviously, number one job of a quarterback is to win. So excited to get that first win under his belt. And then next thing is improvement. And that's what young players do. Certainly young quarterbacks do. You get one game better, and that's just from working at it. So that'll be our focus.
Okay. Dylan Gabriel, by the way, is cleared. He could play, but you don't go away from a win. You don't.
That would be very
silly.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this though, because you are closer to the situation than I'll ever be, Matt. And I noticed the reaction of him post-game, and you were talking about the bravado and all this kind of thing, and, does that bother you? I said, look, I just want wins. I care
Is that
about,
how you remember the conversation going?
That's not how the conversation went at all.
Is that how you remember it going?
How did it go?
You didn't like the bravado.
Oh, no, you're right. I didn't. I mean, I didn't say that. I said, I wish he was more of an us guy than a me guy in that situation. But I don't care what you are as long as you win. I would be concerned about him in the room eventually, perhaps, right? How that rubs people in the room, because you're not dealing with other college players where you are clearly head and shoulders the stud amongst dudes. Everybody in an NFL locker room is a stud in one capacity or another.
3886 on the text line says, Stefanski sounds like he's announcing someone's death.
So I was thinking about this. If you were an NFL head coach, and I'm going on Shedeur here, but I'm not saying he's this. If he wins and you create a, quote, monster, like you've created this.
What's
ego,
a monster? What,
the ego, like, I'm the best, whatever.
But you're winning. Isn't that good for everybody?
Right. So then why does he sound like you just said, like he's reading a eulogy?
Here's my deal. Here's the way I look. Do I want him to be a little more grounded? Sure. But I always go back to what Matt said. Matt said it. I think you said it. What do you expect? He's Prime's child. You are your father's kid. I mean, he grew up in that environment. He grew up
Can
with
I say
that
something, though?
bravado.
Your old man is one of the nicest human beings I've ever met in my life. What happened to you? You are not the product of your old man. You did not come from his loins. You couldn't have.
Good point.
Because if you're saying that Shedeur is a direct rub-off, you are not like
here's why. Here's why.
You're more like Bambi.
No, here's why. We're not in the same business.
That's exactly. I was just about to say.
So Prime and his son are in the exact same business.
Right.
They're in the sports entertainment business.
Okay.
If your father did it a certain way and achieved greatness at that, what do you think the kid's going to do?
Do the same thing.
Let me interject. And you're absolutely right. But it's more than that, Vic. It's more than just about being in the same business. He groomed him for this.
Yes.
He raised him to be an NFL quarterback.
He made him this.
It wasn't just like, well, maybe you could be in the NFL and maybe be an executive because of my connections and I'm Deion Sanders. No. He raised him to be a franchise quarterback. That's what he raised him to do. Now,
I totally agree.
To Moser's point, why does it sound like there's a funeral? Because it's very strange. And we talked about this yesterday. They drafted Dillon Gabriel in the 3rd round. Stefanski went out to Oregon. They had that pre-draft workout where they fell in love. By the way, Stefanski, Lanning, Dillon Gabriel, all represented by CAA. By the way, for whatever it's worth. So I did want to push back on Adam Schefter yesterday a little bit. Vic, you asked him that exact question that Mose just posed. Why does Stefanski talk like this about Shedeur?
I got to tell you something. It seems like people are really like, maybe I'm missing something. Like I spoke to Kevin about it a few times. Like I spoke to him Friday for a while, and to me, he sounded like he's taking great pride in Shedeur and going out of his way to work with Shedeur. Like, I had no axe to grind or like we were just talking.
Huh.
And so, I'm not seeing it that way. I know there's a lot of negativity, for him, but in Shedeur. I'm just telling you, I haven't spoken to him for a while like that. I didn't hear any of that.
So far be it for me, a lowly peasant, to push back on Adam Schefter. But I also happen to have a source, and as Moser said, I'm pretty close to the situation. I had a source that spoke to Kevin Stefanski, was this 3 weeks ago? Completely different story than what Schefter told us yesterday. And I didn't want to push back on Schefter during the interview. But I'll just say this. After being in the room with Kevin Stefanski on Sunday, and following this Brown situation since Shedeur got drafted, as close as I'm following the Broncos, it's ridiculous. I'm sick of listening to Cleveland Sports Radio. That's not true. Kevin Stefanski is not a Shedeur guy at all. He's not a fan.
Well, neither
whatsoever.
is the owner. Well, the owner's not either.
Guys.
And so let me just finish this point. Stefanski is very reserved with media. Very reserved. I didn't even ask him how he was or who he was going to name the starter on Sunday. I asked him how he would go through that process. His response to me was, well, I'll take my time, and then moved on to the next question.
It doesn't take a forensics test to figure out he is not high on this whole Shedeur Sanders thing. All right? It's obvious in his mannerisms, in his vocal inflection, and just the way he handled that announcement. Now, when I asked Adam about this yesterday, I said, what's taking so long to name the starter? It's pretty obvious. He said, well, why does he have to? He named a starter about an hour after that interview.
Yeah. Well,
so what's the difference?
And I'll tell you why. After recently having talked to Stefanski, there was a different tune coming from him. He knows Gabriel isn't what he thought he was. He knows the pressure to play Shedeur was coming down the line. And as you pointed out, he's headed straight towards the firing line. He knows the best chance he has to keep his job is getting on board here and being the company man and throwing his weight behind their 5th-round pick, who could be his only hope of salvation to keeping his job if they can find a way to win games. Because, oh, by the way, I know this sounds crazy, but the Browns are 3 games back in the AFC North.
They ain't making the playoffs. Not a chance in heck.
I'm not saying they're going to, but they could win a few more games.
They could, but that division stinks.
For those of you who continue to send texts saying, big deal, Shedeur just beat the Raiders. Mind you, that's that same Raiders team that waltzed into Denver. Bo Nix barely beat them, okay? So before you take the shine off Shedeur Sanders and his win on the road, just remember, it's the NFL. That's that same Raiders team that came in here and led late. So calm down a little bit and give the kid his due. He won a road game, which is not hard. Oh, it is hard, I should say.
I don't know Kevin Stefanski. I don't know what's going on in his brain, but this is my interpretation. That if Shedeur plays well, because he's got to play better than he did against the Raiders to win most games. He does have to.
No question.
But I believe he's got the talent. So it's not like a Tebow situation where Tim Tebow couldn't play the position. And I loved how Elway told Tom and...
That was great.
Yeah, he told Tom and Woody and Ron, look, the only guy I could replace Tebow with was Peyton Manning. And he was right about that. But I feel like Stefanski goes home and goes, crap. This kid could be my meal ticket, could save my job because he's got talent. I need to coach him up, but I don't want to coach him.
But I can't stand
him. But that's exactly what it feels like. The owner came out, Matt, and said, during training camp, wait, I didn't pick him. He ain't my guy. Talk to the GM. I mean, essentially, right? The guy's a pariah inside of his own organization. And yet they're like, yeah, he's going to start again this week. And I hope he does great. And I hope that we can coach him up some more. That's kind of what it feels like. Whatever. It's not my organization. And look, I'm not tight with the Sanders family or anything like that. I wish the best for the kid. I think he's got tremendous talent. The Browns go, 0-56 in the next 56 games. I really don't give a rat's rips. It's not my concern.
Tune in tomorrow for a special Nuggets Ticket Wednesday. Thanksgiving isn't going to stop us from giving away Nuggets tickets. Tune in tomorrow for your chance to win tickets to the Mavs game, Monday, December 1st. See the Nuggets take on Cooper Flag and the Mavericks. That's a special Nuggets Ticket Wednesday tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On the other side, the Nuggets with a 10-point win over the Grizzlies last night and some signs that they may be all right without AG and CB. We'll explain next.
Watch this. Watch this, Matt. Watch. Go ahead, Chris. Crank it up. By the end of this show, he's going to wish he was there.
He will.
He
I know.
will.
I
Yeah.
already wish that I went
he
last
already
night.
wishes he was. Look at him. He's like, I know that song.
I went to this concert in 1985.
Yeah, well, he
at
kicks,
Red Rocks.
He still kicks ass.
Those same
Okay,
songs
fine. Yeah,
were sung.
Yeah, and
But
they're
last
awesome.
night, you should have been there.
Absolutely brilliant. No doubt about it.
Should have been there.
But you were working, and the Nuggets got a win, which is good.
Live from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, Matt Smith, and for Brett. 125-115 Nuggets over the Grizzlies last night. They bounced back from that loss at home to Sacramento, Vic. And look, we talk about Nikola Jokic's greatness a lot. And I feel like we have been fully normalized to what he's doing on a night-to-night basis, right? Like, you kind of roll your eyes when you see the StatMuse tweet come across the timeline. Oh, Jokic, 30, 15, and 10, another nonsense wilt. It's like, oh, great. Add that to his collection of 70 other moments. But how about this one? Games with 15-plus assists. 33 for Jokic. 14 for all other centers in NBA history combined.
Say that one more time.
Games with 15 or more assists for Nikola Jokic in his career.
Now do his record on those games.
I would imagine it's got to be 33-0.
Nearly flawless.
Or 32-1.
And now what's crazy about Nikola's numbers, before his 55-point win the other day, last week, he was winless in games in which he scored 50 or more.
It's remarkable.
He's now 1-4 in those games. 1-4 in games in which he scores 50 or more. But if you give him a game where he has 15-plus assists, it's almost a W every time. He's a sharer.
Well, that means, listen, he always shares the basketball. Always. He can be a sharer, but you know the other guys have to be? They have to be makers. That's when the assists get up there, is because guys are making shots. There are some nights when he'll distribute the basketball as much as he does on any other night, and they're missing. They're missers, not makers. And so that's the difference. He's always going to give the ball up. But I like the fact that last night he took only 9 shots. You know, Matt, there was a time around this joint where I would get hot and bothered about MVP talk. And it should have been 4 in a row, whatever. But I get hot and bothered about it. The guy doesn't give a rat's rip about that. He wants what he got last night, sharing the ball 17, 10, and 16. That makes for a happy Nikola Jokic. Not these guys getting off for 39. You know, he's happier in this regard because his team is going to win basketball games.
You know what, guys? The Denver Nuggets are lucky. And when I say lucky, here it is. They're missing 2 starters. AG's going to be out till the first of the year, minimum. In fact, if you read that press release again, it doesn't say he'll be back in 4 to 6 weeks. It says he'll be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks.
You know what? Is that what we're doing with Kane? Is Kane going to be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks? Because he didn't even have a hammy.
That's a good point.
I mean, AG can barely
AG's
walk.
better off just making kids. He gets 12.
100%.
So anyway, if you look at the schedule until his possible return and CB's possible return, CB's not back until Christmas minimum, right? Their schedule's actually doable. I mean, it's not a tough schedule. San Antonio without Wemby, without Castle, at Phoenix. I think Phoenix is the surprise team of the Western Conference this year. How the hell is Phoenix? How do they have a winning record?
No idea.
Dallas, they suck. At Indiana, they're terrible. Atlanta, I don't know what you get in Atlanta anymore. Charlotte, whatever. Orlando, and then their next really tough game, if you want to quantify tough, is December 20th at home against Houston. That's the next really tough game. Then after that, it's Utah, Dallas, another tough one against Minnesota. They've got 2 toughies here on the schedule before Christmas. 2 toughies.
Why are they off for 11 days in December?
They're not. That's the NBA Cup games that they reschedule.
Okay. Copy.
So if they don't make the quarterfinals of the NBA Cup.
They'll have 11
They will
days
have
off.
they will play 2 games against a team that did not make the quarterfinals.
This cup thing is so stupid.
I can't stand it.
You see, give me some of that, Matt. Come on.
Although I will tell you this.
I love you already, just because of that.
I will tell you this. As a fan, I don't care. Just being honest, I really don't care.
You know what? Do you care about the courts?
No.
I don't care either.
At all.
You know, who does this, and I will ask this again into an open microphone. The last time I asked this question, people bit my head off. I asked my son, who is a young man, and this is supposed to appeal to the young demographic, right?
Apparently.
I said, what do you think about the court? And he said, those are stupid.
It's kitschy.
What? Can anybody, what is this?
It's to break up the monotony of an 82-game season. And for us, I don't think we really care because we're used to it. But I will say, I wonder if there is any effect in the locker room. I do. Because no, it doesn't matter that the court is a different color. And no, it doesn't matter that you're wearing a different jersey. But it's a long season. And for a team like the Nuggets, who is constantly focused on competing, it gets tiring. Sometimes you trick away a game you should beat Sacramento at home. Sometimes it does. Well, in these NBA Cup games, I think that the level of play has actually been raised. So while I think it's silly and I don't really care about it, I don't think it adds much value.
Well, you know what?
I do think there is a better brand of basketball being played in some of those games.
You understand, it's not the court that's motivating the guys, right? It's the money at the end of the rainbow if you go to Vegas. That's going to motivate anybody. It's not the... Do you really think Kevin Durant looks at the red court in Houston and says, oh, yeah?
Of course not.
They're looking at the cash if you win these kind of games. That's what they're looking at. The court. That's why the color of the court and the scheme, you know me, guys. I'm an NBA haunch. I love the NBA, but what are we doing here?
But I will say, I think the basketball is better on those nights. I do. I think it's more entertaining.
I agree with you. I tell Moser that, and he disagrees. I say, they're into those games more.
They are.
They're into those games. I could just see the difference.
And putting myself in their shoes, which, I'd have to do that because it'd be big shoe on me. You know what I'm saying? I'd never actually buy that size, walk around. But the point was, putting myself in their shoes, if I got to play 82 games, I'd much rather play a game with a shot to win some cash and go to Vegas than go to Charlotte and play some, one-off. Who cares?
I dig. But as a fan, I couldn't give a rat's rip less. But, Vic, to your point, that Houston game, a biggie on December 20th. That's over a little less than a month from now. Christmas against Minnesota is a biggie, obviously. So it looks very doable until those guys get back. It looks very doable.
They've got a favorable schedule. And the reason I bring that up is I think it's asking a little much. Remember, these are not the OKC Thunder. The Denver Nuggets do not have the benefit of endless talent. OKC's bench is ridiculous. Jalen Williams, J-Will, has yet to play a game. And they're 17-1.
Which one?
The good one.
The good one. There's 2.
Yeah.
He's yet to play a game. And they've got the best record in the NBA by far, and they're blowing teams out by an average of 17 points a game.
Let them check out. I'm not worried about that. And if you have to go to their place eventually, fine. Let them check out. Screw them.
What I'm
telling you about the people behind you. Yeah.
They can. They don't even count when I'm comparing teams here. The Denver Nuggets do not have that benefit. When you are missing 2/5 of your starting 5, if you're missing CB and AG, that is going to catch up to you at some point. No matter what you think. Oh, well, our bench is deeper. I don't care. It's not AG. It's not CB.
You just got to weather the storm.
Yeah. So what is weathering the storm is what I'm asking you guys. What is that? Because if you think that they're going to go through this next 10 games, what's weathered? 9-1. Are you crazy? What's weathering the storm? What's good if you're missing 2/5 of your starting 5? Are we going to have people say when we get to Christmas, well, the Nuggets, same old Nuggets? Guys, look at who they're missing. What is weathering the storm exactly?
It's a good question.
You know what it is for me? It's winning games just like last night. At no point, they had opportunities. Hell, they were up 17 in the 4th. They could have ended that thing. And what happens? Memphis comes back and cuts it to 5. That's what it's going to look like.
Right.
Whether you like it or not, whether you think that's fair or not, whether it drives you crazy or not, that's what it's going to look like.
You talked about that bench. You talked about OKC's depth. And one thing we discussed yesterday, and it's quite obvious when you're talking about a team that's missing 2 starters, is you're going to need somebody else to step up. Payton Watson, 27-5-3. And in the last 6 games without Christian Brown, almost 17 points per game, almost 7 rebounds per game, shooting 50% from 3 and 56% from the field overall. That's development. In a contract year, that's a guy that had to play better. He was drafted highly. There was a lot of promise, even though he didn't play much college ball. But I'm telling you right now, that's the type of stuff that you look back when we're going to playoffs and go, hey, you remember when Christian Brown missed a month, but Payton Watson came in and averaged almost 20 points per game? That's why the Nuggets ended up with the 1 seed. That's the type of stuff that, or not the 1 seed, the 2 seed.
We're not to a point yet, though. Vic, where are we at with Payton? Because, well, let me explain. He's developing nicely. This is a homegrown product. Like you said, he hardly played any college ball. But the Nuggets saw potential in him, and they've been grooming it and building it and massaging it and so on and so forth. And now the kid's got confidence. And now he's getting an opportunity, and he's playing with confidence. Good. We're not to a point where he's going to go, you know what, I'm going to need some starter minutes. I mean, when do we reach that point? I mean, we're not there yet, obviously, right?
No, they're going to have
But
to
if you're talking about contract year and all this kind of thing at the age of 20, what is he, 23?
Yes. Soon to be 24.
When does he get to the, okay, well, I'm developing quite nicely. I want to play more. I want starters minutes. I want to go someplace, whatever.
Well, it could happen next year because he's on the final year of his contract. They did not pick up his extension. He's going to be an RFA in the offseason. The Nuggets are right up against it. If the Nuggets want to keep, I'm going to tell you right now, and I hate to go here because we're worried about this season. Next season's a completely different beast. If the Nuggets want to keep Payton Watson, A, they're going to have to go into the luxury tax threshold, or B, they're going to have to trade one of their core 4.
Let's cross that bridge when we get there. Can we let him put together 10 of these games
I agree.
first?
I agree.
Okay.
Before we get a little crazy,
I totally agree, but if you can't see that coming,
look, if
down the tracks,
buddy, if that happens,
sure,
I'll welcome
That's
it.
a good problem.
Yeah, I'll welcome
That's a good problem, and you want that problem, to be honest with you. I'd rather have that problem. I think the Nuggets in years past,
they try to go out and find somebody
the Nuggets,
else. Yeah,
the mistakes they've made is they've paid guys too early.
Right. I mean, that was what killed them with MPJ. It was what killed them with MPJ. And they felt like they didn't have a choice. Am I wrong, Vic?
Well, if they didn't
it's
pay
not
him,
just him.
if they
There's
didn't
other
pay him,
guys on
somebody
the
else
roster
would.
that they've paid that.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But over the last couple of years, who's been the biggest impediment?
Sure.
But
I'm
Matt,
just asking.
If they didn't pay him, somebody else would have paid him.
I'm not saying that they made the wrong decision. In the immediate, it looked good. But down the line, it hurt them.
Listen,
It did.
I'm going to pretend, and I don't know about you guys, the number 1 seed in the West is gone.
Yeah, they checked out.
It's not even Christmas yet.
No
it's
problem.
gone.
That's why I corrected myself to the 2 seed.
Yeah. So get the 2 seed. And that's why games like the other day against Sacramento, they matter. You don't want to play OKC in the second round. I don't. You?
Hell no. No, I'll take my chances in the West Final at their floor. No problem.
Whatever you do, avoid them in the second round.
I know how good they are. I don't want to see them
Let
until
them
the Western
go-
Conference
let them
Final.
go through some rigors.
100%. Hey, by the way, I want to remind everybody, Vitalant and the Avalanche are fighting cancer here in November. During the month of November, schedule a blood donation. Time is running out, by the way. I mean, Thanksgiving's Thursday. Schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates is entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. Go to Vitalant, that's vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more information. Schedule a blood drive today and do yourself a favor. Save a life. Do somebody else a favor. Save a life.
Hey, remember that awful loss to Sacramento the other day? Sacramento just beat Minnesota last night in overtime.
Came back to do it, too.
Yeah. 43 for Ant-Man. Didn't matter. Sacramento beats Minnesota. 2 straight L's for Minnesota. Bad L's.
The Broncos offense has been underwhelming in year 2 for Bo Nix, but is it too late to get better these final 6 games? We'll discuss on the other side. It's another Avs Ticket Tuesday. Get your phone out. And this time our winners are getting 2 pairs of tickets. Your 820 keyword is McNabb. MCNAB. Text McNabb with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And you're entered for tickets to the Avs and Canadiens on Saturday at 1 o'clock and DU in Minnesota later that night at 7. Both games at Ball Arena. It's a hockey doubleheader, folks. And by the way, if you're looking to knock out some of that early Christmas shopping, the Avs host the Utah Mammoth on December 23rd, and then the Kings and Blues on the 29th and the 31st. You got some family in town. God knows you don't want to sit around and talk to them, so get out there, distract them a little bit so you can have a couple of beers. All available online at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. Again, your 820 keyword is McNabb, MCNAB. So text McNabb along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered. We'll announce our first winner of the day at 9:55. Best of luck to everybody out there.
See, I like that. That's because Paul Stastny was a DU pioneer. Peter McNabb, the late, great Peter McNabb, my good friend and partner, was a DU pioneer. So I see where we're going. I can only guess what the word is going to be for next hour.
Well, you're going to be reading it.
Sweet. Okay, then I'll do it.
Yeah.
That'll be a fun day though. Those double headers like that, Vic, where you get a little Avs in you, then you get a little Pios in you. Pios, I mean, look, man, they can win. When you've got David Carl behind the bench, you can win all the time, man. It's good stuff. I'm looking forward to it.
Do you manage your beverage intake when you're dealing with a hockey doubleheader, or do you kind of throw caution to the wind?
That's a great question. So, Vic, do you do the red wine for the Avs game and then a seltzer for the Pios, or vice versa?
Red wine all the time. There's no other.
So you double dip the red wine.
Red wine is the only option.
Can you imagine, dude?
1 o'clock on Saturday.
At a hockey game, they're drinking red wine.
Glass of Chianti
Classico. You and Johnny Lyles would be 2 peas in
Pretty
a pod.
much.
Yeah, 2 peas in a dang pod.
He's not a beer drinker either?
Dude, he is a wine aficionado, this guy.
He's got a cave.
Good for him.
I mean, he's got a cave. You
Same
work
with
here,
Riker.
I assume
Same
you know
with Riker.
that.
Riker's a wine. These guys
He's
are
a
all
wine
wine
guy.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a beer guy.
We're not
These guys are all wine
barbarians.
guys. I reckon.
Well, it's because they were for their whole careers, and now they like to try and act like they have a little bit of class. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's why these hockey guys become wine guys. It's clear as day. By the way, something we didn't hit yesterday, a bit of Broncos bye week business. We all saw Will Lutz got an extension, yeah?
Yeah.
It's interesting because this ownership group, and I love the way they act, and they allow their people to do things like this. You reward players who reward you. You reward players who deserve it. How many players on this team have been rewarded this season already?
Plenty.
Everybody?
JFM.
Except for JFM? No, he has.
No, I'm not saying he's the one that you need to, but every other big gun that was up is getting taken care of.
Benito got paid.
Cooper got paid. Will Lutz got paid. Zach Allen got paid.
Cortland got paid.
Yeah. And you know what? That goes a long way inside the locker room. When these other guys look around and say, you know what? They're taking care of us. And there's not a whole lot of hustle bustle about it, is there?
So it's a 3-year contract extension through 28 that puts him into the top 10 of the highest paid NFL kickers. He was number 13 among kickers with an average annual value of $4.2 million. Top 10 would put him north of the 4.7 range. Hey, $5 million a year to kick a ball. How many kicks a season? How many bucks per kick?
Hey, man, you guys like to break down how much kickers make, and some of you belittle kickers until you really need them.
I'm not belittling the damn kicker. What are we talking about?
It sounds a little.
Nobody belittling no kickers. Listen, I mean, it's.
You're not winning.
Yeah,
let me tell you something. You're not winning playoff games unless your special teams unit, starting with your kicker, can kick.
Yeah, you got a 47-yarder to win the game. I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
It's vital
to have a guy to be able to come in there and drill it. That's a pretty big deal.
Dude went 5 for 5 against KC.
I know
he hit that 54-yarder, which was key.
Home skillet. Okay.
It's year 2 for Bo. If you ask me, he's taken a little bit of a step back from year 1, but not all that uncommon. There's a reason we have the term sophomore slump. But the Broncos offense, look,
Let me ask you this. Would you call this a slump?
I don't know if I
would you say, I don't think he's slumping.
I don't think he's continued on the same projection. I mean, whatever that
trajectory.
Yeah, trajectory is the word.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's not on the same trajectory, okay?
Yeah. Yes.
Is that what we're saying? Just combine them both.
The trajectory sort of plateaued.
I would call it regression. That's what I would call it. That would be the official term I'd give to it. But without J.K. Dobbins in the fold now the rest of the year, you're relying on R.J. Harvey, Jaleel McLaughlin, Tyler Bidet, those three guys to run the football. And the one thing we know wins games when the weather gets cold and the calendar turns is running the ball and playing defense. Not worried about one of those things. But I do think for this Broncos offense to open up another layer, eventually they have to find consistency in the ground game. And I think they had that with Dobbins.
I think they did too.
Well, now you're in trouble because you have to redo everything. Now you're rediscovering who your go-to guy is. We were sort of blessed that J.K. Dobbins became that guy.
Yeah. This is where I say, this is Moj talking. You make $18 million per year, Sean. Figure it out. It's on you to figure it out. You had a mini bye and a full bye. Figure it out. You're a 9-2 football team. Yeah, you lost your number one back. That stinks. Well, so did the Chargers. Harbaugh, figure it out. I mean, if I was a Chargers person, figure it out, bro. Get it done. Because you got a defense that can win a Super Bowl right this second. Figure it out. If you want to use RPO as a running game, whatever you want to do, it better be effective. Now, I wouldn't say that Nix is in a slump. In terms of yards, he's still top 13. I think he's 13th in the league. But his passer rating is way down there. He's in the high 20s, someplace in that regard, last time I looked. So you need to get him playing consistently enough to complement the defense enough to win games. Because that defense can win you a lot of damn games. You don't need to be a guy who puts up 30 a game. You don't need to be a guy who throws for 386 and 3 touches.
Moj.
What?
You just did a lot of talking
Yeah.
without, I mean, a lot of talk. Would you rather have J.K. Dobbins or not?
Of course.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, figure it out.
Oh,
Make it work. That's like saying, hey, you're missing AG and CB. Figure it out. Make it work.
Here's who's not crying for you. Anybody in New England. Anybody in Buffalo.
Understood.
Anybody in L.A.
Let me ask you a
Anybody in
question.
Kansas. Nobody's crying for you. Figure it out.
If L.A. lost Kyron Robinson.
Williams.
Gosh darn it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If they lost him, do you think they'd be saying, figure it out? That's a big loss. You lose players who make a difference.
Are you crying a river for Najee Harris being out for the year?
That's
Are you
a big
crying a
loss.
river for Rashawn and all being out? I mean, no,
You
but
make
not
it sound
crying
like
a
it's an
river.
easy fix.
Well, hold on. Let me just, because I do think you said something that's actually really important, which, I mean, good for you.
It's pretty rare.
Good for you. Without Dobbins, it's 4th and 1. You put yourself in that $18 million man's shoes. It's 4th and 1. You've got Kansas City at home in the playoffs. Who is carrying the football?
Bo Nix.
Well, see what I mean? You just sort of set it aside like it doesn't matter, and it does matter.
No, I know it
does
matters.
add up.
It does. I completely agree with you. I couldn't agree with you more.
You know what?
I'm going to run the option.
I'm just asking.
Actually, I'm going to run the wing tee and really screw him up and pick up the first down.
I think Marvin Mims can get more carries.
Well, I mean, you talk about Colorado now with converted receivers as running backs. I mean,
you know
that's where they're at up in Boulder.
San Francisco did that for years. The Niners took receivers and made them running backs.
You got to get creative.
Yeah.
And what Moj said, I think, is the biggest key to the Broncos offense getting better. You tell me if you agree here. The RPO. Bo running. He's at his best when he uses his legs. And the way to open up the offense, if you don't have a great running game, is have the threat of the quarterback run. That was, in my opinion, last year. You go back to all those games. I mean, he is a fantastic athlete. He is fast.
I think he's very good. Yeah.
They've got to get him on the move more, man. The offense hits way too many lulls, and he sits back in the pocket, and there's plenty of running lanes. He doesn't take advantage. Without J.K. Dobbins, if you really want to get this offense to score 24 points a game even, I mean, what are they averaging? It can't even be that much.
I think it's along the lines of 20. I have to look it up.
I mean,
Right
it's
now.
got to
More
be.
than that. Is it 21, 22? Right around there?
Here's my point. 21, 22, are either of you comfortable if I gave you 21, 22 points right now?
With this defense, yes.
Against the Chiefs.
With this defense, what was the final score of that game?
I know it was low
22-19?
scoring. They'd have to do it again.
I mean, you are what you are. This is not going to be a 35-point game offense. It's just not.
And that was the question I asked. Is it too late to fix it, or is this who they are?
I mean, the one game where they went off, that Dallas game, that was an aberration. That was one of those, whoa, what are we seeing here? I mean, even the other game where they went off against Cincinnati, it was 28 points. It wasn't 48, it was 28.
My bad. It's 23.4, which is better
Not bad, actually.
than I had assumed
Yeah,
it
me
was.
too.
Yeah, because I can't get these 13 to 10s out of my head.
It's what it feels like every week.
That
I mean, it may not be.
44 helped out. That 33 helped out. Those help out.
You take those out, probably looks a little bit different.
It certainly does.
It probably does. By the way, that Avs Ticket Tuesday, that keyword to text in to 303-504-0925 to win a pair of tickets to both Avs and Canadiens on Saturday at 1 and DU in Minnesota at 7. McNabb. Text McNabb, MCNAB to 303-504-0925.
You got some problems here, too.
Yeah, I've got some problems.
Here's a Nick Nab.
I saw a McCabe. I've got a couple of McCabes.
There's a bunch of McCabes. There's a McMab.
Yeah. Well, don't text and
There's a
text and drive.
Pioneer, and there's a Bork. There's another Nick Nab.
Okay. Well, people don't know how to spell. What's new?
McDab. I mean, we had at least two handfuls of McManus.
So, you good? I mean, I got you. It's not that hard. People are stupid. What do you want me to say?
Well, they're not stupid. They're fat-fingered.
They're fat. Oh, fat-fingered.
Fat-fingered, yeah.
Fat-fingered, sorry.
Look at you. What are you talking about? You're fat-fingered.
I got some good size to these fingers.
Yeah,
There's some girth on these feelers.
Yeah, you've got some hot dogs going on there.
I don't know if it's a quite hot dog. I mean, that's a long middle finger. I could show you during the break if you'd like.
You already have.
Well, we talked about Will Lutz, and you guys talked about Broncos ownership, and I'm glad you did because it brings me to something I did want to hit. This was Will Lutz, and I know we're going to listen to a piece of audio from a kicker, so just hang with me. Hang with me.
You just did it again. What is with your insulting of kickers?
Here's Will Lutz yesterday on his contract extension.
You know, the cool part of anyone who's been here the last few years is just kind of seeing, but also feeling the change that's kind of going through this building over the past couple of years. And I think that started with new ownership. Mr. and Mrs. Penner have been great. You know, the word no really isn't in their vocabulary for their players. And I think you can tell by the vibes in the building. You know, you look at that new building every day that you're out there at practice, and you feel the change that's happening. Kind of getting back to the history of the Broncos and the winning ways that we've always had. So I've got a great relationship with Coach Payton, and then obviously being able to get to know our upstairs over the last couple of years with, you know, doing a couple extensions with them now. You know, this is the place we want to be. My family it's just been such a welcome change for us.
All right, so the reason I wanted to bring this up.
You ain't lying.
No, not at all. And the reason I wanted to bring that up and play that, I still don't think Broncos fans quite understand that they hit the freaking jackpot with the Walton Penner family ownership group.
It's where it starts. It's where it ends. It's everything. I mean, it means everything. You understand that? In pro sports, if you don't have that nailed down, that aspect, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Because one of the reasons why things were in such chaos and disarray for the last 10 years is because ownership was changing. It was changing.
Pat Bowlen had all the good intentions in the world in his plan. And I don't care what anybody says about Joe Ellis or John Elway or anybody else. I don't care. Trying to execute that plan was brain damage.
Good luck.
They did the best they could under the circumstances.
I agree.
Then when the infighting starts, the hell do you do? They did the very best they could. And I'm not putting this on Mr. Bowlen. He had all the good intentions in the world. with what he wanted with his franchise. It was a nightmare.
But think about
absolute nightmare. And all those people have my undying admiration. Yeah, and you're right. To have this group come in, committed to win. And by the way, they were drinking through a fire hose. They didn't know anything about being an owner in the National Football League. They come in and they're learning on the job as fast as they possibly can, and they've kicked butt.
Just think about where this ownership group is today and what you expect of this group. They volunteered to change out the turf on the field for the last 3 years. Volunteered. Nobody's made them do this. They've done it themselves. I've actually had conversations with Greg Penner about it. Why do you do this? He goes, because our greatest asset are our players. And if we make sure our players are safe, that's our first and only requirement. So they do that. Do you have any doubt that this new stadium is going to be ridiculous?
State of the art.
Over the top?
State of the art.
No doubt, right?
It's going to be awesome.
Do you understand what this does in NFL circles when people talk about where they want to play? Where do you want to play?
Yeah.
Where do you want to play?
Well, I mean, the facility, what they're doing out of the facilities.
Yes.
Switching everything from one side to the other.
It's just how you're treated.
No, 100%. Do you guys do like I do, though? Because I drive downtown a lot. A lot. Do you ever just look around and try to envision what it's going to look like there?
It's going to feel crowded. I'm really interested to see how, like, I-25 is already a pain in the butt, right? You have to deal with it. I'm just wondering, you have the stadium down there, and they already have a stadium, but you add now the soccer stadium, this stadium, all the redevelopment. How's
the
that
east side of 25 is going to be packed.
How's that going to work?
Like, I think it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be killer. The Buckhorn, man, I'm telling you what, they better stock up on Rocky Mountain oysters because they're going to be flying off the shelves.
I mean, guys.
I love the Buckhorn.
I mean, yeah, okay, it'll be packed. But are you telling me that area doesn't need a little TLC?
Well, we've talked about this. I mean, I don't want to hear people say, oh, well, what about the history and the what history? What?
Didn't somebody say that? And I'm like, you got to be joking.
And let me let you in on a little politics 101. Whenever you have a group crying that, this is a historical landmark and you can't mess with it, what's really going on? What's really going on? What do you think's going on?
Bread.
Give me some money.
Yeah. Give me some
bread. Matt, you deal with real estate and properties and all right.
Yep.
So an area where nobody ever ventures to anymore. Nobody. Unless you want to smoke crack. If somebody says, "Oh, we got to preserve this area," it's this warehouse has been here for 2 centuries.
Try to grease the wheels.
Yeah, they want money.
A little grease. Oh,
they want money.
Well,
this is not a difficult thing to understand.
No.
Look, this broken down concrete.
Yeah, we've had this here for years. What are you going to do with it?
These crack addicts.
Okay.
I'm being flippant here. I shouldn't be.
Are you? I couldn't tell.
Because it's a problem. But that area is a blight on downtown. This is going to be awesome. Anyway, every time I drive downtown, whether I'm, sometimes I'll get off the highway and I look and I try to envision what this is going to be.
You make it sound like you're a pioneer, Lewis and Clark or something.
Braving the
I
elements.
know.
A real
Mark
Colorado
Moser
man.
Comes off the highway and walks around and just surveys the land. Oh, what are you doing? You're just driving to work like everybody else.
All right. Well, we've left that. Mark goes downtown. It'll be nice. The Broncos stadium will be great. Ownership's good. You know where ownership isn't good? One of the other teams. I'll give you a guess which one it is. That's next.
Are you going to the mountains for Thanksgiving, Black Friday, this entire weekend? A lot of people are, I'm sure. And maybe when you're up there, you're going, what about a mountain property, second home, a rental, even the dream home? Well, if you're thinking about that and you're going to pull the trigger on that sometime, you need an absolute pro. And I've got her. Her name is Anastasia Bell. It's an awesome name, right? Even better agent, a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge. Now, If you're dealing with a sale or purchase like that in Summit County or anywhere in the mountains for that matter, you need somebody with market expertise and experience. That is Anastasia Bell. Here's her telephone number. Why don't you give her a call or a text right now? 970-968-7646. That's right, 970-968-7646. She's right there. She'll answer the phone or get back to you immediately. If you're thinking about a mountain property, you need the service, you need the guidance, you need all of that expertise, and that is her. Trust me when I tell you. Remember that name. It's Anastasia Bell.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Matt Smith in for Brett. By the way, congratulations to the Canes on baby number 2, Boval. Congratulations.
Little baby Boval. Somebody said earlier on in the program, and I think this is accurate, because you're new still.
I
This
am.
is day 2.
This is day
for
2.
God's sake. Vic, somebody said he sounds like the narrator in a bad Hallmark movie.
I would love that job.
And I thought, you know what?
I would love that job.
It sounds like a put down.
It's not.
But I think that's actually a positive.
I've never seen a bad Hallmark movie.
Well,
Excuse
I
me?
mean, they're all the same.
They're all
the same.
They're all bad.
Oh, they're great.
I don't know, man. Snuggle up with your significant other, and what was the one where they? Never mind. They got stranded like in Nova Scotia or something.
That's every one of them. And they found love in a hopeless place?
Well, yeah, absolutely they did, man.
Are you guys sitting here and telling me that
I'm
you
sorry.
both enjoy the Hallmark films?
I'm being
yeah.
facetious.
I'm not.
I hope one
Matt,
of you
Matt,
has to be, or
Matt.
I'm going to lose it.
Matt, I
What?
play sports.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, elite athlete. By the way, I'm checking you guys out on our Twitch stream, our Safeway Twitch stream. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Heading into the break, we were talking about great ownership. You get to, I'll let you two gentlemen classify the term for what ownership this is.
It doesn't even matter.
Did you happen to see the little piece of news that came out from the Colorado Rockies yesterday?
Yep.
They hired a manager.
Yep. Same guy.
Hired the interim guy.
Zero reaction from me. Because my reaction would be, what do you want them to do exactly? Where do you want them to go? If the Colorado Rockies announced that they hired Dave Roberts as their manager, who gets a lot of flack, by the way, from some Dodgers fans, would the results change this year?
No.
Moj, would the results change this year?
Not at all.
So,
Who's one of the greatest managers in recent years?
All-time Casey Stengel.
In recent
I'm not talking about
years.
1953, dude.
Bruce Bochy.
Bruce Bochy. Warren Schaefer had 119 losses this year. Oh, I mean, my God. Awful. Bud Black gets the Ziggy after what, 7-33, something like that. So here comes Warren Schaefer from third base taking over. Look, if you put Bruce Bochy behind, or if you put him in that dugout,
what's the difference?
They lose 115.
I heard Kreckman and DMac yesterday go on and on and on and on and on.
No.
I'm like, what?
A great manager is not going to save you with no talent. A great manager with talent is going to get you more wins and a World Series. That's the way I look at it. I mean, it doesn't matter if they have Matt Lewis Smith or you got four names, Vittorio Luigi Rocco Lombardi, or me, or anybody else behind that little dugout fence, making the calls, changing pitchers, going to the pen. Doesn't matter. They don't have enough talent. They got broken arms, broken players. You got $180 million into a guy who can't play. It doesn't matter. Now, if you want to get more talent and then think about winning, that's when it's going to come into play. So this doesn't really bother me. Everybody wants them to clean house. Okay, fine. That's just window dressing anyway at this point. They're trying to rebuild this franchise.
Are they? I'm just asking you, are they?
Well, I think
their top two candidates for manager turned the job down. They went and hired a guy who built a disaster of a football team in Cleveland who hadn't been in baseball for over a decade.
I actually like that hire. Everybody says you should have hired a manager and go outside the box. So they went outside the box with their director of operations. I mean, how outside the box do you want? What do you want, a robot being the manager? What's outside the box? What is that?
Oh, that's what I want. You know what? I'm glad you brought that up. I want one of these dog butt crap hole teams to go full AI. Let AI
Grok.
You know what?
Chat GPT.
Let AI manage a ball game. Let the AI think of every
that would be fun.
After every pitch, every inning,
Siri.
every at bat.
Let Siri manage the team.
Let Siri friggin' tell you what you should do and see if it's any different.
Do they get more wins that way?
Siri, we're down 10-5 in the ninth, and I'm down to 2 arms in the bullpen. Who do I bring in?
Hit bombs. Siri, we need 5
I'm sorry,
runs.
I did not understand you.
Hit bombs. I mean, look, man, to me, it's not that big of a deal. There are guys in this team that we like. I mean, I like Doyle. I like Tovar.
Guys,
I like Hunter Goodman. I mean, he was your all-star. There are guys that I like, but right now they've got to rebuild this thing.
So Matt,
it
how did
really
you
matter.
want us to react to that news?
Didn't
me to be
want
pissed?
you. No.
Yeah.
I didn't want anything. I was genuinely curious
Sound
because
like
I
you
don't
were trying
know.
to get something out of us.
No, but it did seem like an interesting move because our poor sweet DMac. Oh, sweet DMac.
He went on and on and on about it. I was like, whoa.
Poor sweet DMac. He's a Rockies addict.
He's a hopeless romantic. Matt, he's way too emotionally involved, is he not?
In the summers, he'll be live tweeting a game for a team who's 30 games under 500. I mean, he's
Well, our two biggest baseball fans here happen to be probably DMac and Kreckman, right? They watch baseball all the time.
Brett's a baseball honk.
Yeah, but he's not
he's not like
crazy
that.
about
He's
it.
not like that. No.
Those guys nerd out over this stuff. And I just don't care.
But there's a reason why you don't care.
Well, of course. They made me not care.
Exactly. I was just asking. So you like the DePodesta hire?
I liked it from the get-go.
Could I hear why? I'm not arguing. I'm just curious. Give me some Rockies optimism here.
I want something so crazy that I just think there are so many built-in factors for why it doesn't work. And I've gone through this. And every time I go through this, people say, well, you're just being defeatist. That's stupid. That's not right. But I can go on and on. So if that's the case, give me something so outside the ridiculous box that give it a shot. They've tried everything else.
What are they going to start Moser at catcher?
Give it a shot. Give me something
how
else.
are the knees?
Actually, the knees are pretty good. It's the Achilles that's bad. I mean, well, it's repaired now, so I'm in pretty good shape. It's been redone.
Stronger than before.
You know what? You want a gig? Bullpen catcher. Great gig. Great gig.
Show up to the ballpark
You
every
look
day?
like a catcher, by the way. You look like Pudge Rodriguez reincarnate.
Does the hiring of Warren Schaefer change the outlook of a fan in mid-June who wants to go to a Rockies game on a Friday night on a perfect Friday in Denver, Colorado? Does it change the decision to go to a game?
You could have a live llama.
Yes.
In a Rockies uniform with a baseball cap on, and that place is going to be packed.
Doesn't matter who the opponent is. Doesn't matter who the manager is.
No.
It doesn't matter what Matt Smith thinks. It doesn't matter what Moser thinks. It doesn't matter what you think. Are you going to the game or not? Is
Hell
the place you're not?
Right.
People go.
I get it. It's the best outdoor sports bar in Colorado. No question. That's what they're known for. I'm just asking because it's been years, and Colorado is such a good baseball town. This is a baseball town. People love the Rockies. I disagree. Do we remember Rocktober?
It was great. It's an event town. Rocktober.
Fair enough.
I was here because
Fair enough, Vic.
Listen, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. I think it's a baseball town.
Baseball doesn't bleed in people's hearts like football does here.
Because they've never had a team to get behind like that.
I think it's a big heck, man. I so disagree with you on the baseball stuff. Listen, I grew up playing baseball here. I love baseball, but I don't think people in Denver, Colorado are going, oh my God, we're just pure baseball fans and keeping score at every game. I disagree.
Hold on. Did you both tell me just now that the stadium, no matter what, is going to be full?
Yeah. That's not because they're huge baseball fans. Has nothing to do with that.
Somebody in there's got to be.
Hey, dude, it's been a couple years since I've been to the party deck. I've been kind of, I don't know.
You just been spending your time driving downtown, apparently.
Well, no, on hiatus. I like to go watch baseball. Yeah, I just drive around 8th Avenue to 13th and then envision what it's going to look like. No. What I'm saying is that the last time I was there, party deck was packed. The cabanas were packed.
Half of them are not even watching the game.
Nobody watching no baseball.
They're
You
not
call
even
it the world's
watching the
best
game,
sports
Matt.
bar. You're right about that. Ain't nobody watching the game, dude. They are hobnobbing there. Dudes are hitting on chicks. You have that spot at the party deck where you can rent that whole area, right? They're just ain't nobody watching baseball.
Let's put it out to the texters.
It's not a baseball town.
Chime in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Join in on Twitch, YouTube. Is Denver a baseball town?
Well, first of all, what's your definition of a baseball town?
Let's ask them.
Well, you know what? Okay, let me be flippant.
Of course 2007 rocked. 2007 was magical.
Kick ass.
Is Denver a baseball town?
If you say we need to be St. Louis and those idiots to be a baseball town, then I'm out.
Just wondering if anybody around here wants to win baseball games.
Denver,
do I want
Denver,
to pick a fight with St. Louis?
Denver,
no problem.
Let me tell you what Denver is. Denver's become, first of all, it's chock full of transplants. It's an event town.
That I agree. And I think you got to win here to make
It's
people
an event
care.
town.
The only team that doesn't have to win here and people still show up is this one.
But that's because football is like that in almost every major city. In almost every major city. Football's different. It's different. Other sports, you gotta really carve out your niche. It's different.
How was the Avs attendance in Jared Bednar's first year?
It was terrible.
People stopped going, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll hear what our listeners have to say. I'm genuinely curious. 303-504-0925. Weigh in. We'll be back.
You've got Thanksgiving on Thursday, but you're off on Friday, I'm sure, and then the entire weekend. Why not get to Silterhar Motors in Broomfield? It's a perfect time to check out 0% financing for 60 months on all new Ford F-150 pickups. It's the best-selling, best pickup on planet Earth. You can get $5,000 off a Broncos Sport right now, or at least one of those babies for $299 a month. Greg Larson and his crew are going to absolutely take care of you. It's the best game in town at Silterhar Motors. Right there located at Wadsworth and Highway 36 in Broomfield. Very easy, and you cannot believe the amount they have on those lots. Everything to choose from right now. Go to sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership. way too heartache, wasted. No demand.
Damn. That falsetto is crazy.
Hell yeah. Hey, Pat Benatar, let me say this. She's 72, which is crazy, right?
Jeez.
Is that funny to you?
Oh, that was your only anecdote?
Is that funny? Is that funny to you? You think is that humor? So you
No.
friggin' clown?
No, I go play bingo all the time.
Hey, you don't know this. I called bingo at the Mount Carmel Feast a couple years ago. Was it not a hit? Did those blue hairs love it? Vic?
Yeah, Brian Adams was there too.
Okay. Pat Benatar, she can't hit the super high notes anymore.
Really? Why is that?
Because she's 72, bro.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
But she can still sing her butt. She was great. Her husband was awesome, Neil.
I love that.
All right, good talk.
By the way,
you're leaving after this, right?
I am leaving after this segment. And this is Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Matt Smith in for Kane. It's pretty split on the Shot Mazda text line. I got to tell you. A lot of people are like, obviously, Matt, this is a football town. But I think we all understand this is a Broncos town. That wasn't what I was asking. It was, is this also a baseball town?
Mm-hmm.
The level of apathy that the Colorado Rockies have instilled in Colorado natives and residents towards baseball is remarkable.
It's
Coors really Field. Remarkable, guys.
Coors Field is in a remarkably good spot. If that stadium was located, I don't know, Commerce City, if it was in Thornton, if it was in Lone Tree, ain't nobody going. But it's in a remarkably good spot. The stadium itself, Matt, I've said this a billion times. The Coors Field is beautiful. It stands the test of time 30 years later. It really does. I've been to a boatload of ballparks in my life. Coors Field is a cathedral. It's awesome. And it's fun to go and watch baseball on a beautiful summer night downtown. It's fun. That's the draw.
If you're having to ask that question, Matt, you already know the answer.
And to be fair, I think that is the best argument for it being an event town. If Coors Field was down in Parker, what would their attendance be?
Listen, I know what we are.
I'd use my front lawn as a parking lot, though. I'd make some scratch.
I know what we are. We're a town where a lot of people like to go to the big events. That's what it is.
And look, if you need somebody to listen to on events downtown, take it from Mark Moser, who's just always driving downtown.
I'm always driving downtown.
Surveying the land.
Hey, you're going to be taking off here. You're going to go to, is it the final news conference of the year for Coach Prime or the final before game conference? Right?
Yeah, the final Tuesday presser, mercifully, before Kansas State this weekend. I get to spend Thanksgiving in Manhattan, Kansas. It's going to be great. I can't wait.
Lucky you.
I can't wait.
Are you driving?
Yeah.
Because
you
my
got to
daughter
fly
goes to Lawrence. It's a long drive.
Yeah, it's like 6-7 hours to Manhattan.
It's a boring long drive, though.
I know.
When are you leaving?
Probably some point on Thanksgiving.
Can you drive her back to school for me?
She want to go back to Lawrence? It's further, though. I mean, what are you going to pay me for the extra, 2 hours to get to Lawrence?
Well, just leave her in Manhattan. She'll figure it out.
And she can just figure it out from there? We can talk about it.
That's kind of funny. I mean, the Buffs are a 3-8 team. It's been a disappointing year. The only team worse than them in the Big 12 is the team that fired their head coach.
Did you know that right now?
A month ago, and Mike Gundy. What?
Did you know that right now? I saw this yesterday. Jay Norvell and Prime have the exact same win percentage. And Jay Norvell's now an ex-coach.
Oh, I know. He's actually working at Jiffy Lube now.
They have the exact same win percentage at their respective schools, CU and CSU.
Yeah, and so, look, what is Coach Prime going to say? I heard him last week when he said, you have the right guy. Trust me, you have the right guy.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he's right. I mean, is Juju even that good? I don't know, man. I don't know.
From Matt Stevens, Jay Norvell's win percentage through 3 seasons at Colorado State, .432. Deion Sanders through 3 seasons at CU. If they lose this weekend, .432.
Okay, but
that is such a dumb
but Coach Norvell's not playing. He's not playing.
You got mad.
Georgia Tech
for many reasons. We'll talk about
TCU's and Iowa State's, and he's not playing a Big 12 schedule. He's playing a Mountain West schedule. If you took the Buffaloes and Coach Prime and put them And a Mountain West schedule.
I'm just giving you the numbers. Calm down. Okay. You guys are freaking out.
I guess it's all relative, Vic. I'm not trying. And look, I'm not trying to cast aspersions on the Rams.
Hey, I have a different. If you want to talk Prime with me, they're like two different human beings. One the coach and one the person. Right? That's
absolutely.
That's
correct.
how I view Prime. And in fact, I am privileged enough. I'm going to be hosting a symposium, a fireside chat. I'm not even sure what you call this, but on December 8th, I'm going to be interviewing Prime one-on-one to talk about men's health. And we're going to do it in front of a live audience, and he's going to discuss his issues. I've certainly had my own, and I can't wait. It's not football. I'm not talking football. I don't care about football. I want to talk about men's health. And that's why I think he's two entirely different human beings.
Absolutely. He might be 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Like, do you realize, and look, I'm not trying to wax poetically, but sometimes I'll sit there while we're talking to him, and I'll think to myself, this guy was in the media for 20 years. This guy played pro baseball. This guy's a Super Bowl this guy's had so many lives. This guy gets paid gazillions for speaking engagements. He's got gazillions in endorsements. I mean, the power and celebrity is incredible. Which
that Aflac commercial, I see it 5 times on a Saturday.
You can't watch college football
I
without
see
seeing
I see
it.
Prime, I see Saban and the Duck all the time.
I think because he's been here for a couple of years, we've kind of gotten used to it now. But you don't when we go to other places and see how people react to him. Like being around somebody that much that's that level of famous consistently, I haven't been that close to somebody.
Do you think he's
that's
too
that
famous?
Well, here's what it is. I think there was something about being 90s famous because you weren't inundated with every update of what this person was doing in their lives on
Social
Instagram.
media did not exist. Yeah.
There was a mystique about it. The only time you saw or heard about these people was television, radio, or the newspaper.
Yeah.
That was it, or on the radio, which he was also a musician, if you want to call it that. But the point is that there's so much other stuff going on. Yeah, Vic, I think you're right. Now, football-wise, we have a lot to get into while I'll sit in with you guys over the course of the next couple of weeks because they will be some monster weeks for the Colorado football program. Make no mistake about it. This offseason coming up is pivotal for the success of that school.
He took blame for this, and I want to know, you know him a little better than most, obviously. Why on earth, in a close game in which you have a chance to take the lead in the second half,
are you about to ask me about a strategy question?
do you give the ball to a walk-on wide receiver who had never carried a football in a live football game?
Did he do that, or did his?
He did it.
He did it.
He did it.
Can you explain
No.
the decision there? And in hindsight, it's a bad decision, but
No.
let's say the kid scores.
Not in hindsight. It's a bad decision no matter
In
what.
foresight and hindsight.
Vic, why you would ever, in a 21-17 game, when you're going down the field.
And the running backs are playing well on that drive. They're moving it.
One was averaging over 10 yards a carry. The other was averaging over 7 yards a carry. Would you bring in a converted walk-on receiver to give them their very first touch in a real game right there?
But the kid,
not in hindsight.
Do you feel bad? Do you feel bad for the kid?
Hell yeah, because Prime should have never put him in that position.
I mean, for the kid to drop it,
So what is it?
I don't know why he felt the need to do that. And I've been told that there are other coaches on the staff that do not know why he felt the need to do that. It's coaching malpractice to do that. It was a giant mistake.
Cost you a game.
100%. Or at least a chance to win it.
Well, what happened on the next play?
88-yard touchdown the other direction. And you know what they hung the loss on? That play.
Yeah. That play doesn't happen if you just continue to maintain possession and score the ball.
My biggest concern outside of the momentum that they've lost, and again, don't get me wrong, they won 9 games and a Heisman Trophy last year. This time last year, I was in New York watching Travis get the Heisman. The momentum that they've lost coming off of last year, not many other schools could do it. Like, what school wins a Heisman Trophy and then the next year it is on track to go 3-9? That's bad, okay? And the secret's out on a couple of things. The game management and the strategy. Did anybody watch him call a timeout at the end of West Virginia game when they're down 10?
Yeah.
Dude,
you relegated yourself to an onside kick.
100%. I mean, there have been a lot of clock mismanagement issues. I mean,
But that's happened
not just
from day
that.
one.
That's been a repeated problem, time and time and time again. I don't know. Maybe he just needs to go back to being. I guess he tried to do this. just a manager of the entire team and let everybody else do stuff.
Well, that's what he's doing. But the problem is the people that he's deferring to, I'll give him a lot of credit. He defers to his coaching staff. He doesn't get in the way. People are like, oh, it's Deion Sanders. He's going to be hands-on. He's going to want to say in every single thing. Maybe he should have been earlier because he let Pat Shurmur alone at the helm, and you tell me how good that offense was this year. And look, I know how Broncos fans feel about Coach Shurmur. Personally, really like the guy. Professionally, he's got to get the hell out. The offense hasn't gotten better. It hadn't evolved. It's no different. It's predictable every single week. They run the same 7 to 10 plays. It's embarrassing, but it was on Coach Prime for not switching him heading into the year when you're going to run an RPO system.
Here's the issue with having this reason why I asked you, is he too big a celebrity, is this. When you have that big a personality, do you surround yourself with anybody who could tell him no, who could tell him, hey, that's BS, who could tell him, come on, what are we doing here? Is there anyone with the cojones to pull that off? And I wonder the same thing about Sean Payton, right? Because I think Sean understands. Sean has some back and forth with people. He likes it when people get all up in him, right? He likes that exchange. That's healthy. Does anybody do that with Prime?
He's got a couple, not as many as he should. But here's the other thing. The intimidation factor in the human being alone because of the celebrity that you mentioned, that's real. It is real. Because I've watched career journalists who I respect go up in front of him and fumble over every word and cower to whatever he says.
He's an incredible speaker. He will speak you into the ground. If you want to get into a speech debate with him, you will lose on a public forum.
I don't know about that. I've won a couple of those.
Have you really?
Oh, yeah.
Have you kept score?
You know, I keep track at home.
Hey, look at Louie over here keeping receipts.
Oh, I got my own receipts.
Look at Louis from old school going on like he's Will Ferrell, blacking out.
Look, this is nothing personal against him, but there was the time I asked him if he was going to do wet ball drills before the Baylor game that they ended up winning in the last second in the freaking rain, and he responded with, how about we do drills that say it won't rain?
Yeah, we play that cut all the time. It's kind of actually
rain.
It's one of my
rain.
It's one of my favorite cuts of all time.
You were rain?
Yeah, and he said, what app do you use? And I said, no, I just saw it from a local meteorologist who I trust. He goes, well, there you go. I said, you mean a meteorologist whose job is to do
I'm
that?
one of those good weather man.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I've won a couple. I've gotten my fair share.
Do you trust all traffic reporters?
No. But
with rain.
Shout out to my guy, Chris Bianchi. I think he's pretty good at his job.
Chris is really good, actually. He's a former kind of sports guy.
I know.
Yeah. Chris does a great job.
He was the one who gave me that information.
I love
it. Guess what? You go back and you watch the replay of LeJontay Wester getting his hands under that ball, that Hail Mary throw. You tell me if it was raining or not.
All right, so drive safe, have fun. Give us a full report tomorrow, please.
Will do.
Your first week here is going to be a short week for you.
It is. I'm lucky.
You know what? You've got it so easy.
Have you survived?
Look at these kids today, Vic.
Yeah.
They got it so. Actually, you are working today. I would venture. I look around this office right now. You could shoot a cannon through here and not hurt a soul.
No, let me tell you something.
There's nobody. How many people are taking this entire? My sister and my brother-in-law. They're taking this whole week off.
Let me tell you something I've learned about Matt, though. Matt's got another job where he makes money. And in this business, too many people think that you get into this line of work that you're making big bucks. Matt, tell them.
You absolutely do not. Not even a little bit.
Exactly. This is a passion job.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It's a passion job.
Love of the game.
Hell, Moser's still an intern, and he's just doing this for free.
What other psycho is going to drive up from Boulder there and back and then do it again tomorrow for the, what, $5 you guys are paying me?
What do you mean tomorrow, bro? You got a month of this at least.
We'll see.
I mean,
we'll see.
Just get ready for it.
I'm locked and loaded. Hey, 2 days in, have you pushed me around as much as you thought you were going to?
No, you've been great. In fact,
I don't know. You look like
try harder next week.
You look like dollar store Paul Giamatti right now to me.
Dollar store Paul Giamatti. My eyes are not nearly that bugged out, my friend.
You know what he looks like? What was that show?
I'm not that bald yet.
What was that show where Giamatti played the dude in Wine Country?
That was Sideways.
Sideways.
Movie, by the way.
God, he was. Yeah, I thought he was great in that.
That was a great movie.
It was a great movie.
Dive store Paul Giamatti.
High five on it. Come on, give me some of that. All right.
You're calling me dime store Paul Giamatti?
Brother, it's a goatee. Let
me ask you a question. Have you ever seen the driver or the host of the show at noon? You're calling me a dime store Paul Giamatti?
Yeah, but you should be. That's a compliment, dude.
My dad.
Is it?
My dad.
Giamatti's a great actor.
My dad has got to go.
Wonderful actor.
It's hysterical, and my wife is.
Was that
just
why you gave me the
wonderful.
compliment? Because he was such a good actor.
He's a great actor.
before you're gone.
Yeah.
My dad's got a goatee like yours. Okay. It's all gray because he's going to be 83 years old in a couple
Matt, do you
weeks.
paint your hair?
No, I don't. Do you not see the gray everywhere?
I'm just
I see
wondering
the
if
bald
you.
spot.
It's big.
Are you the Ohio State coach?
No, I'm not Ryan Day.
Okay.
So we meet up with my dad's cousins and whatnot. We were one time down at Barrett Jackson down in Scottsdale, right?
Okay.
Down. So, but there's a ton of Mosers there. And every single Moser, and my dad hadn't seen these guys in 50 years, some of them. They all show up looking the same. The old guy, she calls it the old guy goatee, the Moser old guy goatee thing. You could be an honorary Moser right now. You are well on your way.
What do you with your little spirit patch?
That's what I was
That's
telling
gone.
him.
It's totally gone.
Oh, but you bring that up. Every once in a while, you could tell when Moser's in his feelings. Every couple months, he'll come out with the spirit patch. What's with the spirit patch, dude? Oh,
is it a broody soul patch?
Just comes in. Yeah, it's ugly. It's
when
a good spider.
It's when you're brooding.
When he's in his feelings.
No, it just comes and goes. No big deal.
On its own.
Yeah.
Shows up. I don't know when it's coming.
Yeah, I'm
I don't know
emotional
what's
now,
coming.
guys. Here's my spirit patch.
All right, you guys handle the rest. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Matt in for Brett, but not
Adios,
anymore.
amigo.
All right, no one is here now to mind the children. Matt Smith left for the day. We just kicked him out. Enjoy the drive up to Boulder. Vic Lombardi and Mark Moser. Two parts of Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Without Kane, who's out on paternity leave.
You sent him a congratulatory text?
I did. I just said good job.
Good job.
Yeah.
Okay.
We also...
that should be... Anytime somebody has a baby, right?
What do you want me to say? What did he do?
A guy or girl, doesn't matter. You know what? Give him a card and just say, good job, Vic. Good job.
Yeah, Matt's asking if I should ask more questions like, how's everything going? Good job, man. We're pulling for it.
Hey, time for a new keyword here in this hour. Let me get this straight. I don't do this very often anymore, so let me see if I can get it right. It's an extra special Avs Ticket Tuesday with keywords all day on the 20s for not one, but two pairs of tickets. Hang on. Here's what you're going to get if you win. You're going to enter to win a pair of tickets to see the Avs host Montreal on Saturday at 1, then DU hosting Minnesota at 7. Both games at Ball Arena. It's pretty awesome. So, you're going to text this keyword into 303-504-0925, and the keyword is Deneen.
Is the rink size different?
No, it's the same. It used to be different. Well, I mean, you have an Olympic-sized rink, which is 100 by 200. Now it's 85 by 200.
So it's different.
No, not anymore. I mean, virtually find me an Olympic-sized sheet anywhere on the planet anymore. I'm sure they're around.
Colorado Springs.
What?
In Colorado Springs, they have one.
Not anymore.
Huh.
No, the CC does. They built a new rink and they've got, but it's Deneen. Deneen. Dineen. Deneen.
If you're tuning into the show via Twitch or Altitude TV, whatnot, YouTube TV, you may notice that Steve Nelson is not operating the ones and the twos. We have Chris here.
That's me.
Hi, Chris.
Chris.
Hi, guys.
Can you make it any more pronounced that you're a Mizzou guy? You're wearing a hat and a sweatshirt.
Oh, wait till you see my joggers, buddy.
Oh, God.
Are you?
Oh, come on.
Got the paw right here.
Okay.
Him in it.
You're going to have to calm down a little bit. Why? Why are you going all in like? I mean, I'm a Notre Dame guy. You never double up on logos.
I'm tripling up right now.
Why do you feel the need to do that?
Just felt like it.
Is this your daily attire? I mean, you Mizzou'd out all day, every day?
Not usually. Usually when I wake up at like 5 a.m. and I need to put something together, I'm like, need something that matches Mizzou sweatshirt, Mizzou pants, hat? Question mark?
Yeah,
I'm good.
It's going to get you a lot of chicks there in Columbia.
Yeah.
Woo! Why'd you go to Mizzou? Just curious.
That's where my dad went.
Oh. So you had to be under your dad's shadow, huh?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm here.
By the way, the keyword is Deneen. That's if you've been following along here, Vic, the keywords all day long have been former DU pioneers, Stasny, McNabb, now Deneen, Kevin Deneen, former Pio. I think he was drafted by the Whalers in like 82. The old Whale. So Deneen, Dineen, and you will be qualified to win those tickets not only to the Avs and the Habs, but also the Pios and the Minnesota Golden Gophers on Saturday night. So get ready for Black Friday and Cyber Monday deals by subscribing to Avs Alert. Latest offers land straight into your inbox. Sign up today at coloradoavalanche.com/AvsAlert. A couple things.
Oh my God, how long does that read?
Ask Kevin, man. I don't know. I'm just doing what
we just did half a segment on a read.
Hey, couple things. Nuggets with a win last night over the Grizz, so they respond nicely after that loss to Sacramento. Did you hear Scott Hastings last night?
Yeah, that was pretty funny. He actually did a pregame, too. He did a pregame and during the game. Pregame, he's interviewing Nuggets assistant Mike Moser, and he pulls out your line, and then he used it during the game. Your line is now resonated beyond hockey circles.
Well, see, here's the thing about Mike. He's like 6'8" and studly as a Moser. What the hell happened to me?
I don't know, but the paint my reindeer and call me a goblin line is now, I mean, that's the new one.
It's from John Michael Lyles,
you know what that is?
Then Kyle Keefe, and then now, I mean, I just did it.
You know what that is?
I'm just a vessel. It's not my idea.
That's the new boom goes the dynamite. It really is.
Well, last night, Scotty, he worked it in. It was great. Chris, nail it.
He's jumping into him a little bit. I don't think that's a foul. But Murray's going to get 2 free throws. Yeah, you're right, though. Every time when it happens to you, you'd be going nutty. I'd be going, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin.
Absolutely love it, man. Good stuff.
All right, so what has changed over the course of the last couple of weeks with the Denver Nuggets? Let me see if I can check your observation list here, because clearly a couple injuries have changed things. But what else has changed? What have you noticed?
What have I noticed
Yeah,
about
what
the
have
Denver
you
Nuggets?
noticed about the Denver Nuggets that's changed?
Well, I've seen Payton Watson.
Yes, the emergence of Payton Watson. That's been a change, a welcome change.
Yeah.
What else?
Spencer Jones obviously is getting more
Jones
playing time.
getting more PT, forced to get more PT. Started his second straight game. That's a change. Welcome change. What else?
You talking about the actual games themselves?
No, I'm talking about players. Keep going.
Oh. Has Timmy Hardaway Jr. cooled off a little bit?
No, he was on fire.
I thought he
was
good last night, but the previous couple of games, it looked
like
it felt like he cooled off a little bit.
Cam Johnson started the season.
Well, Cam is finding his groove now. He's finding his purpose in life.
First 11 games of the season, he shot 21% from three. And that's what he does, right? He is a three-ball shooter. And now in the last 4 games, he's shooting close to 60% from three. He has found it. And I don't know how long you can sustain it, but he looks so much more comfortable now in the offense. He just does. And, he's not exploding for 40 points, but he's doing just enough. You get anywhere between 16 and 20 from Cam Johnson, and you're getting a lot. And they're going to need that now minus 2 starters. They're going to need it more than ever. Cam Johnson has found his groove. A great development.
I agree. I mean, look, we're talking about it with Matt. Not everybody just jumps right in and like, oh, yeah, I found my spot. I know where I'm going. I know who my teammates are. I know where to be on the floor. I know what the coaches want. It takes a while. Now, some guys adapt quicker than other guys, but I think that if you're talking about 17 games into a season, that's pretty much on target for me, right? I mean, if we had gotten to game 61 and Cam Johnson still doesn't know where he's supposed to go and when am I supposed to shoot, when do I defer, so on, then that's a problem. But we're 17 games in, and he's already, by the way, taking care of that. He's already starting to get really into his groove. I think it's a great thing.
Yeah.
I mean, how fast should it be?
Well, the reason I say it's important now because they need him now more than ever with those injuries. And last night's victory, albeit it wasn't pretty all the time, they led by 17 with 6.5 to play, and then suddenly Memphis goes on a 12-0 run. They cut it to 5, and it's a ball game again. I just think that kind of game over the next couple, 3-4 weeks with these injuries, that's the kind of basketball you should probably expect. It's not going to be what you saw the first couple of weeks where you're blowing some teams out. I just don't think when you lose players the way they've lost them, this is what you're going to get.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, it's going to be a grind. And
against anybody.
Well,
against anybody.
Agreed. No. Let me back that up, Vic, by saying that we were talking about the schedule coming up here, and that it's, all honesty, with these injuries, it's kind of favorable till you get to the new year. You have a couple of big ones in there, no doubt about it, but it's kind of favorable to you. And by the way, that one big, long why are they on the road for 100 days?
It feels that way in early January.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They've got a 7-game road trip.
Okay, now if I say to
that
you,
is completely abnormal. But if you can start to filter these guys back, maybe during that road trip, then that's really good.
Here's what you cannot do. Here's what you can't. You can't assume because the other team also has injuries that game suddenly becomes that much easier. Now, would you say that San Antonio is a better team with Victor Wembanyama? Of course.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
But they're still winning.
So Wemby's out this Friday when the Nuggets next play, Friday night. Wemby's out. So is Stephon Castle. He's out. All right? Those are 2 big losses for them.
Yeah.
They're still good.
Yeah.
They can still beat you with what they have left 100%. If you don't take that game seriously. Let me tell you, if you're capable of losing to Chicago at home and Sacramento at home, by God, you better take care of business against San Antonio minus those 2 players because they're better than those teams you lost to.
I would agree. When let's say both teams have their full healthy lineup, to me it's much easier to scout and predict what I think is going to happen than it is when teams have key players out. And even though Wemby is by far their best player, you're missing 2 of your guys too, so then it becomes matchup issues and that sort of thing. So it looks different, and the games will behave different with guys out of the lineup. And then you got to turn right around. If you're the Nuggets, you're playing 3 and 4 nights. You got to go right on the road to Phoenix that night after that San Antonio game, and you got to play the Suns, who, by God, somehow have gotten to 11-7 on the year. I don't know how they have.
And Phoenix is surprising a lot of teams this year.
11-7.
Again, survive the next month. Survive it. And I don't know what your definition of survival is. 10 games in the next, few weeks. What is survival? The 10 games are not against the elite. They're actually against a favorable schedule. You're going to win a lot of games like you did last night.
Right.
I'll take a win any way you get it.
All right, before we get to our final segment this year, or this show, I should say, listen to me. Man, I haven't driven in quite a while. Don't forget the keyword this hour is Dineen. D-I-N-E-E-N.
What are some of these spellings you guys are sending us?
They're sending, it's probably autocorrect.
Did you guys all go to they go to the same concert you went to last night? They go to the Pat Benatar concert as well?
The Pat Benatar?
Yeah,
Brian
you
Adams?
must have. Somebody spelled divine?
Well, I'm sure it's probably autocorrect on their phone. D-I-N-E-E-N in honor of Kevin Dineen, a former DU Pioneer. And these are all former Pios that we've given out so far today. Hey, real quick, the reindeer and goblin thing, right?
The saying that you had on television.
Do I crash out very often doing the games? Do I crash out and freak?
What do you mean by crash out?
Oh my flipping God!
You mean like lose it? Nah, you're very professional. Your demeanor.
I like to think I am.
I've told you this many times. Your demeanor as a play-by-play man on Altitude TV versus your demeanor as a radio talk show host on Altitude Radio are two entirely different human beings. One's a professional. The other one's a joke.
Okay, that's a little harsh. But the Creighton Blue Jays have a guy named John Bishop.
Yeah.
And they're playing Baylor. It's a blocking foul call. Did you hear this?
I did. It's hilarious.
Let's roll it.
Shot clock. Carr into the paint. Missed the dunk. And a blocking foul. What are you talking about?
That was 2 seconds after the play ended.
Carr driving. He's outside the circle. He's outside the circle and he's set. He was outside the circle and he was set. Brett Smith blew it. He was outside the restricted area. He was straight up and down. He was set like the statue sitting out in front of New York, and they called that. That's an absolutely horse crap call. In a game that's been played out like this. Unbelievable bailout call by an incompetent referee. And ball don't lie.
It's so dude clangs the free throw and ball don't. Okay, there you go.
Your reaction is obvious. What's this guy doing? He's losing it. But there are certain calls. You know what it does? It sort of just adds up, and then you explode. For me, my explosion call, the one that got me over the top, was the tie-up of Nikola Jokic in Portland. Remember that?
Drove me insane. Absolutely insane.
And just all the Portland fans kept saying, big deal, it's one call, blah, blah. I know, but you just sort of, it's like the volcano erupting. I think that guy had a volcano that erupted. You always have that one call. What call put you over the top in your career?
I remember the time I said, I guess
the
it was
worst
radio.
call in
the history of sports.
Yeah. What was that?
Was that what I said?
Yeah,
what did I
something
say?
of that nature.
That is the worst call in the history. I don't know what it was. It's something got me hot and bothered. I forget.
But they add up, right?
They do. They do add up. And you look at Chicago the other night. They got one call, and then they were going to get another bad call against them, and then they reversed that.
I still contend this, though, man.
That is the worst call in the history of the league.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know I forget what that was. Nelly, do you recall what that was? Yeah, I don't. How many years?
A few years back.
Is there a date on that? That's got to be from like 8 years ago.
I'm not seeing one.
Yeah. Okay, that's a long time ago.
Your voice is freaking me out, Chris. Every time you come in, I think it's like a voice from above.
Yeah.
All right, now you're gonna have to chill out a little bit. You got a little
what the hell was that? No, but I mean, yeah, things add up. Look, Scotty gets a little upset sometimes. Connor gets upset, of course. Kaz gets. On radio, you can kind of freak out, I guess, a little bit more. But Connor and Kaz do a great job of letting their feelings known.
I could say this, though. The Denver Nuggets can go on and win the NBA title. They could sweep the playoffs. I will still refer to that call as one of the worst calls I've ever seen. I'm talking about the Portland call with Joker being tied up. I can be in the casket, way down in Mother Earth, and everybody's dropping dirt on me, and you're saying good things. And I know exactly what I'm going to be thinking about. I'm going to be thinking about that call where they called the jump ball.
Yeah.
And it was actually
but because he got wrapped around. I mean, he was wearing dude as a backpack.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just certain calls. And then for the NBA to double down and say it was a good call. It's been a month, and I still can't get over it.
Hey, we've got our final keyword. You better get on it right now. It's Dineen. Dineen. Dineen is in Kevin Dineen, former DU Pioneer, hockey great, so on and so forth. Got a text here from Danielle.
Mm-hmm. A personal text or on the text line?
You tell me. I'm sorry, babe. I got busy for the 920 keyword.
What? What? Is that a personal text or
I don't know who it's to. It's
I'm sorry, babe.
She's obviously been texting in keywords for a while. She doesn't text anything but keywords ever.
So we get so many texts to the show.
This is Danielle, and she says, I'm sorry, babe. I got busy for the 920 keyword.
We get so many texts that sometimes people
Are you babe or is Nelly babe?
I don't know.
Am I babe? Who's babe?
I think it's a new guy, Chris.
Chris, you're babe now. You're now babe? Is that it?
What's up, Danielle?
Attaboy.
How you doing?
Attaboy.
Danielle, sup?
Give her your number, 303-504-0925.
925, Danielle. That's. I think she probably meant to send that to her significant other, and she sent it to us by accident.
She probably tried to text Deneen, and she texted Danielle, dude.
No, she's texted her name in several times trying to win, but I can see it right now. Quote, I'm sorry, babe. I got busy for the 920 keyword.
Just so you know, Chris, you have no chance with Danielle. So just drop it.
That's what you think.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, she's obviously texting somebody, that cracks me up, man. Makes me laugh. All right, we'll see if
$100 if by the end of this show you get Danielle's digits and set up something. $100.
We got a fact checker coming up. We haven't talked about it enough. We'll talk, obviously, with Coach Bednar tomorrow morning. The weekly Jared Bednar show at 8 o'clock.
When's the last time he lost?
Well, there's a couple overtime losses sprinkled in there. Avs lost at San Jose in overtime, so we need a little payback coming up tomorrow night. And we were talking during the break, I don't know, an hour ago. The Sharks are up and coming, dude. They've got some terrific young players. You realize that Macklin Celebrini, have you heard that name?
You explained that he's a young, promising player for the San Jose Sharks.
Well, yeah, Macklin Celebrini is a total stud, dude. Yeah. He's first overall pick last year.
Yeah.
He's 19 years old. You realize he's 3 points behind Nathan McKinnon for the league scoring lead?
Is he really?
Yeah.
I would have never guessed that.
No, you probably wouldn't have because you don't pay attention to crap.
Who's number 2 in the NBA scoring right now?
Shea.
I don't even know.
I don't know either. No, but Macklin Celebrini is. The Sharks. Right now. The Sharks are 2 points out of a playoff spot, 2 points out of a wild card. You're talking about turning
this
his
guy's
team
19
around.
and doing that.
Yes, he's a total.
That's impressive.
And he's got Will Smith with him. Not that Will Smith, another Will Smith. They got some dudes.
What's he do that's so great?
Everything. When you watch him play the game, you just realize he's a special player. If I was Canada, would I take a 19-year-old to the Olympics? You're damn right I would. Guy's a good player, man. Avs fans. So here's the thing about the late great Peter McNabb and I would do this. We'd be done with games, flying, to Winnipeg at 2 a.m. and blah, blah, blah. We'd be talking about, and who on that team that you just played, who would you pay to see? Who would you pay your hard-earned bread to go see that guy play the game of hockey? Macklin Celebrini is one of those guys. Obviously, the Avs have several guys that you would pay to go see. But Macklin Celebrini is one of those guys.
Is he a Canadian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's he from?
Let me take a look here.
Because he's not as celebrated as some of these number 1 overall picks that have come out.
He's a Vancouver kid.
Okay.
He was at his draft year last year. He was pretty celebrated. The Sharks were fortunate to get the number 1, and this kid's a player. So watch out for San Jose. They're coming up tomorrow night. But we talk about all the great stuff that McKinnon does, McCarr, Natchez, all these different guys. What kind of run today is Joker getting on his half-court shot? Have you seen any run? Have you seen any run whatsoever on that?
Well, what are you more impressed with? His half-court shot. And it wasn't a heave, by the way. Most people that shoot the ball from 2 steps inside half-court. Have you ever tried a half-court shot?
It takes every ounce of my being to get the ball to the bucket.
Yeah, it's a heave.
And then it's 5 feet off to the right or left or something.
It's a chest push shot, right?
Oh,
you're running into it and you're pushing it.
Or it's a baseball.
I defy you. I defy anyone. Go to 2 feet inside the half-court line of a regulation court and just attempt a jump shot from there. Standing broad, don't jump. Just stand and deliver.
I would say this. If you hit rim or even backboard, you're ahead of the game. It's really, really hard.
I just can't get over how he made that shot look so effortless and so easy. It was just a standard jumper. You know who does that all the time is Damian Lillard. Watch Damian, in those All-Star games.
Yeah.
Dame will shoot from inside half court like a standard jump shot. The strength you need to pull that off is amazing. So, were you more impressed by the half court shot that was made at the end of the third quarter or the assist he had toward the end of the game?
Probably the assist.
I think that assist will go down as, think about the top 5 assists in Joker's rich history of assists. I think that's a top 5 assist. I really do.
It was pretty incredible. When Cam Johnson left his man, was it Cam or was it Payton?
Payton Watson who scored.
When Payton left his man just stood there. There's no way that pass is going to come to my guy, right? And it did, and I'm like, oh my God. It was just absolutely impressive.
No, these are athletes that do certain things, and we are blessed in Denver, Colorado. Nate does certain things that only he can do. Cale McCarr does certain things only he can do.
Correct.
You mention all the time about Cale, his ability to get on the edge of a skate and do those witchcraft moves.
It's sick.
He's the only guy who can do that.
Like that, yeah. When you look at his goal the other night was it Nashville, the wraparound? When was that?
Wait,
the Ranger game. It was the Ranger game.
Certainly not the
Oh, no, it was the Ranger game. No. It was a couple games ago. A couple, 3 games ago. But his wraparound is what it was against Shesterkin. And he does the Gumby thing, and he puts his, his feet are like this, the Charlie Chaplin around the. It's sick. By the way, we got an update from Danielle. She says, sorry, that was supposed to go to my man. Figured. I got busy and didn't hear the keyword for this hour.
How committed are you to your man, Danielle? Because Chris over here, Chris seems to think that he thinks he can come in there.
He's got a shot. Yeah. He doesn't have a shot. No. I'm not even sure she's listening anymore. She's probably busy. Also, Corey says, check out the video of the Grizzlies bench when he throws that pass. That was, did you see the bench? Did you look at the bench?
Yeah. My favorite thing about when Joker does something dynamic like that, his reaction is my favorite. No reaction.
None. Like ho-hum.
Yeah. Like the half-court shot, they went right to his face, and his face was, what do you want?
90% of the goals, unless it's like a really big go-ahead goal or a winner or something.
Nate reacts that way.
McKinnon's, he's like,
Nate's the same way.
He's like, like he goes, you go back to the bench and sit down. I mean, that's it, dude. He's just like, it's delivering the mail, man.
Who in the NHL are the overreactors?
Overreactors?
Yeah.
Well, if guys don't score a ton of goals, I'd love to see them go crazy. I love to see them get excited about things. I do.
It still drives. What drives me
question.
crazy? The overreacting. If you're watching a football game and your team is down 35-7, and your defensive back gets in the way of a pass or it's incomplete, and they pull off they stand up and go into the histrionics, why does that bother me?
Or a guy, you're down 35-7.
Why does that bother me?
Early in the fourth quarter, you get a sack, and the guy's doing a sack dance. Yeah, it's crazy.
Does that make us boomers?
I don't think so.
We're not.
No, it's just
embracing
it's
the
time,
entertainment.
It's a time and place thing. It's a time and place. Look, you're getting killed while y'all jacked up about it.
I mean, you won that battle, right? Like the defensive back won the battle. Even if you weren't the reason you won it, it was a bad pass. But you're still doing that taunt. Oh, did you see in the CSU Boise State game? And I know what emerged from that game. The spitting on people, ridiculous. Those guys should be cut, in my opinion. That quarterback should be cut.
I don't disagree.
Is it true they showed this on social? That receiver for CSU got hit with a taunting penalty when all he did was like one minor high step.
Slowed up a little bit. Yeah.
What is that?
I don't. That was ridiculous. So ridiculous.
Who calls that?
I don't. I have no idea. But it's football, man. Stop it. All right, listen, we got to get out of here today momentarily, but first we're going to get a fact checker. Chris, it's your first one ever.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, when you take the mic for the first time when you're on a show, it's exciting. You got to do something special, something that'll make people want to remember your name. Sorry, I'm making this about me. No disrespect to you guys. But what you don't want to do, if you're in my position, is forget where the on button is on your microphone, like this.
Avoid them best you can.
Chris, what day of the week is this?
It's Tuesday.
Chris, do you speak?
I'll help him out.
Tuesday, isn't it?
Hey, we got Chris is working with Nelly back there on the board.
Howdy.
Hey, Chris, what are you all about?
I'm all about sports, the game of football, baby.
Okay.
Right. You know,
it's officially Tuesday. Do you want me to make my proclamation on Tuesday?
Yeah. Like my mom and pa would always say, "Great job, dumbass."
Yeah.
Who are you?
Go me.
He's one of the new guys. He's one of the new guys going to be helping out around this joint. Matt's a new guy. Chris a new guy. There's all kinds of new guys.
Why don't people introduce themselves anymore?
And you know what, Nelly, you're leaving, right? You're going to go see some babies or something? Where are you?
I mean, people just show up and just start working.
Yeah,
Hello.
Nelly's going to go see some...
My name is so-and-so.
Nelly's going to go see some babies next week. There's entirely too many days off at this station. Where do you get the authorization for that?
Themselves. Like when you walk in, or do you I'm serious. My biggest gripe is when you're new somewhere anywhere, workplace, school. Hey, it's your job to go up and say, hey, what's up, man? My name is Vic.
No, he's a hider in the shadows. Look at him. Look at his face. You can tell.
Chris, after the show, I want you to properly introduce yourself to Mark Moser.
Aye, Captain.
Hey, who's the winner of the tickets to go see the Avalanche and the Canadiens on Saturday at 1, and then the Pios hosting Minnesota, also at Ball Arena? Oh, it's on my phone? Oh, criminy.
There it is.
It is. Who the hell is this? Stan Kessens? Is that right? Stan? We're giving tickets. We're giving 2 sets of tickets away to a guy named Stan?
I know a guy named Stan. Play basketball with him. What's
Really?
up, Stan? Yeah.
There's no Stans around anymore, dude.
Oh, I know. This Stan. Yeah, I know.
When's the last time a baby was named Stanley?
I know. That's, Stan Kasten?
Yeah. Well, this is Stan Kessens. Stan Kessens. Congratulations, Stan. I guess that's going to do it, right? Matt's back tomorrow?
Our boss is named Stan.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Well, there's not, but it's like, Stan is like a statesman, elderly type of name. You know what I mean?
Isn't a Stan what they call like a super fan too?
Yeah.
Now? Yeah.
That's the new modern Stan. I told my wife the other day, I think that Brett should have named his new daughter Mabel. or Ethel.
Edith.
Yeah, Edith. Why don't we get back to using like this, like Stans and Georges and Mabels and Ediths, that kind of thing.
Mabel's so good.
Like, you know what I mean? Like those kind of names.
Pearl.
That'd be a great one. Henry. Wait, I guess some people do Henry. What's an old dude name that nobody uses anymore?
Old term.
Like Dick.
Yeah. Yeah, there are enough dicks.
Okay. You say so. Let's get out of here. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the morning sprint. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, 303-504-0925. And you know what? Get on in here. Hit that blue button.
You know, if Coach isn't going to show up.
Yeah, if he's not going to show up to his 10 o'clock show,
then
I would be very, very happy to have the voice of your Colorado Avalanche.
Like, where is he?
I have no clue. On an Avs Ticket Tuesday.
See, that's why.
We are giving away 2 separate pairs of tickets today. You'll be able to be in the building to see the Avs take on the Montreal Canadiens. They'll be playing in those electric blue Nordiques uniforms. And then you can pair those tickets with another pair of tickets to see DU, the University of Mr. Connor McGahey.
Any institution that accepts me isn't great.
You'll be able to see the Pios take on the Minnesota Golden Gophers later on that day. So make sure you guys listen on the 20s today, 10:20, 11:20 on our show. If you don't win with us, if you didn't win with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, you can win with PhD from 12 to 3. You can win. Welcome to the 10 o'clock show, Coach Mike Sanford. Welcome. There we go. There we go.
Tell you what, at this point, I really miss Mark Bertinoli. You know why? Great teammate. Always had my back. And now I will hold on. I will say on another note, Berto enabled me because I was preparing a football team in playoffs, right? And there'd be a couple times I rolled in here hot, and he would just kind of finesse it.
Were you being soft?
No, I was actually being hard. I was coaching football. The
morning.
physical, toughest, demanding sport in coaching and physically on planet Earth. Certainly in coaching. I know hockey guys work bankers hours. They work 10 to 4. Actually, recently I
get on the course for a little bit.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring Nathan McKinnon in here, and then I'm going to have you say that to Nathan McKinnon's
Yeah, I'd love to look at the top of his head. That'd be pretty fun for me. So, yeah, it'd be good.
How about a cage fight between Coach and Nathan?
He's in better
McKinnon?
shape.
I think McKinnon wins the
I think McKinnon wins going away.
But I am eating peanuts off the top of his head for the record. Just like I am the rest of the hockey
for
people.
like a half a second before he just.
No, I'm just saying I'm staring down at his potential balding spot at the top because I'm about 3.5 inches taller than him.
See, Raj and I know nothing about a vertical advantage over anybody.
Oh, never have, never will.
No, we're short guys. That's okay.
You know what's funny is we talk about coaching hours. I recently heard Scott Frost. He was talking about Chris Kleiman of Kansas State. He was crying at his press conference if they had blew that game against Utah. And he said, nobody understands. We work 14-hour days. And I laughed. I go, really? Scott, you used to work 21-hour days, buddy. Like, would you take seven hours off? Like a 14-hour day in college football? Those are bankers. That is a weekend. That is a weekend.
Is that the reason why I heard, Scotty and Tyler a little bit? They were hemming and hawing whether or not Deion should have been at that game on Sunday for Shedeur Sanders.
You know what you got.
What did the Buffs have on Sunday after the game as a team?
Sunday is a huge day in college football.
That's what I'm asking.
It's a massive day. Like in high school football, CHSA bans any activity on Sunday. Can't do a thing. You still watch the film
unless you get special permission.
But, really, I didn't know this.
Yeah, you can.
I don't think Valor's going to give me that same right there.
I don't think
institutionally. But Sunday is grade the film, recovery run, walk through your mistakes, go through the clips that were good, that were bad. Some places do have Sunday off day, but then Monday is a work day. But no coaches take Sunday off in college football ever.
So
ever.
It would have been bad if Deion goes to Vegas to watch Shedeur.
Here's what I would tell you. When you hired Deion Sanders, you didn't hire conventional. So it goes with the territory. Like if I was working,
plus the team is 3-9 or whatever.
Right. Like
does that have something to do with it? Probably.
Well, that's when you should probably model.
Actually be there.
Yeah. That's to, especially to your culture. You should model. Hey man, we're gonna get out of the doldrums here. So I don't know. It's an interesting deal. It's sure good to see you there, Connor.
Well, I didn't mean. I just thought it'd be funny to sit in your chair for 30 seconds.
You should have just taken it. You should just taken it and run with it.
Do you see how fast I got out of it, though?
Time. See if Coach wants to come over and take the patron saint of Sean Payton seat.
I always wondered, why do you go there instead of there?
Because I like to look Raj in the eyes.
I prefer my co-host to be
across from me so I
Instead
can look
of
at
having the crick in the neck to your
Yeah,
left the whole
that's
time.
like,
It's tough.
I
guess
feel
it's
bad
true.
for Kaner in the morning because Moj doesn't sit in Vic's seat.
Yeah.
Out of I don't know. Is that just respect for Vic?
I mean, yeah, is it? Just check on the chair for a second. Is Vic's name on the chair?
I don't see it.
Okay, I don't see
But
it.
I do see your ass.
He's
sweat.
right there.
I do appreciate him being
So I
across
got
from
up
me.
so quick.
Also, it puts a barrier in between Coach and I so that when I say dumb things or I go after him, I can then run the other direction. It puts me 2 arm lengths away from Coach, and that has always been my cardinal rule.
Those are two long arms.
Right. When I talk crap about someone who is larger than me, if I am 2 arm lengths away, I'm safe.
Or you can just Jawan Jennings me and just punch me right in the twig and berries.
How about that last night? That was a boring football game. The best thing that happened was after.
Have you ever seen just a full on punch in the entire Johnson? Like it wasn't a kick in the. I mean, it was a full punch, straight Johnson punch.
Unconventional.
Very unconventional. Was he? He was like down. How was the angle as such that it was not?
I don't know. Okay, if you're
Here it
watching
is.
here,
This is good.
back it up, KJ. Very nice.
Can I get a play-by-play?
You bet.
I want a
You
hockey
bet.
play-by-play. here.
Okay, game is over between the Carolina Panthers and the 49ers. There's a scrum at midfield, I believe. As they're getting up from the scrum, this is sort of the second time I've seen. Is that McCaffrey?
That is Christian
okay,
McCaffrey.
so Christian
on the ground,
McCaffrey
yes.
is laying on his back with the ball. And then Barch lands on another Carolina Panther, which I think might be unrelated. But away from the play, Jawan Jennings gets a punch in the cojones from, what's Mooring's first name? Anyone remember?
Let's call him Drew.
Drew Mooring.
It's going to be Drew.
Andrew Mooring, whilst standing up away from Christian McCaffrey on the
it's
ground.
not quite Drew. It's Trayvon.
Yeah. But his friends call him Drew. So
He's known colloquially as Drew.
Known amongst his friends and family as Drew.
Yeah, you can't do that. That's finable. I don't know if it's suspendable.
But what led up to that? Like what
I mean,
what sequence of events leads to a man punching another man?
I don't know. We're seeing guys
There.
spit on each other left, right, and center. Like that feels.
CSU was bad.
The CSU spit was bad.
This generation, and I'm learning it, and I'm doing my best to try to at least hone it in with the young men that I coach. There is so much subtle but really violent trash talk happening right now. Like to the point where people are saying things about like girlfriends. I had a player on my team that had a crosstown rival talking about his girlfriend.
Bro, they know.
And I'm like, stop. Stop retaliating.
They know everything.
They know everything
about everybody.
It's because of social media. It's because of their Snapchats
Right.
and all that.
They're
and
all
Instagram
friends.
stories and everything. It's nuts.
It's insane.
Like this past weekend, I mean, we had this incredible quarterback from Legend. Like our guys were started making fun of his TikToks. I'm like, guys, stop. We have a football game to play. What are we doing? And all I do is talk about it. I do is talk about it. Like, stop talking about TikToks.
Is it getting better?
Not really.
Okay.
I'm failing.
Connor, as we have you
Miserably.
here for the first
So I'm
part
late
of our
today.
show today on the morning
I didn't
sprint.
mean to absolutely be a wrecking ball.
I
of
was
the program.
TikTok
But you know what?
mansplaining this morning. I'm kidding.
Some Ian Malcolm chaos is necessary.
I was going to get into
Sometimes.
the Alex Singleton stuff, and we've got some audio from Vance Joseph to get into. Chris Dempsey's going to join us at 10:20. We will have former Broncos beat reporter, current Commanders beat writer at The Athletic, Nikki Jabvala, on with us at 11 a.m. Again, Abs Ticket Tuesday, keywords coming up at 10:20 and 11:20. I want to pick your brain on why has Mikko Rantanen turned heel? That's
Right?
not the Mikko I know.
No, it's not. I don't know. Sort of to what Coach was talking about, is it not about environment? Is it not about leadership and around you? Is it cold? Do you get cold all of a sudden?
No, I just kind of felt like putting on a hood just so I look cool.
All
Maybe,
of a sudden-
maybe I'll have more credibility when I talk kids out of TikTok trash talking.
You don't get them to like you. They need to respect you.
Okay, I'll put my hood down.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Appreciate the leadership advice.
I
I needed it.
But honestly, like, That's a 180-degree change for Mikko Rantanen. And I don't know why, specifically.
Honestly, there's a very large subset of Avs fans that would have welcomed that with open arms when he was here in burgundy and blue, that type of play.
Well, yeah, but I would not like 2 hits from behind that result in injuries, in one case, a major injury.
That could have even been worse.
Well, that could have been worse. Romanov is out 6 months with shoulder surgery. And it could have been
a neck. It could have been a paralysis.
Both are not the most egregious hits in the world, but they are very clumsy.
Mm-hmm.
Contact that doesn't need to be made in either scenario.
Let me ask you this. And
then you have an embellishment fine in between.
You have a lot of relationships in and around the National Hockey League. Now, how many years with the Avs?
Oh, boy. So are
you 10?
Well, I mean, I've been with the Avs in some fashion since 2003.
Whoa.
With a couple. But in this role since 2018.
So intimately traveling with the team, getting
Since
to
18.
know the guys.
Yeah, so this is 8, 9.
I know he's no longer a part of the Avalanche immediate family today in the building.
He was always unbelievable.
Is he widely beloved within the league? Or is he a bit of a...
He was.
Okay.
I mean, I still think yes, because guys talk about golfing and hanging out in the off season. I don't know if that changes now, but I always liked Mikko. He was always great to me. He would walk by me on the plane and punch me in the shoulder every single time. Great.
Is it almost as if...
So you're saying he was violent, always?
Did you ever have a 6-month
It was a friendly
shoulder
thing.
surgery? So it's almost as if on one shoulder of Mikko Rantanen is the voice of Gabe Landeskog.
Yeah.
The angel Gabe. The
other
other
one is Jamie Benn.
is Jamie Benn, the Satan. The
It's like
satanic,
Kronk and
the satanic
Emperor's New
captain of
Groove.
the Dallas Stars.
Now you guys got to go away. You're confusing me.
You do a pretty... who's that actor who does that?
Patrick Warburton.
You do a very good Warburton.
Now you guys just go away. You're confusing me.
You need to have that deep baritone to do a good Warburton.
Was there a tiny bit of your Trump that bled into
I
that
heard
one?
it at the beginning.
A little bit.
I heard it at the beginning. Oh, no. All right, Connor.
Brock Heward made fun of my Trump. He said it was too feminine, too high pitched.
You can't do that. Can't make fun of Mike. Can't do it. It's a very bad thing to do.
Connor, as always, we appreciate having you on. Love seeing you around.
I'll just be outside the glass now.
Avs and Sharks tomorrow?
Yeah.
Looking for 10 straight. That's the last
Is
team that have
Celebrini
beat
still
the Avs.
second?
He is still saying he's 3 points behind McKinnon. He's very good.
1 and 2.
The voice of your Colorado Avalanche, Connor McGahey. The reason why we have him on this morning, well, no, it's not
I'm
because
gonna
he was just
see myself out,
sitting
okay?
in coach's seat. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday.
You better, hey, I want to destroy the morning show and have more entries than those jamokes. Those guys.
Your keyword's coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
What's up? Hey, Colorado, I know you don't love me, but I tell you, my guy, Barry Remington. All right, I'm not going to do it anymore.
2 seconds later.
Brock Heward made fun of my Trump. He said it was too feminine, too high-pitched.
You can't do that. Can't make fun of Mike. Can't do it. It's a very bad thing to do.
Should have had Connor give out the Avs keyword today, and that keyword is reindeer. Text to the word reindeer.
I know where that came from.
REINDEER. That is reindeer on an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Avs are hosting Montreal, and then DU hosts Minnesota on Saturday. It's a hockey smorgasbord, and you can see both games one more time. Reindeer with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter win both pairs of tickets. If you're looking to get someone an awesome Christmas gift, the Avs host the Mammoth on the 23rd of December, and then the Kings and the Blues on the 29th and the 31st. You're welcome. We just took care of your Christmas shopping. One more time, your keyword is reindeer. We're just having guests all day today. McGahee first. Dempsey's coming on in a few minutes. We got Nikki Javala at 11. Vic, you're in studio. What's up, dude?
Very self-serving for me to walk in and ask, but as long as I have the coach in front of me, best of luck to you this weekend against the juggernaut that is Cherry Creek, all right? Best of luck.
I appreciate you. Are you going to take any sides, or are you going to go with your longtime friend or your recent best friend?
I don't take sides because the following week, I will be calling the 4A and 5A championship games at Canvas Stadium for Altitude Television. And the reason I'm in here right now is I need those login credentials so I can look at that video. So I'm going to hold you to it. Are you going to give me the login credentials or not?
Can I be fully transparent with you? How good of friends are you with Dave Logan?
Dude, if you know me by now, I am not going to play the partiality role with anyone. I'm not. I want to be able to watch games.
You know, if I give you my Huddle login,
what kind of access do you have?
You would have all of our practice footage.
Oh, no, I don't want that. I want to watch
Doesn't
games.
matter. You could
How do
potentially
I watch games?
Well, yeah. So I'll share them with you.
I don't care about your practices, dude.
Well, guess who does?
Yeah.
My opponent.
Would you actually think he would try and get to me to get those logins?
You don't become a 52-time state champion for no reason, buddy.
All I know is I need to watch the games.
I will give you games.
It's hard to step into high school football when you don't watch every game closely and suddenly try to master who these players are. So I want to master that.
Okay, so question. Do you like watching all 22 film, or I can give you the NFHS
That's
network?
the one I want.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
And then I don't lose any of my trade secrets.
I don't care about all 22. I just want to be able to identify certain players, and that's it.
I started texting you my login information.
And then you thought twice.
And I was like, he's
What do
friends
you
with
think?
Logan.
Seriously,
How badly does he want to get on Cherry Hills? That's the question.
I mean, does he really think that I would do that? That I would give up? I mean, seriously, look at me.
I mean,
look at me?
Does your last name end in a vowel?
Yes.
There is somewhere there's going to be money wagered on this game.
I can be bought.
Turns into a RICO case.
Do you think that there is a line that exists in the Italian underground here in Colorado?
Where's
the North Denver
Here's what
underground.
it comes down to. Either you give me those login credentials or that child of yours in the next room over there, you don't see him for another 3 weeks. Thank you.
He's going to be wearing the cement shoes. He's got some Reeboks that are made out of concrete.
Vic Lombardi, fresh off of a trip with the Nuggets. They get a 125-115 win over Memphis. Vic is going to call the 4A and 5A state championship games up in Fort Collins. Coach, you watch it there. You watch it there. You might get stabbed in the back. You might wake up with a horse's head in your bed if you're not careful.
I fully anticipated now.
It's a Tuesday on the morning sprint. Means it's time for a baseline with Chris Dempsey.
Hey, Chris.
Demps, one more time. You there, buddy?
Oh, yes, I am here, and I would also like coach's credentials, and because I do want the all 22s.
Oh, I see now. Demps is family. Demps is a different kind of family. He's a dap up fam, no doubt about it.
Yeah. Seriously, good luck to you, man, my guy. This is a big week of spets. It's crazy how fast it got down to the Final Four.
It's insane. It is a blink of an eye, isn't it? All sports.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, definitely good luck. Good luck in that in the game. It's a big deal. It's definitely a big deal. You know what? You know what's funny is, man, we hated Cherry Creek so much, man. We played them in basketball a few times, and it was just like no, this team has to be beaten. So now I'm putting that pressure on you.
I love it. I love it.
Debs, 125-115. Denver improves to 13-4, 7-2 away from Ball Arena with a 10-point victory over the Memphis Grizzlies. We get yet another triple-double from Nikola Jokic, 17, 10, and 16 last night, and maybe one of his greatest passes that we've ever seen. That little spinorama, no look, behind your back, down the key, like that thing was nuts. It's amazing how every single game, or it seems like every single game, he does something that we've never seen him do. Do you find yourself dumbfounded like I am every game?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I mean, they're just spectacular passes. It seems like every night there's at least one. And it almost seems like it's better than the previous one, which we were all mouth on the floor for in the first place. So, yeah, I mean, he just does jaw-dropping things in terms of his passing. He really does remind me of Magic Johnson in that way. But I was thinking about this as I'm driving around town, and it's your bag of passing has to kind of be huge for you to be the kind of passer that Nikola Jokic is. And you were talking about take centers out of the equation. I'm including every player in the NBA now and through the history of time. Just one of the best passers we've ever seen. But, you look at some of those plays and a couple of behind-the-back passes to Payton Watson in, this game, that and previous game. And there's no other way that pass is getting to that player than the way he got them to that player. And that's, to me, it adds a layer of just unbelievable, to it, because, you're not just turning around and just throwing a pass through like four arms of NBA level players. You're not. That's getting tipped and stolen and dunking the other way. So you need to have like a wraparound behind the back pass in your bag, and he's got that in his bag, and so he's able to just pass guys open, see things that other players don't, and then deliver it in a way that they can score, and it's remarkable.
Debs, I always think about not only how incredible the passing is and the different angles at which Nikola Jokic passes, the different body mechanisms that are essentially created by the creativity that is Nikola Jokic as a basketball player. But I always think about the receiver on those passes because the way that Nikola Jokic is contorting his body, the reason the passes are so incredible, it doesn't appear that he is going to be passing or even has the thought of passing. What do you make of the surrounding players like a Payton Watson being able to accept that pass to be on the ready? How do you get to that point with a player like Nikola Jokic? Is that something that just takes time?
Yeah, you know what? In practice you got hit with a pass in the face, or in practice you fumbled the ball out of bounds, and then you learn really quickly that you had better be ready at all times because this guy can see you and knows you're open even if you don't know that you're open. And can make a pass to you that you think is not possible. And that's, kind of part two is, these NBA players, basketball, there's a certain amount of passing. When you get into all these situations, you understand if a pass can get to you or not. And so you kind of operate that way on a court. And Nikola Jokic changes the calculus on that. You can't just assume that this pass is not going to make it because it probably is. And then when it does, you had better do something with it. So, in the case of let's just take the Bruce Brown pass the other day when he kind of whipped it behind, was it like a sideways behind, his back pass to the corner three, and Bruce Brown misses the three. The part two to that is that, especially on passes like that to corner threes or anywhere to the 3-point line, there's pressure to make it because you already know you're a part of a highlight.
I love it. Debs, I was thinking about that. The highlights of that pass never include the shot itself, which I think is just hilarious.
The ball didn't even leave Bruce's hand, and then the highlight stopped, which is, I'm happy people have started doing that because it's always a letdown when he makes this dumb, no one in the world can make this type of look or pass, and then someone bricks a three. I'm happy they've stopped doing that. Chris Dempsey is our guest right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Again, make sure you text the word reindeer with your first and last name. That is reindeer, like what drives Santa's sleigh.
What was the full call?
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
I'll tell you later. Reindeer.
It had something to do with the goblin.
303-504-0925 to enter to win Avs tickets. We're going to give away Nuggets tickets tomorrow on a special Nuggets ticket Wednesday ahead of Thanksgiving. Demps, back to the game. Peyton Watson, man, stepping up, starting to hit from three. What has been the change in his game that you've loved so much so far?
Exactly that. I think for him, it's been just this ability to continue to expand his offensive game. And we saw earlier on this season, not as much lately, although he's been playing with the starter, so I guess I get it. They put the ball in his hands to initiate a lot of the actions in their offense with the reserves on the court. So you're seeing ball handling responsibilities, decision-making expanding, and now you're seeing the shooting expanding as well. And so, look, on these very airways before, I have said that he reminds me of a kind of a Scottie Pippen type, the kind of dude that can lock you down defensively, and then over time, Scottie Pippen's career arc was very athletic dude who was a defensive stalwart, and then over the course of his career continued to become a much better offensive player. And then, by the time his career was over, I mean, he was a really good offensive player. And I just see so much of that in Peyton Watson, and to see him put in the work. And here's part. This is also why you need teams with good locker room examples. When you look at Aaron Gordon and you see what he's done with his jump shot, if you are a young player on that team, how could you not work that hard to do the same thing? And how could you not, pick that man's brain to say, how did you get from here to here? And how can I do that and apply myself in that same way? If you think locker rooms, it's so important to have the right examples and the right professionals in your locker room. And Peyton Watson has that too. But above all of that, he's got great work ethic. And it looks like the sky's the limit for him. He's scoring these point totals he hasn't scored since he was in high school. And so it's very, very it's a great start for him. I couldn't be happier for him. He's such a good dude. And we'll see if he can be consistent with it the entirety of the season.
Christopher A. Dempsey, the journey that you and I began with Raj and Kim Becker several years ago on Dempsey and Company was what you and I were so excited for at the time, lovers of the great, beautiful game of soccer. The world calls it football, was the NBA UEFA Cup. Is this the year, Demps, that the Denver Nuggets, because David Adelman appears to be a guy that would love the beautiful game himself as well and would be all about an in-season cup of sorts, is this a year that we get to see the NBA UEFA Cup raised here in Denver?
I think it would be cool. I really do.
I agree.
I know we're like, there's not a lot of people who are, but I think, for David, this is a big change. I mean, Michael Malone just didn't like it.
He talked crap about it, did he not?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he didn't like it, not one bit. And I think David Adelman, I think he embraces it. I'm not going to say he's just gung-ho for it, but he certainly embraces it. And if it means winning some games to be able to do that, then he's all for it. And I think for the NBA, they need a team like the Nuggets. Any team that could really actually win a title, they need like the championship at the end of the season. They need that team to win the cup tournament as well, to just kind of lend a little bit more credibility to it. But I think it's good. I think it's fun. The Nuggets actually are in a weird spot, even though they've won all these games in their group, because they did lose to Portland in a cup game, and so Portland actually is the team that can control their own destiny in their group. So they both played the San Antonio Spurs for their last game. So I think if the Nuggets advance beyond the group stage, it's going to have to be probably a wild card unless the Trailblazers lose to the Spurs. But it'd be great to see them advance and do that. I like fun things, guys. I mean, I know people want to be so serious about this, and it's just it's just fun. If there's something else to win it. And the Nuggets are winning all the games anyway, so might as well win this thing.
Demps, what's the best story that not enough people are talking about in the NBA right now?
Oh, boy. Maybe it's the Detroit Pistons, or maybe they're talking about the Detroit Pistons a little bit more. That team has won 13 straight games.
Whoa!
And
wow.
Yeah. Yeah,
and they're
they are
the East Group B leaders in the UEFA
All
Cup
right,
too.
okay, settle
Jeez.
down there, coach. Settle down.
Sorry. I just man,
most
2-0.
importantly, they are leading in East Group B. But yeah, no, that team, that team has played amazing. It really has, and I believe it's its best start. I'm going to just backtrack off of that. It's its best start in a long while. But there's just Cade Cunningham is a player that I think most people know. But Jalen Duren is a player that you got to get to know. He's just a total cyborg looking dude. He's so big and cut. And he's a center, just averaging a double, putting up like 20 and 10 almost every single night for them. They found some shooting. They've actually found two-way players that play well for him as well. And then JB Bickerstaff has just instituted this defensive culture that has been their calling card, and they lock teams down. They're super physical. They found enough offense to be able to be really effective. And so I think maybe the Detroit Pistons are one team. The Phoenix Suns in the Western Conference, they're just quietly playing pretty good basketball, man. I mean, I don't think anybody, including me, thought that this team would be much of anything, but they are very competitive, and they have done this by and large without Jalen Green being on the court. He came back, and then he got injured his hamstring again. He's out for a long while. So once they get him back in the court, that's also been a really fun story, and they're a really fun team to watch in this league. So maybe those two right off the top, and I think this has been a really super interesting start to the NBA season.
That is Altitude TV's Christopher A. Dempsey with his weekly NBA baseline report. Nuggets get back to their winning ways with a 10-point victory on the road against Memphis. They'll take on San Antonio. No Wemby in that game, but the Spurs at 7:30 at Ball Arena the day after Thanksgiving. Black Friday. Demps, as always, thank you so very much, and a very happy Thanksgiving to you and yours.
Yeah, appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving to you both as well, and to everyone out there. We're thankful for you, and go Nuggets.
Go Nuggets is right. You can win Nuggets tickets tomorrow on a special Nuggets Ticket Wednesday, but today it's Navs Ticket Tuesday, and your first keyword is reindeer. Reindeer to 303-504-0925. We'll have Nikki Javala, beat writer for the Commanders, joining us at 11 today. We're turning the page, and we're ready for Washington.
What is good, Broncos country? I'll tell you what's good is there is a awesome opportunity to travel to Las Vegas, Nevada, get some more sunshine, maybe some warm temperatures, and hang out at the Stadium Swim at the Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. And the perfect place to go is to huddle up at Circa for Las Vegas-style football because the Broncos play the Raiders December 7th, but on Friday, December 5th, from 7 to 8 p.m., you can start your football weekend off in style as you huddle up with other Broncos fans at the Overhang Bar, a wonderful place at Circa Resort and Casino. They're going to have giveaways, including tickets to the game and signed Broncos jerseys. So once again, it's Friday, December 5th from 7 to 8 p.m. Sign up today at circalasvegas.com. And as I always like to say, /huddle-up. circalasvegas.com /huddle-up.
I think Bo Nix is the Broncos' future John Elway. He's going to be here for a long time because he's built for it. He's built for it. I promise you that. And number two about Bo Nix, we know on game day he going to make a play. Right. Because we watch it in practice all summer, all spring. He's going to make a play. His skill set, man, he's going to make a play eventually. So defensively, offensively, we just play. As a team, we talk about how we're going to win each game. Okay, and sometimes it's strategic of how we win in these games. But we know, end of the day, man, he's going to make a play. He is tough and competitive, and he's smart, and he wants to win every game he plays. And
he makes timely plays, too.
And the boys love him.
Vance Joseph on Guerrilla Sports talking about his quarterback. On a 2K Tuesday. This is a great poll, KJ. Good Charlotte? Get out of town, dude.
That's it, baby.
This was perfect timing, too, because wasn't one of the either lead singer or guitarist for Good Charlotte dating Nicole Richie? Is that accurate? Which was part of that.
Benji Madden or Joel Madden? Was one of them
one
married
of them
to
was
them?
either married to or dating Nicole Richie, daughter of Lionel Richie, that was in the it was like early 2000s. Gosh, it was like a reality show of her and Paris Hilton.
Okay, you are correct. Benji Madden is currently married to Cameron Diaz.
Whoa.
Joel Madden is currently married to Nicole Richie.
That's pretty powerful. That's a powerful
it
group
sure
of brothers
is.
right there. Dude, Cameron Diaz, man. She was a Long Beach Poly alum. Long Beach, California. Same high school
2K
as Snoop
Tuesday,
Dogg.
like if you talk about the 2K Tuesday ladies in terms of films, Cameron Diaz strong candidate.
Yep. Cameron Diaz, dude.
Yeah.
So Long Beach Poly, Mercedes Lewis,
Still
Snoop
playing
Dogg.
football. That's unbelievable.
Snoop Dogg, and I think is Russell Westbrook a Poly guy? No, because I'd like him more. No, he's definitely not a famous Long Beach Poly.
I've shown you I can dislike people who go to schools that I've been at. Like, I'm not a huge fan of Tommy DeVito, and he was a Syracuse quarterback. I can't stand the guy.
Dang, dude, Long Beach Poly's Tony Gwynn, Billie Jean King,
dang,
Cameron Diaz, Carl Weathers.
Dang.
Who's Carl Weathers?
Carl Weathers is from
Paula Creed.
Yes.
Dude. Snoop Dogg. God, what a school, man. That was the rival, crosstown rival. Pretty good.
The audio from Vance Joseph. I understand what he's saying about Bo, being the next Broncos John Elway. If he's talking about his longevity here in Denver, I agree. I think he's a guy that could play 3 contracts in Denver, retire a Bronco if all goes well, and then he's here working in the front office and makes his home in Colorado. Like, we've seen a lot of athletes come here and never leave.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of players who don't even play here and then find out that they have buddies who retired in Colorado and then move here.
Yep.
Like David Clarkson has done that in the NHL. He's got buddies who moved here to play here, and they were all like, you should move here and stay here forever. And Clarkson's now here. He was never an Av.
So at the bye week, this past week, Bo Nix, I believe, I saw some pictures, traveled out to watch his father's final high school football game of the season. Unfortunately, they lost their great program, Central Phoenix City High School in Alabama, and his father, they lost actually opposite of how we won. They went for the 2-point conversion, which should have been a tied game, and they didn't get it. And so that's how they lost. But, when I think about Bo and what he's building here in Denver, he's already gotten the most important thing, and Vance Joseph talked about that for a quarterback, and that is the unanimous respect of his locker room, of his teammates, of his peers. And I don't think there's anyone that doubts that at all. There's never been a moment since Bo Nix has been the quarterback for the Denver Broncos where you've even seen an eye roll. You've seen a sigh. You've seen a sideways look from one of his receivers.
No, like you haven't gotten the A.J. Brown treatment of Jalen Hurts. And Jalen Hurts has a Super Bowl ring.
You haven't gotten the Dalton Reisner, Brett Rippon, Russell Wilson at all. The explosive nature, even when it's been kind of not great. It just seems like everybody has such an undying belief that they're in the trenches with Bo Nix. And that's a huge thing because if you have that and then you also deliver in the fourth quarter, man, you've delivered on 2 things already in your first 2 years as a quarterback. And I think he is going to make the Denver Metro his home for a very long time. And when you think about his background, his dad being a really good player at Auburn, a guy that coached at the high levels of college football, and then did like I'm doing right now, which went after a college coaching career, went on to coach high school football. And he's extremely successful in that area. He's been doing that in football obsessed, crazed, even bordering on psychotic Alabama. I think that Bo loves the fact that Colorado is, you can get away from it a little bit.
But it's still football
But
craze.
it's really into football. But it's not like that.
Bo
level
can
of
walk
football.
around town and not be. Did you see the video of Connor Bedard walking in Chicago, and there was like a middle-aged autograph hawker videoing him and trying to get Connor, who's just walking with his friends, like underneath the highway to go get a sandwich.
And he looks like he's like 14 years old.
And he does. But the guy's like hawking Bedard and begging for autographs. He's saying, you're the only guy who I haven't had an autograph for. And Connor's like, just please let me go. Like, if you see me in an event, I'll sign it, but just like, let me walk with my boys. Bo can walk through Denver. And I think more often than not, that's not going to happen to him. Where someone's going to come up to him at dinner and be like, hey, let me take you away from Izzy. It just doesn't happen.
There's a level of respect that for whatever reason, Colorado almost enjoys having its sports icons stay here. So it's like Colorado, there's a culture that, hey, Peyton Manning's been here and he's been able to stay here.
Right.
Generally speaking. Largely left alone and not agitated and irritated at every stop.
Joker similar.
Yeah. And, I think even a lot of the hockey guys that come here, they love it here. I mean, they all vacation up in Aspen and Vail in the off season anyway, do they not? They find it home. Like, this is a great place for hockey guys that can, get away into fishing and potentially skiing and unbelievable golf. And they love to watch their driver carry an extra 20 yards because
it is
of the
nice
altitude.
to feel like Superman, isn't it?
I think those guys love it, man. They're like, oh, this is great, man. My driver carried 360 this week.
Like, is it, what's funny? Is it more difficult to be a coach in Colorado than it is to be an elite superstar player?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think that coaches are in that same category. I think that they are left alone to a certain extent. You've heard Deion Sanders talk about how much he loves the peacefulness. Like, the word he always uses, Coach Prime, when he talks about Colorado, especially when things were at a height, right? When he's talking about why he loves it here, why he wants to stay here, he just talks about, I feel like there's peace here. And I can attest to that. I chose to stay here, right? I'm not, Coach Prime by any stretch of the imagination, but the University of Colorado brought me here for an assignment that I had no clue was going to be essentially a 5-game assignment under Carl Durrell. And then, of course, he gets fired. At that point, it's over. Okay, cool. Well, now what? My family's here. Like, what do I do? Oh, wait, I love this place. Oh, wait, that you can have a normal life outside of this crazy 18, 20 hour a week or a day job that you do for 9 months, 10 months out of the year. And it made me want to stay here. And I could see why so many others have done that. Like Peyton Manning, I always thought that was so weird. I'm like, guy, think of him as an Indianapolis Colt. And I think of him as a real Southerner, like a Nashville, Knoxville, Tennessee guy. Why does he stay here in Colorado? I used to think that until I live here. And I figured it out. Like, I understand now because you get all of the amenities of a football and or sports crazed state, but then you get all these other things that no other state has.
Brian texts in, he goes, and Brian's son Lucas is a very good, really, really good U14 player for the Thunderbirds right now. And he goes, Brent Burns sat at our game last week. No one talked to him.
Yep.
And Burnsy's son plays for Okanagan Hockey, Colorado. He's able to go to a game. And I know Brent Burns is, like, he's not a superstar.
He's a Hall
for
of
the
Famer.
Avs. He's a Hall of Famer.
And he's also very recognizable.
He's recognizable.
He's huge. He's
That's
a big dude. He's got a massive beard, and he's never has his teeth in.
Like, you know who you're not going to recognize at a game? Like Sam Malinsky. You're not going to recognize him. You're going to recognize Brent Burns.
Yes,
you go,
you are.
who is the mountain man that just walked into the room? Burnsy, while not a superstar, being very recognizable at a place where people would recognize him, is not spoken to. And I think it's something that is it's not talked about enough about how well the fans here in the Mile High City treat their athletes and coaches.
It's remarkable, and it needs to stay that way. You know, and there are times, like even the CU game, where there's boos, or there's times, the Broncos as a 9-2 team, their offense has been mercilessly booed in probably 3 home games this year at different fits and starts of those games. That's pro sports. That's a standard. I think that everybody understands that standard that's on the other side of it. But if you can continue to make this place a desired destination for pro athletes, guess what? It's going to continue to raise all boats. I just don't understand why baseball can't figure that out. Doesn't make any sense.
Nikki Jabvala of The Athletic joins us next to turn the page and get the Broncos focused on the Commanders. Will Jaden Daniels play? The thought is he's not going to play for Washington, but we will check in with the former Broncos beat writer. Nikki Jabvala is next. 2K Tuesday rolls along. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your next keyword comes up at 11:20 to get you inside Ball Arena to see the Avs take on the Montreal Canadiens. Then you can stay there, park your butt in your seat, and watch the Pioneers take on the Golden Gophers later on that evening. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by former Broncos beat writer, writer for the Denver Post, Sports Illustrated, but now covering the beat with the Washington Commanders. She is Nikki Javala. Nikki, what's up?
Not much. How are you guys?
We're doing great. We're turning the page. We're away from the bye week, and now we are welcoming in, the 1% chance that Jaden Daniels plays on Sunday? What's happening there?
Yeah, I would put it at less than 1%.
All right.
But, I appreciate the optimism, but, yeah, I think it's highly unlikely. I mean, he hasn't cleared for contact yet. He returned to practice on Monday, but practice then was more of like a jog through. So at this point, barring a major change, I would expect to see Marcus Mariota out there.
All right, so we can expect the former Duck out there for Dan Quinn's offense. My question to you is, even if Daniels could come back at this point, do you think he should?
I think this is a tough one because they have 6 games left. If it were down to 2, I'd say no, shut him down. What's the point? This is his 3rd injury. They're out of it anyway. Why risk it? But with 6 games, he's only in his 2nd season. He's only played 3 games this season? I mean, he's been out for 5 games. It's just so I guess it's more than that. But you know what I'm saying? He still needs those reps. And I thought one thing that Dan Quinn said that was really interesting was they want him to learn to not only play at a high level, which he does now, but play at a high level safely, know when to take your shots, know when to get down, know when to throw it away. So they still view these reps as valuable, and 6 games is still quite a bit. It'd be maybe 5 if he can return the following week, but that'd be difficult to shut him down for the rest of the way.
Nikki, speak to the roller coaster that's been the Dan Quinn experience, the 2024 season being just off the charts, not expected, Jaden Daniels being the talk of the town, to 2025, where a lot of the narrative is shifting to Cliff Kingsbury in his sophomore season as a coordinator, typically being a downer, which has been aided by injuries. But how can you speak to just the experience it's been Dan Quinn and the Washington Commanders?
Yeah, I mean, for him, it's definitely a roller coaster. For us on the beat, we're kind of used to it. This is
no doubt.
Sort of this chaotic, this is the norm for Washington. I mean, in 2023, just before Josh Harris bought the team, they were 4-13. So it's been really bad, really good, really bad again. But yeah, for Quinn, I mean, they had an exceptional season last year. It was magical in a lot of ways. Everything that went right did go right. I mean, they won 6 games on the last play from scrimmage. I mean, Jaden Daniels had probably the greatest season ever for a rookie quarterback. They go to the NFC Championship for the first time in 33 years. So it was magical, and it kind of restored hope in the franchise after decades with Dan Snyder. And then this year, everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. You have so many injuries. I did the math, and it's 21 players for a total of 82 games lost. And these are all key players. It's not like you're losing a couple of reserves. It's your top 3 receivers, your top 3 DNs. It's your starting quarterback. It's your starting safety. It's major players. And it's been brutal. And they didn't have the depth coming in to really compensate. They're still sort of rebuilding. And I think last year sort of masked a lot of the deficiencies they still had. So you're starting to see the real holes on the team, and they've made some changes. Quinn has taken over defensive play calling, and that helped a couple weeks ago in Madrid. We'll see if they can sustain that. But yeah, it's been one of the seasons where one phase plays well and 2 others play poorly, and that brings them down.
Nikki Javala of The Athletic is our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline. You mentioned all those injuries, the Terry McLaurins, the Noah Browns, the Austin Ecklers. You can't stay healthy. Does that help kind of tamper the like the loss of excitement that they have from last year nearly being NFC champions to this year only winning 3 games? Can you just look at it and go, well, everyone's injured, screw it, it just reset, we'll go into next season?
Yeah, I think they probably wish it were that easy, but I think a lot of people are just really disappointed. I think that part is certainly out of their control, but they also just haven't played well. I mean, they've had opportunities. It's not just the injuries. It's, even when they have been there, it's just been sloppy. Because it seemed like in 24, this was like a really detail-oriented team. Like, they were great in 2 minutes. They were great in situations. And now they just kind of fall apart. I mean, they're getting gashed in the secondary. I mean, they've given up so many 40-yard, 50-yard completions. It's unbelievable. And a lot of it is basic stuff, miss a tackle, miss another tackle, a 50-yard completion. Like, it's just things they should know, and they know what's happening, and they, for some reason, can't fix it on the field. So I think that's been the bigger frustration, is that they're not playing to the level that they clearly proved they were capable of. And now with the way the roster is built, you're looking at, another massive offseason of bringing in new guys, and it just feels like one overhaul after another one.
Nikki, do you feel that Cliff Kingsbury and what a lot of people call the Cliff, as in the KLIFF and then CLIFF, that the offense typically either year 1 to year 2 drops off dramatically, or first 9 games to last 8 games drops off dramatically? Is Cliff Kingsbury in trouble in Washington?
No, I don't think so by any stretch. I know that exists, and I think there's some data to support it. I mean, I thought they did pretty well down the stretch last season to secure the number 6 seed and make it to the playoffs. They did beat Philly in one of those games, beat Dallas. So I thought they did okay. I know there's some truth to that, but I also think that's a case for multiple coordinators. Like, I love Wade Phillips more than anybody, but that was sort of the case with his defense that second year. It's like the more there's tape on you, the more teams figure it out. It's not like rocket science. There's more tendencies to pick up on, and that was always the narrative coming in, whether it be Cliff or anybody else, is they know more about Jaden now. They're not the new shiny toy. Like, they're going to find ways to beat you, to stop you, and you got to adjust. And I think they've tried. I think that's where you're really starting to see the impact of the injuries is, he's game planning for a shell of a roster. And I think there's more they could do, certainly, but I also think it's difficult when every week you have a different receiver. I mean, when Robbie Chosen, who signed a week earlier, is, like your top 4 receiver, like what is happening? Like, Treylon Burks is now one of their top receivers. Treylon Burks was like non-existent in Washington until like 3 weeks ago. And then of course after 2 games he gets hurt. So it's just like, it's things like that where it's just a constant revolving door, and it's hard to find any consistency. And then you throw in sort of the off season where Terry was holding out and Noah Brown was hurt, and they never really got their footing, it felt like.
I'm not going to be scared of Robbie Chosen, but if I'm a Broncos fan looking for someone to be scared of, who should that be?
If Terry comes back and he really is playing healthy, he's pretty good.
It's in the nickname. I should have seen that coming.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I also think Noah Brown it's tough for Noah Brown because he's had so many injuries over his career, and I feel so bad for him. But that dude can draw more PIs than anybody I've ever seen. It's like an art form to him. I think he drew 6 last season. He only played in like 11 games. So yeah, he's one of those that can be sneaky good.
You covered the Broncos, correct, when they won the Super Bowl in 2015. That was like one of your first couple of years.
That was my first year, and then it went downhill from there.
There were some trying years after that.
You get good when I leave. Thanks a
lot. My question to you, what's the more fun run, the Broncos Super Bowl run your first year here, or the Jaden Daniels improbable rookie going all the way to the NFC Championship?
I'd say the Jaden Daniels one, just because like that first year, I felt like, just me personally, I felt like I was swimming. It was my first year on the beat. I was like trying to prove myself, and they go on this run, and I was sort of like the third wheel on the beat. Cliff and Rank were still there. So I was just kind of there to help, and I didn't really, I felt lost a lot of times. But here, like, it's different. And just the history of everything that Washington had been through, I mean, it's been a train wreck. It had been a train wreck there for so many years. I mean, I went from, covering the Broncos to covering Congress and the DEA and,
wow,
all this stuff with more federal investigations into that team and their owner than there were playoff games in like the span of 20 years. So that was a lot, and I love the chaos. For journalistically, it was great. But to go from that and to really experience a winning team, to finally see really good quarterback play again, was just pretty great.
So Nikki,
you see Payton in his prime, and then you go a decade without seeing it. It's like, oh, that's what it's like.
So Nikki, what you're telling us is that you never had a head coach call you by your wrong name or maybe your last name and repeat it 3 times in a row. You didn't get Javala. As our friend Luca Evans has gotten
Jones.
I do remember that. It wasn't quite what Luca got with Sean Payton the other day, but I do remember that. Well, swimming no longer. She's the Pro Football Writers of America president and the beat writer out there with The Athletic for the Washington Commanders. I would say good luck to the team that you covered, but I'm in Denver, so I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, you're better off not doing that.
Nikki,
I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
Nikki Javala, once again, follow her on X at Nikki Javala, formerly on the Broncos beat here with the Post and with The Athletic.
Lindsay.
I do remember her being mistaken for Lindsey Jones. I remember that. Again, not quite what Luca's had to deal with over the last
Evan.
couple of weeks with Sean Payton.
Something about being the rookie on the Denver Post beat.
No doubt.
Nikki Javala in her first year.
I pray for whoever takes over for Luca in a handful of years.
It's awesome.
Don't go anywhere. Your next keyword to get you inside Ball Arena for Avs and Canadiens, as well as the DU Pioneers and the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Your next keyword's coming up next.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and I have an update because there is some snow coming and some weather systems are coming over the next 10 days. In fact, 9 inches of fresh powder is forecast on my particular app that I use, Open Snow, for Loveland ski area. It has been open. Do not be dissuaded by what appears to be a lack of snow because help is on the way in the form of the white fluffy stuff. So get up to Loveland ski area where you're going to deal a whole heck of a lot more with laps and runs than you are with people. You get to miss the Johnson Eisenhower tunnel turn off right before that. So you never have to deal with the issue of going up and down and all the trucks getting in and out of all the chains. So just get off right there, right at the Loveland Pass. Don't have to even make the Loveland Pass to get up there to A-Base, and you can just go right to the Loveland ski area. And so check out all the passes that are open right now, available online at skiloveland.com. I'll be seeing you up there.
A special thanks to all of our guests that we've had on today. It's been a litany of them. We've had Connor McGahee, Vic Lombardi, Chris Dempsey, Nikki Javala just a few minutes ago talking about the Broncos and the Commanders. Broncos 6.5-point favorites in that game on NBC. I'm going to have a real hard time not loving that line.
Yeah, there's some interesting lines, man. The Detroit Lions, who have looked like they've been just on the schneid struggling, they're also favored against the Packers. A home favorite, but 2.5-point favorites against the Pack. And
Typically
that defense right now?
Typically you get 3 points at home, so you can make the argument that it's like they're almost a half-point dog.
Toss-up, yeah.
But pretty much a toss-up there. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday on a 2K Tuesday. And it's 11:20, which means it's time for your next keyword. And that keyword is, you could have guessed with our first one.
I bet it's got something to do with Moj.
It's goblin.
Yes.
The keyword is goblin. Goblin. Text the word goblin.
I'll tell you what, man. You've been keeping me on a cliffhanger knowing exactly what my man Moj said in his call again. I forgot.
Well, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin.
Yes, text goblin to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name to enter to win a pair of tickets to see the Avs and the Canadiens. Then you can sit right there in your seat and watch the DU Pioneers host the Minnesota Golden Gophers on Saturday night. Both games are at Ball Arena. Get ready for Black Friday and Cyber Monday deals by subscribing to Avs Alert. The latest offers land straight in your inbox, and you can sign up today at coloradoavalanche.com/Avs Alert. Once again, your 1120 keyword is goblin, so text that word goblin. Goblin with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925. We're going to announce a winner coming up here in about 20 minutes from right now.
Goblin.
Well, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin.
It's 11:20, means it's time for KJ's NFL notes and an NFL recap. Every day at 11:20 on the morning sprint, we go through KJ's NFL notes, and on Tuesdays, we wrap up the NFL week that was. The Broncos on the bye week in week 12 of the NFL season. Thursday night started off with, statistically, the number one defense in the NFL stifling the Bills, 23-19. They hold Josh Allen scoreless through the air in that game. 2 interceptions from the reigning MVP. James Cook does have 116 yards and a touchdown in the losing effort, but the Texans improved to 6-5. That defense looks really good.
It is really good. Really, really, really good. Will Anderson, otherworldly. Derek Stingley, otherworldly. But I still think the Denver Broncos are a better defense.
The Bears get a 31-28 victory over the Steelers. They improved to 8-3. And while Caleb Williams was good in this game, right? 239 yards, 3 touchdowns. It's the Bears defense that finds a way to just hold off Pittsburgh. We're going to be just fine.
The Midway Monsters.
They're going to be
back.
I think they're going to be a fun team to root against in the first round. I don't believe in them yet.
Nah, nor should you. We'll find out here because they have a tough slate coming up. We'll see if they can stave off the rest of the NFC North. Couple tilts against the Packers coming up.
The Patriots find a way to beat the down-and-out Bengals who are injured. T. Higgins, did you see the hit on T. Higgins?
Yeah.
Man, he got hit hard. And it wasn't like dirty. It was just going up for a 50-50 ball, and Higgins has no control over his body. Both big human beings flying down to the ground. The first thing that hits the ground, it's T. Higgins' head.
All of the offensive firepower that is highly compensated for the Cincinnati Bengals, do any of those really want to play in these remaining games?
Well, there was a point in which the Bengals were not playing with any of them in that game. Obviously, Jamar Chase being suspended. Joe Burrow still dealing with
a little bit now. Yeah, back and forth. Nice little break, though, right off the glass like we've seen in Nashville. Goofy man. Turnover. Nielsen holds and looks.
Moj. Hey there, buddy. Good to see you, Moj.
That was a weird.
We're waiting for the Cale Makar goal.
I think the hockey gods were telling us to talk some stick and puck, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Why not do it again, Moj? Thank you for reminding me. Your keyword this hour is goblin. Text that to 303-504-0925. We're going to get you guys entered to win Avs tickets and DU Pioneers tickets. Patriots get a 26-20 victory over the Bengals. Moving on, this game was so much fun. 1,000 yards of offense as the Lions get a 34-27 win. Jahmyr Gibbs hits a homer in overtime.
Darnold with time going up top for Jackson Smith, and Jigba drops it in the bucket, and he will backpedal for a touchdown. What a throw.
That ended up being the Jackson Smith and Jigba touchdown from the Seattle and the Tennessee game. Seattle beats Tennessee. Tennessee was knocking on the doorstep.
Yep, they sure were. Seattle just found a way. Great defense. They've had a great defense all the whole year. And just like our keyword being goblin, I think there actually is a goblin.
There are goblins
that's living in our switchboard. In the back here.
30-24 is the final. Sam Darnold, coming off of 4 interceptions last game, goes 16 of 26, 244 yards, 2 touchdowns. Ho-hum. They rely on Kenneth Walker's 71 yards on the ground. Cam Ward still doesn't feel like he's settled into the NFL.
Yeah, he's the quarterback that I have probably been the least optimistic about the chance for a breakthrough. Caleb Williams was right there, and I think Caleb Williams he's gotten his breakthrough in the form of Ben Johnson being the gift from the good Lord above in terms of a play caller and developer.
We head back to Ford Field. Jahmyr Gibbs hits a homer in overtime.
Here's Gibbs on first down. Jahmyr Gibbs across midfield. One man to beat. Inside the 20, the 10. Touchdown on the first play from scrimmage in overtime. Remember, the Giants will have an opportunity. Gibbs takes it 69 yards.
Jahmyr Gibbs, 264 combined yards through the air and on the ground, 3 touchdowns in that big run against New York. But holy smokes, was this was the most exciting game of the weekend.
It really was. And it was a bit unexpected, was it not? Felt a little unexpected, and yet Detroit Lions stay alive, stay relevant, because that's a team that just seems like they're playing with fire. And in what has to be one of the most talented rosters in pro football.
The Packers get a 23-6 win over the Vikings.
Dominant.
J.J. McCarthy has been added to the concussion protocol this week. We talked about him yesterday. Is Minnesota going to have to select a quarterback this year, or are they just going to ride this out for another season and hope it's just growing pains for a guy who is essentially in his rookie year?
Kevin O'Connell doesn't appear to be a guy that was too fired up about all the different talk about learning to play quarterback differently, and his quarterback guru that he has training him in the offseason, being a guy that's different from what he's learned from Kevin O'Connell. This isn't good. It's not good for J.J. McCarthy, and I was very high on J.J., but unfortunately for a lot of you Michigan fans out there, the negative viewpoint of J.J. McCarthy I had prior to the combine was he was just a handoff merchant, is what he was for Michigan. Just handed the ball to Blake Corum, let him do all the work. And I saw some physical talent when I went to the combine. I had a chance to see him throw the football. I was super impressed with his arm talent, but my word, he's been bad.
The Chiefs do their job. They get a 23-20 win at home over the Colts. They were down 20-9 in the fourth quarter, and Indy recovered a fumble in the fourth and still found a way to lose this game in overtime. 13 first downs for Patrick Mahomes in the fourth quarter alone. And I know you don't like it because it feels as though the witch is still alive.
No, it doesn't feel it. The witch is still alive.
But what that win did, the Broncos now have their own path. Nobody can knock them off of this path. If they just win out, they have the first round bye right now, thanks to Kansas City.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where Patrick Mahomes, man, 29 of 46, 352 yards.
And all of that was in the fourth. All of it was in the final quarter.
Engineering another late, backs against the wall, franchises up against it, fighting for one last chance to be able to be with his boy there, Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce, four catches, 43 yards. The big storyline out of that game for me was Rashee Rice. 8 catches, 141.
2 big catches in the fourth and in overtime, chunk plays of north of 40 yards, both of them. That felt like I'm not saying he's Tyreek Hill, but that felt like the Kansas City's down, and for some reason, Tyreek Hill has no one within 15 yards of him. Rasheed felt like that.
And Xavier Worthy had one too, a 31-yarder that felt big and significant.
I understand why you look at me and you go, you're crazy to think that this was a good thing for the Broncos. I'm not saying I'm not still scared of Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. I have nightmares about them every evening, as should you.
But we're talking about rooting interest in a game. And I get like one of them is so that you secure your ability to have home field advantage. And the one team that held the trump card over you was the team that beat you head-to-head in the Indianapolis Colts.
Yep.
My faith in the Indianapolis Colts in terms of winning 4 or more games in the remaining is very low. I think they actually win 2 or 3 of the remaining games.
Ravens get a 23-10 win over the hapless Jets. Baltimore atop the AFC North, even though Lamar Jackson looks like a shell of himself. That dude's not healthy.
He hasn't been healthy. This has been an off year. I mean, think about the year that he put together a year ago. Boy, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, man, falling on harder times this year, that's for sure.
I feel as though Allen's playing better because he is healthier than Jackson, but unless Josh Allen has 4 touchdowns in a game and 2 of them are on the ground, Buffalo's not winning. They're too injured, and McDermott's out of there. I don't see Buffalo going on a run. McDermott's gone.
The Buffalo Bills are 3-5 in their last 8 games. Not great.
They have not looked the part of the AFC champions that I thought they were going to be this year. Moving on, Browns get a 24-10 victory at the Las Vegas Raiders. Shedeur Sanders, he leads the Browns to a win.
They're down at 8. Here comes the pressure. Running away from it is Sanders. He's looking long. He's got a man. Caught at the 10-yard line. Bonds. He's down to the 1-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal for the Browns. He beat Darnay Holmes for 53 yards.
Shedeur's feeling himself. It wasn't perfect. It was against a crap opponent, but he looked better than Dylan Gabriel has.
Did you happen to hear what Rex Ryan had to say about Shedeur Sanders?
I didn't.
Yeah, so Rex Ryan was saying, might as well learn the words us and we instead of saying I and me so much. And I was just like, Rex, have you done your homework? Shedeur is the guy that's going to talk about his legacy. And he's that confident. And that's as bad as the Browns have been, that's what they need. And Kevin Stefanski, finally, after losing a game of uncle and crying uncle, he named Shedeur Sanders begrudgingly his starting quarterback going forward this week.
Jacksonville escapes with a 27-24 win over the Jacoby Brissett-led Arizona Cardinals. Brissett's thrown the football 105 times in his last 2 games.
He's my fantasy quarterback, because I'm dealing with all kinds of injuries and issues.
You could do worse.
He's pretty awesome, actually.
You could do worse.
Pretty good.
I mean, he takes a bunch of sacks.
He's a big stat head.
He sure
good
is.
Stat guy.
The coolest play in this game was the touchdown that Arizona scored off of a tipped Trevor Lawrence pass, and the big old defensive lineman tipped it to himself and then pirouetted and dove and reached for the pylon, or at least for the goal line. It was the coolest play I saw all weekend. And it was a big 325-pounder. I love me a thick 6.
Thick sicka. I love me. They're as fun to watch as any play. DeAndre Tillman's, he's overdue for one that actually goes to the crib.
Cowboys 24-21 over the Eagles. They stay alive in the NFC East, 5-5-1. And you guys heard the commercials that have been going. Both Coach and I, we love the Cowboys on Thursday.
I'm hoping so. Because they're hot. Pickens is hot.
Someone's gonna
hot.
Someone's gonna do your dirty work for you with the Chiefs. And I think it starts with them. I think you're gonna find a way where the Chiefs are gonna lose one of these games. I think it's Thanksgiving. I think they're going to walk in there feeling high.
It's going to be a fun game to watch.
You know what it's going to prove to me? That Mahomes and this version of the Kansas City offense can't win a shootout. Now, does that play into Denver's hands? No. But I need someone else to do my dirty work for me. 24-21 is the final there. The Falcons get a 24-10 win on the road over the Saints. Tyler Shough 243 yards and a pick. Kind of looks like a guy who's not going to play quarterback for a long time in this league. Those two teams are dead in the water.
Total jag. Just a guy.
Both of those teams are full of Jags outside of Bijan Robinson.
Lots of Jags.
And Drake London's pretty good too.
Yep, just a guy.
And then the other dude who is screaming toward the MVP, 3 touchdowns, ho-hum, 25 of 35. Matt Stafford and Devontae Adams are, tell me I'm wrong, that's the most terrifying connection in the NFL right now.
It 100% is. If you would have talked about Matthew Stafford having an opportunity to pair up with Devontae Adams 4 years ago, what would you said? That's
Megatron.
It's different. It's stupid. It doesn't even make sense how the NFL would let that happen. Did the Broncos have any chance whatsoever?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think Devontae wanted to go to LA. I think he wanted to play with Stafford and wanted to play for McVay. And you know what? He made the right decision. Devontae Adams would not be having the season he's having right now in Denver. He's not.
You're right.
Matt Stafford's a better quarterback than Bo Nix.
He's a better thrower of the football.
I'm not slapping Bo Nix here. I'm just saying
he's a better thrower of the football.
He's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
He's also, his giftedness is like wow throws, the stuff that get like an old school throwback elite passer. That's who Matthew Stafford is.
And then finally, the last game of Week 12, the 49ers now 8-4. They beat the Panthers, who fall to 500 on the back of, you guessed it, Christian McCaffrey.
2nd down and 3, 49ers at the Panthers 12. I formation, Purdy under center. Here's the snap, toss play. McCaffrey running left, has a block, cuts it up, down to the 5. McCaffrey to the end zone. Touchdown 49ers. A 12-yard touchdown run for Christian McCaffrey. His 7th rushing touchdown of the year. His 12th overall, and the 49er lead is 16-3.
Our thanks to Westwood 1 for that call. Christian McCaffrey, 7 receptions, 53 yards through the air.
He's been unreal this year.
Toted the rock 24 times for 89 yards and a touchdown. He is, when he stays healthy, man, is he a top 5 offensive player, not counting quarterbacks in the league?
He leads everybody in the National Football League in touchdowns.
So then let's go top 3.
He is. I mean, guy has 785 receiving yards, 796 rushing yards, and 7 touchdowns in each regard. That is so impressive, man.
You know, in his career, he has over 12,000 receiving and rushing yards in his career. 12,000 of them. And I think he's nearing 100 touchdowns total. I think he's like in the mid-90s as of last night. The guy's a freak.
He looks like he's having fun too, which I like. I like to see again. Joy of the game of football.
That is your NFL Week 12 recap. NFL notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. When we come back, we will give away tickets for you to get inside Ball Arena, see the Avs take on the Montreal Canadiens, and you can stay to watch the Pioneers take on the Minnesota Golden Gophers. You still have 5 minutes to get your next keyword in, and that is Goblin. Goblin.
Get it in.
303-504-0925 with your first and last name. One more time. You have 5 minutes remaining. Text the keyword Goblin to 303-504-0925. We give away a winner next. Wasn't expecting Drowning Pool to close off our day, but let's go.
I went to the show back in 2002. Drowning Pool. The circle pit that ensued.
I'm surprised you're alive.
It was awesome.
I would not survive one of those things. I'm far too soft. We'll give away.
I need to get into circle pit soon in my life.
We'll give away some tickets for you guys to go see the Avs and the Canadiens. They'll be playing in those beautiful retro uniforms that they debuted against the Carolina Hurricanes a few weeks ago. Avs and Canadiens on Saturday afternoon. It'll be the second of a back-to-back. They'll play on Friday and Saturday, 1 p.m. game against Minnesota on the road. They'll turn around, fly home. You can see that game, and then you can stay in your seat to go watch the Pioneers take on the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Both games at Ball Arena. Winner's coming up in just under 10 minutes from right now. Earlier on in the show, we heard Vance Joseph talking with Guerrilla Sports and talking about how Bo Nix is the next John Elway for the Broncos. And I think he was just talking simply
the
about
long game.
Longevity, right?
Face the franchise, potentially post-football career with the Broncos organization.
Right. He also was grilled about what happened in that Miami loss all those years ago.
I would say this, about my job and the family, right? I think we've done a great job, my wife and I, of keeping this football in perspective. And, I always tell coaches and players alike, man, look, we're not curing cancer, right? It's football, it's entertainment. And if you keep it there, right, it won't burn your feelings a little bit. That Miami game was a terrible performance. And again, I talk about when it's good, the coaches high five and they smile. And when it's bad, no one wants to take it. I'll take it, right? I'll take it and talk openly about it. But that game obviously was really embarrassing for all parties involved. But my name's on it, and I'm okay with that. I appreciate that game because it allowed me to make the right changes. And Sean and I had a great talk after that game, and I told him, I said, Coach, you let me be me, and I promise you I'll help you win. Look, just let me be me, and I'll make you playing offense a lot easier. I'll take the ball away. I'm going to hit the quarterback, right? I'm going to give you short fields. So once him and I had that meeting and came out of that meeting, man, it's been good ever since.
I'd say so. There's been a lot of talk around the Broncos locker room from the defensive players that have been here since 2023 that it was actually the second half of the Bears game in Soldier Field, the game in which the Broncos turned over Justin Fields multiple times in that fourth quarter. It was a come-from-behind victory. But that felt early on. Justin Fields, it looked like it was going to be the breakout performance of his career. And it was coming on the heels of that Miami Dolphins atrocity. The Broncos cite that second half as the turning point that they have never looked back from. I love hearing Vance Joseph say what he said. And the amount of times that's happened to me as a play caller, like at the University of Minnesota, when I was the offensive play caller, I was running Kirk Shiraka's offensive system. He's the offensive coordinator that was with PJ Fleck at Western Michigan, all the way at University of Minnesota, and then ended up leaving to go to Penn State, in which he got fired after 8 games or something by James Franklin. Now he's at Rutgers. I got fired actually to bring Kirk Shiraka back, but there was a time where I wish I would have had that conversation. Strong, bold conversation with my boss to say, let me be me, and I will make you look better. If I'm able to run what I truly believe in. It's not even an arrogant statement by Vance Joseph. But it's really hard when you're having to try to be somebody you're not as a play caller, offense and defense and special teams.
Do you think it was difficult for Sean to have that conversation with the guy in Vance because he had for so many years the same dudes around him? And I know Sean's the offensive mastermind with the Broncos. So when he has Joe Lombardi as his offensive coordinator, there aren't heads butting, right?
Because Joe Lombardi doesn't do anything.
Right. He's a mouthpiece.
Yeah. I mean, he does the press conference and he probably organizes stuff to make sure the staff knows their responsibilities. And Sean ultimately is going to put together the game plan and ultimately he's going to call it. I mean, it's in name only. OC in name only.
How difficult is it for a guy like Sean Payton who has full control and has had full control over the offense for all of those years to go, even though I want to control the whole thing as the CEO, I'm not the offensive mind. I got to let this guy take it.
I don't think it'll ever happen for Sean Payton to actually relinquish offensive control
to like Davis Webb.
I don't think it'll ever happen. Never, ever, ever. Why? What's this little candle over here? It's burning. What do we call it?
It is the candle of the patron saint Sean of Narcissus.
Correct. Correct. And what? And who was Narcissus?
He was the Greek mythological feature that was so beautiful he fell in love with himself.
With his reflection, right?
Yes.
So back in the day before an actual mirror was probably invented, it was a reflection pool. Fell in love with him. So that's never going to happen. Sean Payton's always going to be the play caller as long as he's a head football coach. Now, on the flip side, when you're an offensive play caller and a head coach, all you really want is the defense to just be good. You don't want to have to deal with it too much. And obviously, in year one, just a mere, 8 games? Not even that. Miami was fairly early in Sean's first season.
It was week 3, man. That 70-20 loss was week 3. You got beat by Vegas by 1. You lost to Washington by 2. And then you got beat by Miami by 50.
You know what's weird?
To the tune of 376 yards receiving and 350 yards on the ground.
How long ago does that seem? So here's what I'd heard. I had heard, Raj, that, do you remember, before I say what I'd heard, what was Sean Payton, who was his number 1 candidate for the defense coordinator job at Denver? Do you remember? I'll give you a hint. He's also a recently fired Denver Broncos
Vic
head coach.
Fangio.
It was Vic. Like, first off, who in the world wants to hire one of 2 recently fired defense or head coaches as their defense coordinator in the same franchise? That is so Sean Payton, is it not? Bringing back a guy that's like truly never a threat to ever want him to be the head coach.
Yeah, it's that.
Already done it. Already done it.
It's a really good point.
So I think what happened, what I saw early on in the Vance Joseph era, was there was a little bit of a Vic Fangio style of quarters, simulated pressure. And so when I heard Vance Joseph, just me, this is not any, I haven't heard anything, but when I hear the words on that Guerrilla Sports. Guerrilla Sport. I said Guerrilla Warfare. The Guerrilla Sports podcast. It makes me realize that there were some things defensively that Vance Joseph was doing that didn't feel like him. In last season, there was one game in particular where I was like, that is not Vance Joseph. Schematically. It could be out of complete fear of a player playing otherworldly football.
Is that the Baltimore game?
It was Baltimore. And it was quarters. It's cover 4. And as John Gruden used to say all the time, cover 4 made me a bleeping millionaire, man. Offensive guys love seeing cover 4. It's the best. You can just shred it apart, man. There's all kinds of middle of the field's wide open. There's free access throws. You can mess with the overhang players. And that just did not look like a Vance Joseph defense, which is predominantly based on pressure, man coverage, and then a lot of what looks like man coverage, and I'd call it match cover 3. That's Vance Joseph. He's done it. He mixes it up just enough. He gives enough looks, and there's a multitude of front pressure looks. He has been in his bag since that, and I am excited to watch it again on Sunday night.
Congratulations to our winner, Michael Guerrero. Michael Guerrero, you're going to see the Avs take on the Canadiens, and you can stay to watch the Denver Pioneers take on their rival, the Minnesota Golden Gophers. That's on Saturday afternoon and evening at Ball Arena. If you didn't win today, make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for a special Nuggets Ticket Wednesday. Thanksgiving isn't going to stop us from giving away Nuggets tickets. We're the only place in the state that can do it, so make sure you tune in tomorrow for your chance to win tickets to the Mavericks game on December 1st. That's a special Nuggets Ticket Wednesday tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's going to do it for the coach, Mike Sanford. For KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Hang out. Your best Denver sports talk continues all day long here. Win your tickets. Listen on the 20s. Be good. We'll see you tomorrow.
gotta look something
I
up.
see him on TV. I turn around, he's sitting right next to me. It's like, how the hell that happened?
Sleep is overrated.
I'm
D-Mac.
seeing goofball being goofy, and we'll get to.
This is all fake energy. This will be fake. 3 hours of fake enthusiasm and energy.
Like I told my wife for 38 years, whatever.
You know, by the way, I just got to say this.
Yeah.
I sense that we have for all those out there in TV land, in radio land, Twitch land, YouTube land.
There we are.
What else are we on?
God, I think,
Spotify land.
We might be, yeah.
You know how I feel about mock drafts.
How do you feel about mock drafts, Scott? I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're the dumbest thing in the world. I literally can't stand them. And yet last week, while on the road, still doing work, still prepping, somebody asked me the other day, when do you study?
When do you study? When do
you get that question all the time?
No, nobody cares about my prep,
Well, I get that asked all the time.
As I heard Moser say, we're not taking big rocks and turning them into small rocks. Nobody cares. But go ahead, yes.
But somebody asked me that
you.
recently. I said, you don't really ever stop. You kind of are always reading and watching and listening. And I'm in my fair on that?
My wife said that to me last night. She was like, "What are you doing now?" I'm like, I don't know. I can't even explain it.
Yeah.
But I got you this. I got to see somebody get knocked in the nads
on
TV, and I got to see Scott drop in the painted reindeer. We'll get to that. We got it all. Trust me.
Did you? I texted you as soon as I did it on that pregame show.
I texted it back to you once it was on the thing.
But I sent you guys the top 100 draft prospects.
Yeah, why would you do that?
Well,
by the way, that is not technically a mock draft, although it's good preparation for the mock draft. But I don't know why you did that.
But I did that, and I got no response from anybody, and I thought I might get a little.
Like slow clap?
Little Belichick slow clap or something, I thought I might.
I know why I didn't respond to it. Because it's like, yeah, it's not really a mock. And it's just, you want me to respond to a mock, send me a mock. I mean, that was the top
funny.
100 guys.
When I first started reading, I thought it was a mock. And then as I started reading it, went, oh, these are just top prospects.
Just top prospects.
I'll send it anyway. Well, why not?
All right, hold on.
I just thought there would be a little love.
You sent it, but did you read it? You can make the reservation, but can you hold the reservation?
Well, you know what I did? I walked by the restaurant, looked at the menu in the little placard thing out front, and just walked by.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So you didn't really look at who the top 100 guys are.
I didn't go through the entire hors d'oeuvre
list. You didn't really
list.
do that.
No, I read like 3 or 4 names, and I'm thinking, these are prospects.
God,
these are like prospect guys.
By the way, I got it here. I know it's here. It's here somewhere. Yeah. Did you hear Leggy get into it with Sean?
I did not. When did that happen?
A little bit. See, Sean is like so weird about this injury crap.
Right.
If you ask Adelman or Bednar, I know it's lower body, upper body, that hockey stuff, but he'll tell you how far away the guy is.
Right.
He'll say, it's week to week or day to day or whatever. And Adelman and Malone was the same way. They'll more or less let you know how the guys are tracking.
Right.
Okay. You realize Adkins and Surtain weren't put on the IR. The whole focus was this game coming up. Because if you just go on the IR, well, you miss 4 games, and you have 4 games in 5 weeks. So you don't want to So you think that they're going to be ready to go. And Sean has just thrown down this, I'm not going to talk about injuries. Oh, my God. By the way, the morning sprint Mike is so funny with, like, he's the candle of narcissism or narcissist or whatever. The Sean Payton candle thing they got going. Anyway, here's Leggy trying to get, what's going on here?
Sean, I was just curious if you'd be able to say if Pat and or Alex would practice this week.
Yeah, I would never get into that on a Monday. I appreciate the question, though.
Appreciate the question.
Right. Do you like their progress and their recovery?
Yeah, again, I wouldn't get into anything injury related, but I appreciate the question.
It's like, oh my God, dude. Like, all right. Well, he's trying to be nice, by the way, because he recognized Leggy is not Evan. Luca.
You know what you do? At the very least, just say this. Listen, We haven't even started practice yet. You know, when they come out there, if they're out there, we'll see them, and you guys will know. But just know this: these are two dang fine football players, and when they get out there, I know it's going to help our team become better, even better.
All right, do you want to get in the game last night? How you doing? You all right?
I'm a little tired.
How you
Back
doing?
hurts a lot.
What time did you guys get in last night?
I was early last night, about 1:30 last night.
The plane's touching down at 1:30. Are you in bed at 1:30?
Plane touchdown 12:30 or so, and it takes me about an hour at least to get there. So I think I kicked my shoes off at about 1:30, 1:39.
Did you sleep okay?
No, I slept horrible. The warden and junior warden are in my bed, so I have to go to the kids' bed, and it's kind of small. And
the kids' bed?
Yeah.
You fit in a kid's bed?
Well, it's queen.
You fit in a queen bed?
Listen, after living each day with the weight of the world that I put on my own shoulders, unfortunately.
Thank you, Jokic.
I curl up into a fetal position, and so I can actually probably sleep on a twin and surrender. My nighttime.
You just sort of
My nighttime is not necessarily just for rest. It's for like surrendering to the entire day.
Oh, you're making me laugh.
And so I've got something I got to bring up to you, but I feel like I need to look it up
Well,
first.
I'm about to hitch up with your stuff about the game. What?
Well, no, listen, we're having fun. It's Thanksgiving.
I know, but I got the Scott. I got the thing. I'm leaning you into the game. Don't get me too sideways.
Don't
get me too sideways. We're ready to go with the game and the this and that and the reindeer and all of it. Because you can save it for whatever you got for me. Don't forget it. But I don't want to go too sideways on you because I've got you. This is about you, not me.
Listen, man, I'm thinking these 2 days, you and I think we do a little wassailing. We got Christmas a month away, right? A month away today.
You want to wassail?
And I think you, I, and Dan, listen.
You want to go around wassailing?
You know, Tyler's not much into the wassels. But I'm thinking the three of us for the next month can do a little bit of wassailing every day.
Oh, we can do it as long as we don't do any. And by the way, if you didn't know, the wassels are so different than the wiggles. It's similar but different.
Yeah, more of a period piece dress up. You know, it's kind of.
Yeah, the wassailings definitely scream 1830.
Let me ask you this. Anyway, I was listening. Listen, I've already got the Christmas music going in the car.
Sure you do.
Right, and so. And it's the old song. Here we go, a wassailing, and I said, "Oh, I got to throw this at DMac because he'll have fun." I said,
"Sure."
When's the last time you ever used wassailing in a phrase?
The last time I went around the mulberry bush. No, I mean, I was doing my, me, in my 1830 reenactment club that I'm in.
Yeah.
So, wassailing is supposed to start this weekend.
Really?
Yes, and I fought hard to make sure it started after Thanksgiving.
You just
preserve. Some people are so into the freaking 1830s. It's like, especially Jim, and Jim. It's just Jim. Just shut up about as soon as it's below 50, it's time to wassail. I'm like, Jim, we've got to wait till after Thanksgiving. He's like, I've got my scarf and my stovetop hat.
Right.
And I don't care. And I don't care that you grew your beard into a pork chop, sort of. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
It goes up and down and around and nothing here.
Could
but,
maybe connect up to the mustache.
Chops. They're mutton chops.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jim, it's like, listen, if they're okay with you at Lockheed Martin wearing those things, what do I care? As long as the rockets get in the air.
Yeah, just make sure you take care of Tiny Tim getting in the building.
We were told not to use the word tiny with Tim anymore.
We were.
It's little Tim. We were calling him Midget Tim for such a long time. We kind of realized that on our own. But Tiny Tim we thought was okay.
Yeah, Tiny's okay.
All right, well, let me get back to that in a second. I want to get to you.
Do you want to set this up and why we got to this?
Yeah, I got to play the Moser thing first. Here we go. All right, so.
Kyle Keefe and the pregame hockey guys did a whole skit. Kyle
By the way,
sent a letter to Santa Claus.
They are hysterical with their bits. Just ask them.
That is true. No truer statement will be said on this radio station Today.
Somehow the basketball crew and the hockey crew for pregame, it's different. Anywho, they were like Kiefer and John Michael Lyles was like, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin.
They should have gone, though, wassailing in the skit.
So here we go.
Things opening up a little bit now.
Yeah, back and forth. Nice little break, though, right off the glass like we've seen in Nashville. Goofy bounce.
Turnover, Nielsen holds and looks and shoots, saved by Knight. Shot by McCarr. He scores! Cale Makar! What an incredible shot off the post and in. Well, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. The Avs have a 1-0 lead as McCarr cleans up after the save to rip home his 9th of the season.
So we talk about it on the air and say, oh, that'd be funny if you were to do the same thing. Not like a thing, but do the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, see if we can't get it going. Now,
Paint the reindeer and call me a goblin.
Here's where we all fall a little short. Mark Moser. There's a Nuggets assistant coach named Mike Moser.
Mike Moser.
Got to admit.
Yeah. Mark Moser, a white dude from Sacramento. Mike Moser, a black dude from Memphis.
So here you are with Mike Moser before the game.
I hip you on who Mark Moser is, right?
Yeah, I got you.
Play-by-play guy.
Avalanche.
He started something on a game the other night. There's a whole bit they did, and then some guy, Kyle Keefe, asked Santa if he would say something if they scored. And so this is what he said. So I'm asking if this is a Moser thing. He said, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. Do you have any idea, being a Moser yourself, what paint my reindeer and make me a goblin is?
I have no idea what that means at all.
Which doesn't make it better almost.
Zero. But that might be a Moser thing. A lot of the grandparents and the uncles from the South right down here in Memphis, they got a lot of sayings like that. I don't know what they're talking about.
They do have some funny. I went to Arkansas, so I know all about that. Well, I was thinking about trying to slip that in tonight because we are in Memphis, and it almost feels like it's a Southern saying.
Yeah, it feels right. Yeah.
All right, talk to me about your strategery on this. We got it, but talk to me about the build.
I thought that would be the end of it. I thought what an apropos time. We talked about on the show Mark Moser.
Mike Moser.
I'm sitting there with the coach who's Mike Moser. And if you watched it on the thing, I mean, I could have said, I could have thrown in, hey, are you guys related? Could have been funny, kind of cutesy.
Get it.
So I thought that would be it. But then all of a sudden the game happened, and I felt like there was kind of a semi-appropriate time. That, by the way.
Could you feel it coming?
Right before I said it, I did.
Did you write it down?
No. But I had told the producer, director, and even Marlo at dinner that I said, hey, I may try to slip this in. Moser did it. And I slipped it in during game time.
Yeah.
Got zero. I don't even think Marlo.
Zero response.
Zero response. And I don't even know if anything on Twitter or anything like that, so I don't really get on there.
To the degree that I wondered if Marlo even know what the hell you were talking about.
No, well.
You picked an interesting time, too, at a free throw.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we go.
He's jumping into him a little bit.
I don't think that's a foul. But Murray's going to get 2 free throws.
Yeah, you're right, though. Every time when it happens to you,
you'd be going nutty.
I'd be going, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. I thought that was a good time.
Nothing for Marlo.
Nothing for Marlo.
No.
Nothing for Marlo.
Nothing. No response.
He was already.
He's looking at a piece. He's looking at a piece of paper.
He's looking at some stats or something.
There's something he's got to try to figure out.
I'm thinking the producer, the director would be listening. They'd get a little giggle.
Nothing.
I did get a thumbs up from Moser sometime during the night last night.
Oh, well, we thought it was hysterical. I mean, we were back and forth and on the Twitter machine, and we thought it was great.
Well, like I said, I got a big thumb up or a big heart from Moser.
Yeah.
When I did that, so I figured he
Moser's getting you got nothing. What can I tell you? I mean, maybe you didn't use it the right way. You didn't, it's hockey, so you scream everything. Oh my God, it's the national anthem. I mean, literally, you scream everything in hockey.
See, I thought it was probably said, well, if it was called against you, you'd probably be upset. I said, yeah, I'd say paint my reindeer and call me a goblin.
You got nothing.
Zero.
So I don't know if this is going to go viral
But
or
you know
not.
what? Was I really doing it for Marlo?
No, I think you were really just doing it for me, actually, and Dan, and
I was
like
actually doing it for
our show.
I was doing it for PhD.
No, it's a time that I said there's no benefit for anybody.
No.
Except for us on this radio show.
Yeah. But like I said, I got a big heart emoji from Moser when I slipped that in there.
All right. So congratulations. Good job. I appreciated it. Moser's getting all sorts of attention from it.
Oh, yeah. He's getting all these podcasts loving on him and everything else.
Oh, yeah. And it's rave reviews for it.
Yeah.
Let me just point out, it was not his idea. He did it. Good for him.
Yeah.
But it wasn't his idea.
Well, but let's be honest. Kyle Keefe could be creative, but he doesn't have
it wasn't even Kyle Keefe's idea.
He doesn't have the delivery that Moser does.
I will tell you, Kyle Keefe does have a knack for them skits. He and the skits.
Just ask him.
Paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. Those damn things. Those skits. Damn, are they funny. You know what kills me? When my wife will watch the entire hockey game, will watch the entire postgame, and then hit me with, I got to go back and watch the pregame show.
So she's taping the whole thing.
I'm like, I guess I'm in another room.
Yeah, well, she's a P1.
You think? You altitude people, you got a woman for hockey who, if she misses the pregame show, will go and watch the pregame show after the postgame show in the game. I know you guys, and I'd like to think we're all friends. I don't watch any of your crap.
Unless I give you a heads up, right? Let's just say, I got it in. Next thing I know, I'm getting you guys recording and stuff.
Oh, my God. I mean, I'm like, I got you on. I do. And I got the Monday Night Football game because I don't know when somebody's going to get punched in the nads. That could happen at any moment.
Yeah.
And so
Who won that game, by the way? I didn't even.
Niners won.
Okay.
Christian is back. It's so good to see Christian back.
And he's playing back where they just let him go and gave up on him.
Yeah. Well, yeah. All right. Sure. I mean, I don't know. Is that really a big revenge game? I mean, that might be a thank you game.
Well, but it's a let me remind you how good
I
am.
I get it. I don't think anybody thought he was bad. He wasn't like, let go because of those reasons.
They were bad and he was making $30 million.
Yeah, it was like that. I don't know. I mean, by the way, Christian McCaffrey, he's sounding more like Ed. Like the young Christian is like really, really gone. He's sounding more, not quite like Luke, who's like identical to Ed. And Christian McCaffrey, you got to look at it. He looks like Ocean's 11 Matt Damon now. They look like the same exact person. Not Matt Damon now, because Matt Damon looks like a pillow pet now. He's a little frumpy in the whole thing. Yeah. But go back and look at Matt Damon in his mid-20s, that sort of thing. Christian and him are like right there. But yeah, it was a good game, and then the guy got in the jarbles, and
that was not an accident.
Of course not.
That was not an accident. Yeah, because I saw Jennings. It was Jennings who got popped, right?
Yeah.
Then went back and pushed the guy. Did Jennings end up getting a penalty for that or something?
The game's over. I don't know if there was penalties or anything. The game was done. Hey, we'll get into it coming up. We'll talk more about the basketball game. We have an announcement about Juju, about that red shirt year. We have a definitive statement by Prime. We'll hear that. But a reminder, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Well, you got a special day at Ball Arena with 2 games. The Avs host Montreal, then DU hosts Minnesota. All at Ball Arena. How about that?
Oh, that'd be cool.
So your 1220 keyword is delay, DELAY, 303-504-0925. It's kind of like people reacting to your joke about painting you like a reindeer. Delay and laughter. So the Avs host the Mammoth on the 23rd of December, the Kings and Blues 29th and 31st. All right, there you go. That'd be a great Christmas present. 1220 keyword is delay. Text delay first and last name, 303-504-0925 to be entered. Good luck. All right, back with getting punched in the yarbles and Prime announcing Juju Lewis's future next. I rode my I'm not looking for any kudos here, but like I do ride my bike. I ride my bike every day, and as long as it's not snowing or raining, I'm good. But like I was like I got to admit I was caught a little off guard, like how chilly it actually was
it's
outside.
a little chilly today, isn't it?
Yeah, can you hear? I'm still coughing because it's like when
sucking in that cold air.
Yeah, you'll go like skiing and stuff, and you kind of like woo, that sort of thing. So it's just like whoa, okay, a little chillier. I do feel like I'm almost like I'm on the ski slopes a little bit, like a little touch of it. If I had my druthers,
why don't you just wear a little mask or something?
I could. That's actually a good idea. Thank you. Not a problem going home because home's uphill. Right. So home is like a sweat fest just to get up the stupid hill. So the coldness doesn't really matter. But you're.
How about when you get done though? You just and you finally get in your cold air, and then you get into the house.
Oh, I can't breathe. I'm coughing like a lunatic.
You're probably dripping wet, right?
Oh
yeah. You realize how cold it was outside,
it's
right?
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's like skiing. That actually is kind of similar. So we're looking forward to the winter weather and Thanksgiving, the whole thing. And you got, chill out for a little bit.
Oh.
It's been wacky. I'll give you that. It's been wacky.
It has been wacky.
But now you get to chill. My wife said the sweetest thing to me because we got a bunch of her side of the family relatives coming in. So no pressure on your boy. Like
for Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were just you two.
No. We got like 20 people this year. Ooh. No, it's kind of like big
deal.
Well, for her side of the family, but I'm like when it's the other side of the family,
you don't really like that.
If I'm even there, it's a miracle. They don't care. I'm the least important person. I'm sad that I'm not going to see mom and dad, and they're back in Massachusetts. But they got a bunch of relatives, so it's not. They're okay. Yeah. They're fine. I wish I could see them. I can't.
Be thankful you have family for them out there.
Yeah. But the good thing for me is I barely have to pay attention. So with the relatives,
which that is good for you, right?
Oh, it's so good for me. I'm thinking about doing it's because the weather looks all right. I think I could go squeeze in a nice.
Kind of like Moser on his show in the morning. It's good that he just barely take, barely pay attention.
So she goes to me, honey, you got to do me one favor. I go, what's that? On Thanksgiving. Yes, babe. What do you need? She goes, just be nice to me. Even if I say and do stupid things, just be nice to me. I'm like, okay, sweetheart.
You know what? That was set up from Saturday night.
Yeah, I'm telling you that. Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Well, you know what I'm saying?
So now it's Saturday night, then you come up on Monday morning and go, hey, honey.
Yeah.
And you're like, and you're still in the anything you want mode.
Because she will be, when she just loses her and she gets a little ditzy,
Yeah.
She will say.
She wants everything perfect.
She'll say, like, how many innings are in this football game? It'll be something like that.
Yeah.
It'll be remarks like, how did you get here?
Something we let slide on this show all the time.
Right. So what she's telling me is to, when she starts saying, how many innings are in the football game, just 9, just whatever.
4. Just 4, honey.
Just be nice to me.
4 20-minute innings.
I'm seeing her. She's ordering the turkey, and she's got the pot, and she's got the pan. She's got the pots and pans I didn't know we even had. I'm like, where'd they come from? Like, I'm seeing these big boiler things, and I'm seriously. So I didn't think we had enough room in the house for that. So I'll be nice to her, and that's good advice for Thanksgiving. To your, there's of the people that do the Thanksgiving, there's somebody working. It's like a group project in school. One nerd's going to do like 90% of it.
Yeah.
Then there's going to be 2 or 3 people that kind of chime in.
I'm going to smoke a turkey and carve it.
That's your responsibility.
And basically probably take the trash out 3 times.
Yeah, okay. Well, that is, if that was on my plate, it would be overwhelming. But that's not the case with me. So she's vowed to be nice. I go, I will be nice to you. And I'm going to be nice to her by barely seeing her on Thanksgiving. That's the plan. Just be away as much as humanly possible.
You guys having dinner at the crib?
We are having dinner. You're going to love this one. The relatives are coming in. They rented an Airbnb in Arvada. Because nothing screams holidays like Arvada. Not Breckenridge, Scott. Not Breckenridge.
No.
Not Summit County.
Not Evergreen.
Not Evergreen or even Idaho Springs.
Loveland.
Arvada. So, okay. Hello, Arvada. And you know what? I don't want to spoil anything else because you could just take it from there.
Yeah.
What they're going to be
But they
doing.
got a big crib, and they're gonna cook there.
They're going to cook there. My son is bringing 2 of his friends who are from California, and they're not going home for Thanksgiving up at CU. He's coming in. My older son will painfully just suffer through 2 hours, and we'll go back to all of his single friends in Lodo. That's the Friendsgiving and all that. And, he's got, they just go in big groups of single people. God, I am so jealous of their lives. I was up at their tailgate party. Scotty, seriously. I'm looking at their tailgate party like, oh, my God. There's like 20 guys. They're all kind of nerdy, but.
That's why there's 20 guys.
Exactly. But, I'm looking at.
There's a reason it ain't co-ed.
There was 1 or 2 girls there, and they must have been lost. Anyways.
That's kind of like a dad telling you. Dan, listen in real fast.
Yeah, Dad, you recognize this story.
Have you ever introduced Dan to your that son?
They're like a generation apart. I don't, No, I don't think you've ever met Connor, have you? My older son or any of my kids.
Yeah, but he could be like the godfather of that group.
Yeah. He wants nothing to do with DMac. DMac and is nothing. He's no thank you on that.
So we would get along.
Yeah.
This all leads me to Prime. That's where I was going.
That's a heck of a build-up for Prime.
Yeah, I know. CU, I think I threw something about CU in there. Here is Prime. Where is it here? Here we go. All right, let's play a little game here. What do you think Prime, because you don't know, correct?
No, I do not know.
Okay. This is about Juju Lewis.
Right.
I'm playing a game here. Dan, we got some game show music, perhaps? It's a smaller version of You Win Nothing. But you have Kansas State. Now, I told you Kansas State ran for 479 yards against Utah, number 12 Utah. They lost.
This is the last game of the year.
This is the last game of the year. Kansas State is 5-6. They need to win in order to get to a bowl. So they got something to play for. CU has nothing to play for, right? I mean, to the degree where Prime, on a day he could have been looking at film and getting ready for the game, flew to Vegas to watch his kid play football. That you were critical of, not me, you.
Well, I think it's a great dad thing. It's a poor example as a head coach.
Oof, hot take.
Great dad thing.
Okay. Game show music? No? Okay, thank you. So, Juju in the weird world of college football, Scott, you can play 4 games and still get a red shirt.
And he's been in 3 now.
He's been in 4. So, Scott, do you think Prime and Juju Lewis will play against Kansas State or take the red shirt? It's 2 doors. You're going to play and give yourself the best chance to win and develop. We're going to sit this one out so we can get the red shirt. Now, keep in mind how old he is. He just turned 18 in September.
Yeah, I would probably sit him out, and then I would just throw accolades on the kid and say how we can't wait to have him for 4 more years and blah, blah, blah.
What do you think Prime is going to do? What do you think?
He's going to play.
Prime's going to play him.
No, I think he's going to redshirt him.
Prime's going to redshirt him.
Redshirt him.
Okay, why? Well, you were going one way, and then you just kind of the wind. Just...
I think a coach that saw a future in this kid in the program would say redshirt. If he sees a kid who's a pretty good player, but ain't no chance he's going to be back next year, you play him.
What?
So he's going to play him because there's no way he comes back.
Here we go, Coach.
I'll give you guys this right now. I've made a decision that Juju is going to redshirt. That's my decision. I want what's best for the kid, what's best for his family, what's best for this wonderful university that has given me the tremendous opportunity and given him an opportunity. I think for the program, it's best for everyone, but mainly it's great for him. So I'm not going to say he was happy because he's a competitor. He wants to compete. He wants to play. His father, they cut from the same cloth. We had that conversation as well. Not that he forced it, that I know him, so we had that conversation. So Kane Salter would start this week's stop, would be the backup therefore, unless something crazy happens, an injury or whatever, in practice, but that's where we're going. So it's not like he came to me saying, Coach, this is not, he's not built like that. That kid wants to play, he wants to compete, and I love him for it. He really does. So that's on me.
Now, like most things that Prime says, I believe most of what he says is true, but I doubt the whole thing is true. I think this is just my take on it. My guess is that Juju Lewis and his family probably were like, hey, you know, because it benefits him way more to have this as a redshirt year.
Yeah.
Way more. There's nothing. Thank you, Dan, for the music. I appreciate it. There's nothing for Juju to gain by playing in this game. Zero. In fact, he erases an entire year of development by playing in this completely meaningless game.
Right.
And if he has any dreams of being an NFL quarterback, you may need that year to develop. Arch Manning, all of a sudden, he needs that extra year to develop. Sam Levitt got injured. He needs that extra year to develop. Jeff Sims, I think he's in like his 9th year of college, is using all of his time. Bo Nix was 24 when he got drafted. Shedeur was a little bit older when he got drafted. All these guys are older when they get drafted than Juju Lewis would be. And what, we're going to take away another year? He's still, even by playing, taking the red shirt, he's still going to be one of the younger guys to graduate
Next
if he
year,
plays all 4 years after this.
Which if he's any good, he won't.
Okay, but
chances.
you're not gonna get hurt. You know this. No,
Right,
of course
right.
not. Why wouldn't you give yourself as many opportunities as you possibly could? So I actually think Prime's saying this is my decision because he's not trying to make the kid look bad, in my opinion. But my guess is that calmer heads sort of, we're all on the same page. So Prime wants to say, hey, it was my call. Okay, cool. That's fine. You can take, that's fine. That's good. But this doesn't give you a better chance to win by playing Salter. I think you do have a better chance with Lewis. But I think you're going to get killed anyways, no matter what.
I would say this. It does benefit the kid greatly because now he has 4 years, and it helps you if you're here, if he stays, which I think that's a 50-50 proposition at best that he stays. But now other schools looking at him and said, dude, we can get him in and develop him here
well,
too.
that is that. There was a meme going around of Kenny Dillingham hugging Juju Lewis saying, hey, Levitt's going to be gone after next year. Like, why don't you come down here to the desert? But you are correct. He will have other options. And Jaden Daniels, don't forget, matriculated at Arizona State, but he got his graduate degree at LSU, where he took that and, to success in the pros and a Heisman Trophy. So, yeah, there's no guarantee Juju Lewis is going to be here. We'll see what happens and where it goes. But he is going to redshirt, and I think that is the right move.
Yeah, I do too. Unfortunately, I mean, on one hand, if he's a great franchise quarterback, he's going to, he can go out after his junior year anyway if he's having those kind of years. But this gives him an option. This gives him all his options. Come back to CU, be a redshirt freshman, start next year.
Yeah.
If I'm Prime, the first thing I do is I put him number 1 on my depth
Oh,
chart.
yeah.
As soon as the depth chart comes out.
Yeah, that's gonna help CU be way more focused.
Yeah, because we just like Bo Nix, we got a quarterback. Now let's develop all around it. But it also, I mean, now if all of a sudden Texas Tech, who seems to be killing NIL compared to everybody else, goes, hey, we could use a quarterback here, and he's got 4 years. Let's bring him here. We can mix him in a little bit as redshirt freshman.
I'm
here.
not a bright man, Jenny, but $3 million is more than $1 million, and we'll see. I don't know if Juju. That's another thing too. Actually, I keep that. Him not playing kind of hides him from other programs too. That actually is true. So there may be some motivation from Prime and CU on that degree. Like, let's not give this kid another showcase.
Yeah.
And waste a year, it all works out. I think it's the right decision. CU is going to lose anyways. Kansas State might run, I'm not even joking, for 500 yards in this particular game. They're 17.5-point favorites. They play at 10 a.m., so they're going to get the slaughter over relatively early on Saturday. And, Prime can go watch, he can fly to Cleveland and go watch Shedeur play against the San Francisco 49ers.
Will you be surprised if Prime's in Cleveland on Sunday?
I'll be stunned if he's not.
Will
he come home with the team?
After some of the things he said about the organization, will they give him passes to the field and or back in the tunnels like he was in Vegas?
That's really interesting because Mark Davis gave him the owner suite in Vegas. He was in Mark Davis's suite. Yeah, I think so. Prime's big. He's a big-time celebrity. They'll be happy that he's there. They'll be happy in Cleveland that he's there.
Well, the GM might sit with him.
Andrew Berry would sit with him. Kevin Stefanski may skip out. Jimmy Haslam, the owner, might not be there, but Andrew Berry will be there with he'll be right there with his arm around his shoulder. They'll be wassailing, those two.
I sent you a clip today. What's our guy Ryan that's on ESPN?
Rex Ryan. Yeah, we should play that later.
Which I'm thinking, okay, he's politicking for the Cleveland job. Seems like
we'll play it later.
Every 5 minutes he's campaigning for somebody's job. But I thought what he said was really good.
We'll get to all that coming up. That's good juicy stuff. Plus, getting knocked in the nads. Worse than being spit in the face? We'll debate that hot topic coming up next here on PhD. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Happy holidays. They're meant to be joyful. But if you're a man dealing with erectile dysfunction, yeesh, that is some coal in your stocking. The season of love and joy can be a little bit rough if ED is putting strain on that relationship. Come on. Tell Mrs. Claus it's a whole new me. This is the year to turn things around, show your partner you care, give him the gift of treating your ED and restoring that relationship. Ho, ho, ho. So call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and give your partner the best gifts this season, a renewed and restored relationship. Sounds good. What you got to do is hit them up, 720-440-7900. $99, you get that visit, a T and a PSA test if advised to test those. You go from there. 5 locations, so they're easy to find. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver. Beautiful location in Castle Rock and the Springs. 720-440-7900. Or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Well, we have power rankings coming out. We'll get to that after 1 o'clock. We'll hear from Sean Payton and all sorts of stuff. All right, I want your take on this, y'all. Dan, I don't know if this is worthy of a poll. It might be. Yeah, I don't know if you caught it, but the dude from CSU, boy, we really should have talked more CSU football this year, huh? Said nobody. But they got a quarterback, and he, spit in the face of a guy from Boise State. I don't know if you even caught that, but it happened. Yeah. The spitting in the face thing is...
He had, 2 spitting incidents in, 1 week.
Yeah.
It happened in the pros. It happened in college, right?
But then you got last night after the game's over, and you're doing the, hey, how you doings at midfield. And, even if you're talking smack with each other, don't you just ignore each other at midfield or just say, all right, hey, man, good game or whatever. No, not Trayvon Moehrig. I don't know. Is that how you say his name, Dan? Moehrig?
Is there an N in there?
Moron? No.
Moronic?
Moronic? Moehrig. Moehrig. Trayvon, I'm going to assume. And Juwan Jennings. So this Moehrig character has his, you know how Alex Singleton is all wrapped up, you got a broken thumb or knuckle or whatever you got there. So he's got one of them cast sort of deals on. Well, who knows what you got in there?
Like a mitten.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. Like an iron mitten. I don't know what it is.
A boxing glove.
Oh, hard boxing glove, like a lead pipe. And he takes one to Juwan Jennings, nads. He just knocks him right in the family jewels. Just unencumbered. Just no joking about it. Just bam. So what would you rather do? This question's on a couple of different levels. Would you rather be spit on or knocked in the nads? And what's more insulting? I guess that all goes in. There's the pain, but then there's the disrespect level.
The nad shot is cheap. The spitting. I saw a great podcast on this, and the guy was so right that said it. 2 of the most disrespectful things you can do is A, open hand slap somebody, and 2, spit on them. For guys.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't want to get punched in the testicles. But spitting you're probably fighting. But you're probably fighting on both, but the nad shot, you probably just get one quick punch in. What are you doing? Spitting on, you're trying to kill the guy.
All right, well, think about it for a second. Here's Kyle Shanahan about it after the game.
Yeah, the guy took a cheap shot and hit him in the balls, and I was real proud of Juwan for not losing his mind out there and getting him to the sideline.
Well, Kyle just cut right to the quick, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to use
we're trying to
scientific medical terms.
No, he's just
gonads, testicles.
Kyle's just the Cherry Creek language is just falling out of him there.
Hit the fireman right in his ladder.
Here is Jennings afterwards.
Man, TV gonna tell you what happened, man. I was just responding to me some childish behavior. That's all that was. Out of nowhere, I think it's probably just like I was saying, just the history of me playing ball. I play hard. I'm physically stronger than a lot of DBs out there, and so a lot of things happen in between the whistle. With me at least.
Okay. First of all, anybody ever do that to you on purpose?
Yes.
Really? You got a little story there?
Michael Jordan.
Keep going.
Playing with Detroit, playing in Chicago. Jordan's full court press and Joe Dumars. I peel back in. I'm in the game. Think about this. I'm in the game with those 2 guys.
Hey, now.
I peel back in, and whoever's guarding me doesn't call out the screen. I'm at about half court, just inside half court. And Joe sees me. So Joe runs Jordan off him, and I drop Jordan. I drop him to the ground.
Get a little shoulder lean in there when he's coming through?
Maybe, but
you were ready for it.
I was braced and ready, and he wasn't ready for a screen to all of a sudden be there, and I crunched him.
Gotcha.
Good screen, no call, boom, play on. Joe goes down, hits a shot. It's about 30 seconds, 40 seconds later, next possession, maybe. Same scenario. Jordan's straight up there. So I said, I'm gonna get another. Now the second one, I'm gonna lean in. See, there's a good way to set a screen. The way you teach a set of screens, you put your fist like this, put your hand over your fist, and you put that over your gonad.
Yes.
And then you set the screen. That way you can get hit hard.
You're braced.
But you're protecting your jewels.
All right.
Second time I come in, he's not going to see me again. This time I got the forearm up. I'm going to drill him. This time I'm going to leave a little hurt behind, right?
Okay.
He gets about a half step. He knew I was there. He got a half step, opened up on me, and uppercutted me right in the nuts.
Well, I'd have to say good on him.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to say, you done got.
Yeah. Well, here's the difference.
I don't know if I could even be angry with them, Jay, for that
Here's
one.
the difference between 1990 and 2025, or 91 and 2025. They got still over a smile, and I went, "All right, you got me." Because I was gonna crush him.
Okay.
I went to the well one too many times, and I did it too often. Right?
Okay.
Foul, Jordan.
So we're not fighting. We're not fighting though, huh?
No, because I was going to clobber. I knew I was going to clobber.
All right, so you got God.
He got me.
Okay.
I didn't protect myself.
Okay.
I got 2 free throws.
Okay.
Nowadays, he'd have been ejected. I mean, he threw a punch into my gonads. and to me, I was like, oh, because if I'd have just protected myself like I was going to, he'd have hit my hand. No big deal. Joe would have been open. Blah, blah, blah. Instead, I got to go to the free throw line.
In the course of a game, this was after the game.
This was after the game.
Yeah. I mean, you done got, but you were about to give it. So, I mean,